And then, of course, we have that kind of mid-tier wall boss, which was the end boss of this past week, Anduin, who was pretty difficult. Had to go through like 2 sets of nerfs before people actually started getting kills on him. So, and I'm pretty sure there's not that many kills on him at all. So he was a pretty difficult boss. But I mean, going back to the tier problem as well, I mean, we don't really know what these last 3 bosses bring, let alone we don't know anything about the mechanics on them, right? We don't know how specifically they're going to work. We don't know how difficult they're going to be tuned. And the really important thing is, if you just don't loot tier from those last 3 bosses, you're not going to have 4-piece this week. That's going to be a very big deal breaker for a lot of people. Who gets tier on those last 3 bosses, they're going to be funneled gear whenever they do splits later in the week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just seems like that the gear plays such a obviously it plays such a heavy role, but it seems like it's extremely influential this tier, especially Jet.
Yeah, you know, in the past, we were talking old WoW,
right?
Like currently classic type of stuff, right? In the past, tier has been sort of this thing that you kind of complete over the course of like a progression, like farm period. Like you'll like clear the raid for the first time. Maybe you'll have like 1 or 2 people in your raid that have like a single tier piece, not even a set, but a single tier piece. Then finally, it's like an accomplishment over the farm period to finish your set. That slowly evolved, I think, around Wrath of the Lich King, where you could start buying tier pieces from badges, and now it turned into like this expectation that like you should have a 4 set probably during progression. And then it evolved even further, where now it's like, because there's an expectation of 4 set, the classes are kind of designed every tier with that 4 set functionality in mind. And so Blizzard is now compelled to make like cool 4 set bonuses.
Yeah.
And then the 4 set bonuses get stronger and stronger and stronger. And now we're in this tier where it's been a while since we've had tier sets, since we had a nice little break from tier sets. But now that they're back, I think these are the most insane 4 sets, bonuses that they've ever made. And on top of that, that expectation that we need that to be able to progress is still there.
Okay.
So that is like totally, you know, it's with the personal loot system, it's totally thrown a wrench into things as far as like progging and preparing for the tier like you normally would. Now it's very non-standard. Like you'll probably see, you know, you saw, if anyone's been following Liquid on social media, you probably saw the, you know, we're gonna pay you guys gold cap to trade us tier type of thing, right? That's how desperate they are to get these bonuses. They're just so good.
What are they doing
I'm a
back
little
there?
distracted. They're doing like a group hug thing, and they've got cameras and photos ops and everything.
Can we see that?
I don't know. I think they're too dark on the camera to see.
It's a little dark, but they're group hugging back there.
Definitely interesting. That's probably going to be on Twitter later.
Of course, Alice is in the middle of that.
Yeah. Oh, look how
now
wholesome.
they're all cursed now.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
there
like
it is.
they're like sway. Hey, I think Atlas just waved at us from the group huddle.
Little huddle.
Look at that. At the end of the day, it's the friends we make along the way, right, guys?
Yep.
Win or lose.
Yep.
I feel like wait, it's way too early for me to be saying stuff like this. But no, I mean, I feel like, you know, obviously, besides the splits or the stress that like splits are bringing on, and that we're in this new state, and a lot of the raiders are from Florida, and we're in Massachusetts. It's very cold. Like there's a lot going on, and it just seems like attitude is very high, and there's a lot of good spirits going on, and I think that's what makes this guild so special, right, guys?
Yeah, it's pretty nice that like every event has been like 20 people.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like as if the whole guild. It's not the whole guild, but like most of the guild.
It's a lot. I think and you know, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this is the most amount of raiders we've ever had on site. Zyronic's like doing the math in his head. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people. This room is huge. I don't know if you can get a perspective just watching from home, like how large this room is. But this is, at least for me, the first Race World First that I've been in, that like everyone is in the same room. Usually we have them in those like the pits back in the old facility. And I just think that's gotta be kind of nice.
This is like the biggest Race World First event.
Yeah.
Like all around.
So.
Like even the production staff is way bigger.
It's so true.
Everything.
Yeah,
it's huge.
We've got so many people on site. I feel like the people that aren't on the guild is like a bigger group than the people that is on actually on the
It
guild, you know,
sometimes feels
because
like it, yeah.
we've got obviously like the Team Liquid people, and then we've got the Waveform people. They're doing the production of this, and then there's just so many people that are on site as just general support staff. So a lot of people definitely came together to make this event happen, and I'm just excited that it's all right, day number 1, ready to go.
Yeah.
All our hard work came off, but you know, speaking of hard work, we are working with a charity partner. Girls Who Code is going to be our charity partner for this event, so definitely check that out. Our mods should be linking that information, or you can go to, I've got a little, yep, there is a graphic. You can see our charity incentives, and honestly, I haven't taken a look at the final ones. Can you guys see that up there? How do we feel? Casters learn TikTok dances, pineapple pizza for the haters. Oh, who added that? I haven't
that's
seen.
for me.
I'm with you. I hate that.
I can't
Really?
stand it.
I
No.
guess I'm the only one that likes it.
You're can we I wrote the caster schedule. I'm gonna write you off of it now. This is
Come
I'm gonna
on.
get you
you
off.
gotta get a nice balance of salty and sweet.
Oh,
I've got a refined palate. I
Oh,
can.
refined
I like the
palate.
variety.
Okay.
The variety in the food. I can't just have savory all the time.
Okay.
Have
And
a
then
little bit of sweet.
egg roulette, hot wings challenge. This time with hotter sauces. Caster dressed like an orc for the day. Who's the caster that dresses like an orc?
I thought that was supposed to be a caster or a raider, but I don't know which raider would want to do that. So it's
Yeah, Max
probably
do
a
it.
caster. Max could do it. That's
Max
true.
could be the orc, and he could make calls with this stupid helmet on.
Only if we get him that horn,
Yeah.
so he can just yell it.
I just remember the last time that Max was asked to come on desk and do something. I think it was in London, and like he was asked to do a hot wing challenge, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's only
that
gonna be
was
5 minutes."
Yeah.
And then he was on there for like 20 minutes, and he was just miserable the
Yeah,
entire
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So probably not Max.
Yeah, he's like, if anyone watches basketball, it's like Greg Popovich when you interview him on the sideline in the middle of a game. He doesn't like that. It's like the same thing with Max. It's the same vibe I get.
Just here so he doesn't
Yeah.
get fined,
Yeah.
type of thing. Yeah.
One-word answers.
maybe
Exactly.
one of the charity incentives, we just mess with Max. We just annoy Max. The casters annoy Max. But
Oh man, I don't want to be part of that.
no, we won't be
Yeah,
doing any of
pass.
that. Obviously,
Yeah.
those guys are very busy, and we don't want to distract them from their rating. They've got a big busy job to do. But I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm excited. They're focused. They're done with their little group huddle over there, and I'm there's
Checking the servers, as you can see.
yeah.
Checking on the
I haven't
servers.
seen any scribble yet. I'm ready for the scribble. I'm
think
saying
yeah.
it kind of looks like you guys
They
are right.
probably
They've
have
got
like a few meetings and things to talk about. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing that they really ramped up, I feel like, is like the analyst side.
Oh yeah.
That's like
oh yeah.
yeah.
they've got like analysts, and it's so structured now. It's like totally different
Yes, we
from
have
even last year.
100%. I mean, we
Yeah.
have to give a shout out to those guys. Like every time I go into the analyst room, they're just like heads down, just working their tails off. And I think they're obviously a really instrumental part of this. And you're right. Like, I mean, what are some of the things, just for people that don't really know Zyronic, what are some of the things that they're doing behind the scenes to support the guild?
Yeah, I mean, the World First Race has kind of turned into this thing where it's not really just about the Raiders anymore, right?
Yeah.
Typical to traditional sports or other esports, like the support staff has really grown a lot. So we went from having one analyst and 1 week or guide 2 tiers ago to now there are, I think, 7 or 8 of them combined on the roster together. And those are all guys behind the scenes that are either coming up with strategies or coming up with more efficient ways to do those heroic splits that we were talking about earlier, or just making sure they were getting traders ready for people to go. Like, I was on my alt last night in Guild, right?
Yeah.
And there were people in Guild chat who were analysts and
Yeah.
people who were doing splits who were like, I've got 4 people ready to go in the other side for IQD trading. Anybody need that? And I'm just like,
They do the splits now.
I would love that.
Yeah, they're keeping track of like the loot that people have and like fully optimizing without missing a beat. Like what raid comp you need for like one of the heroic or normal bosses to like optimize the loot, who can trade what. On top of that, they're doing the strats for the bosses, coming up with like they have whole like bunch of tools in Excel and things like that to like they pull information from logs and do timers and stuff like so crazy. It's just so many like high tech things.
I always ask this of Jet. I feel like, because I know you guys were both previous Liquid Raiders, like it seems like every year it ramps up. You've got all these resources. I wonder how you guys feel now that you've left the guild, and it seems like they're getting all of these resources that are obviously just like an amazing resource that a player would want. Are you guys regretting leaving? Are you like jealous, I guess is what I'm
Well,
trying to get at?
I used to do splits. Like I used to do splits with people, so I definitely wish I had someone else do them for me like that while I focus on playing. But like a lot of the tools and stuff, like I mean, I don't know. I think the player experience is the same for the Raiders for the
Yeah.
most part. I do think though that they have a lot more meetings. It's very like because of the competition between Liquid and Echo, they've like been trying to one up each other over and over and over again to the point where now it's like very professional. It used to just
Yeah.
be like a very like not casual, like casual as in like, you know, it's just a bunch of, you know,
Bunch of
gamers
WoW
gaming. Yeah,
nerds,
gamers
yeah.
gaming, hanging out, talking about stuff. Like back when we first made the guild, it was like, you know, having a spreadsheet with a roster. Like that was the most advanced thing we had. Like with a list, literally just a
Yeah.
list of names. That's all it was. That was the most advanced thing we had. And now it's like, you know, you have all this stuff and the professional meetings and stuff and like going over things very, very analytically. There's like a lot of time they spend outside of actually playing the game that it
Yeah.
really feels like, you know, like it's like a very professional organization. That's, I don't know if I miss that more so. I kind of like the casual atmosphere,
Yeah.
but it is cool. Yeah, like I think it's very cool that it's developed that way.
I mean, even as recent as Nyalotha, like the extent of our heroic week preparation was like, okay, guys, get your PvP done after we do splits, do some Mythic Plus, and then we'll do a walkthrough on Monday night. That'll
Yeah.
be our meeting for Mythic prep. And now they have those meetings like 2 or 3 nights a week for months before
Yeah.
the raid comes
Yeah.
out,
I mean,
just
you
to
guys
make
have
sure
had
everyone's on board.
2 or 3. I'm sure I've missed some just because I wasn't on site, but it seems like they've had 2 or 3 already in their
Yeah.
analyst
yeah.
room, and they're
They have
very long.
Huge
And
amount of meetings. Yeah.
I don't think I would be able to pay attention to those. I mean, it's it's just like a lot of information. I mean, that's gotta be something you have to get through. But I mean, we can see, you know, we just got a little bit of a preview of all the raiders, and they're just kind of waiting for
Yep.
things to get started. But I'm curious. You guys are on the same guild this year, right? Both on
Yeah.
instant dollars.
Yeah.
What does your prep look like? I know we
It's
talked about
actually
it a
been
little
pretty
bit.
good. We did
Pretty
like
chill.
a lot of normals. I think how many
4 normals, 3 heroics.
3 heroics.
Hmm.
We probably could have done more normals,
Probably,
honestly.
yeah.
But I think we were kind of worried about because we don't have like the full time schedule in heroic,
Right.
so we kind of needed to get like the keys and the PvP done, especially the PvP. But it's been pretty good actually. We got like pretty good RNG in our 3 heroic Anduins, which I think is a lot because Anduin's a really hard
Yeah.
boss. I think Liquid did like 4, right?
Oh, was
4 or
it
5?
Was it
4 or
5? I think
5.
it was like
I think it's
5-ish.
5. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I mean, I think we did pretty good. Yeah.
What is so? I'm curious. What
Pretty
is so
well.
difficult? Pretty well.
Yeah.
Nice catch. What is so difficult about that boss? I feel like we're seeing, you know, obviously Liquid got a little bit stuck on it, and it sounds like you guys maybe got a little bit stuck on it in your guild,
course.
and I know that some of the other raiders, also the casters that are raiding, also were struggling within their own guilds. Like, what are we running into with that boss specifically?
It's
Yeah, you go ahead.
it's just like a mechanics checks boss, right? It's
Yeah.
just make sure everyone's paying attention. It's actually a really good good heroic week boss to get people back into the swing of things for Mythic. There's very distinct things that have to happen in every single phase. There's DPS checks, there's mechanics checks. I mean, if you don't get Anduin to 100 energy before he's intermission, you're just gonna die because you can't live through that phase without the full buff. So
Yeah, it feels like a mid-raid Mythic boss.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it would feel more like a heroic boss if you had a raid full of people with like the tier bonuses, and I think that's kind of what Blizzard was going for. It's probably the hardest heroic boss they've ever put out, honestly. Like the combination of the tuning, it's a real DPS check.
it's up there.
And on top of the tuning, there's like pass-fail mechanics. Like if you screw it up, it's not like, you know, you'll like make it harder. Like it's not like you will be the only person that die. You will kill most of your raid or all of your raid.
Yeah.
Like it's brutal. Even
Yeah.
on normals like that too.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty
Seems
tough
rough.
boss.
I heard the first night that Liquid got it down. It sounded like you were gonna try it. You guys were gonna, or the guild was gonna try and do it tomorrow, but then there was a 1% wipe at the last minute or something, and then they managed to pull it off. But yeah.
They went pretty late, so I imagine. I think
Yeah,
that's
that was a
something like
late
that, yeah.
night. Yeah, and they were like, yeah, in the morning we're gonna kill Anduin 5 or 6 times, and then it's like 1 a.m. and it's
I
still
think-
not dead.
I think Liquid and Echo were the only guilds which you know, the two
Makes
best
sense,
guilds in the
yeah.
world, that killed it
Checks
before
out.
Anduin got nerfed at all. And then Anduin saw like a lot of nerfs
Yeah.
between
yeah.
then and
Yeah.
Monday.
Is it what were those nerfs specifically? Was it just health or
I think
mechanics?
it was health, right? And then they nerfed like
The barrier HP?
Yeah, so there's a mechanic that's like the befoul barrier, where it starts off as a huge dome, and whoever stands in it will absorb healing, but that healing absorbed will shrink the dome.
Okay.
And until it just completely disappears. So the idea is you have like your whole raid stack in it, and then the healers pop healing cooldowns and just heal the absorb off. If you don't do it in time, the barrier will explode and kill the raid. So it's like a healer check basically.
Have
yeah.
you guys wiped your raid on that
Oh,
one?
yeah.
Well, I'm not a
You
healer, so I
specific-
haven't
Either of you?
wiped my raid on that.
Well, the thing is, DPS can wipe the raid.
Oh, yeah,
by
that is
just
That's what I've
not
heard.
standing in it.
That's true. Yeah, you could just not stand in it.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
that is very. If I'm a melee, so that would be very hard for me to do because it spawns on the boss. So that would be very shocking to see a melee wipe the raid.
Shocking is
Yeah,
the word I would
it's the
use to
best word
describe
for that. But yeah, I mean, I'm chilling on that boss, so I don't have to. That's a healer fight. I
That's
think
good.
that fight. It's interesting because like whenever you do heroic, and for those of you that have done heroic normal, you know it's like a flex raid size, so you can start from 10 all the way up to a 30-man raid, and whenever you add more people, it like scales the boss's HP up. But interestingly enough, on Anduin, because of that barrier mechanic, the amount that's needed to heal off the barrier also increases when you add the raid size, which is not normal for like a raid. That's like usually the damage, it's technically like you could say it's like the damage taken of the raid. Usually doesn't increase when you add more people, but this barrier does. So it kind of makes it's like a very weird scaling. So that was another issue I think with Anduin early on, is that the scaling for the number of players made things very hard, and you had to add way more healers than you normally would.
Yeah.
So I think that threw a wrench into things, because these guilds, they're trying to run in and do Anduin with like 30 people so they can maximize the amount of loot they get. I don't think they did. I don't know if there's any 30-man heroic Anduin kill.
I don't think there was. I think they were doing like 25, 26.
Yeah, I think all the guilds did like at most 25 or 26. Yeah.
Which is really bad this tier specifically, because the way tier pieces work, as far as I know, is you get one for every 10 people in the raid.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're at 25, there's a chance you just get 2.
Yeah.
So you really want to kind of meet those 10-player marks.
Do you guys have any tier pieces?
I have one.
One?
I
Jeff
got-
just laughs.
I have 2 on a character I don't want to play. It's my alt.
It's his main.
It's not my main.
It's his main.
You look,
It's not my main.
you look sad.
It's not good. It's on my hunter.
Hunter's
So,
good this tier.
It is
just
good.
play Hunter.
It is good, but it's
What would you rather play?
my warrior.
Yeah. Okay. Is your tier piece on your main?
Yeah, it's on my mage.
Okay. All right.
Well,
so
actually, the
okay.
interesting thing is we did get a tradable piece of normal tier.
Right,
That
yeah.
could be traded to my mage,
Oh.
but there was also a couple boomkins in the raid at the same time, so it could be traded to them too.
No, they don't
So
deserve that.
We're kind of waiting. Well, they don't. That's what I'm saying. But also 2 pieces like terrible for mage, for fire mage, anyways. And we're just kind of waiting to see what people get out of vault, right? Because
Yeah.
if you get a tier piece out of your vault and someone else doesn't, give the tier to them.
Yeah, true. You could have 3-piece from last week. And if you don't get a tier piece off of the new bosses, because you need that to complete your 4 set, then that character is donezo. You can't play it.
Yep.
You can't play it.
Yeah, I think I've talked to a couple of the Liquid Raiders that are talking about that. They're like worried about which characters they might be able to play, if they'll be able to play at all. And it's interesting that it seems like we don't really even know the structure of the comps that we're going to see running into these bosses. Do you feel like that adds a level of difficulty preparing for the race? Because obviously you have to plan based on the classes you have, right, Sarah? Or
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, one of the things that people have been doing to mitigate that is they've just been making a ton of mirror characters.
yeah. Oh, that sounds awful.
It's not fun.
yeah.
I mean, the thing is, well, when you make mirror characters, first of all, you have to really like the character you're playing, which most people do.
yeah.
But when you have 4 of the same character, your enjoyment of that spec goes down tremendously, because one of your characters is going to be better geared than the other ones almost always, and then you're going to be looking at your damage on the less geared characters and wondering why you just can't keep up with the damage your main does, and you're just miserable the entire time. But honestly, like, for the cause of the world first race, hey Kevin, atrocity there on screen. For the purposes of the world first race, these guys are pretty much doing whatever they can to just get that tiniest advantage. And honestly,
No way. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
is that
What was that?
James- Funko Pop?
Yeah,
Wait,
James
wait,
is
wait.
trying to shill his little little, what's it called? What are those
Funko
things
Pop.
called?
It's a Funko Pop.
Funko Pop. Okay, yeah.
What do you mean shill it?
Yeah,
James.
he's like showing it off on camera. Like he's
you
like,
can't
yeah,
hear
look, buy my.
Where
you
did
know.
that come from? Is it him?
Yeah,
it's
it is
him.
him.
What?
Yeah,
It says the man on it, too.
It says
Oh
the
my
man. Yeah.
gosh.
Oh man,
I'm just-
little self promotion there.
Yeah, what is that? This is.
But,
I don't think it's a
no.
good thing that they know when they're on camera. This is not good.
It's okay. You got to do what you got to do. James is on the grind.
You're right. He has been.
He's always grinding.
Yeah. Can we talk about that camera setup? He has his camera, his C920 or whatever. Do you see it balancing on a plastic water bottle?
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah,
With
that's what
no-
he does. He
That's-
puts it
that's
on a
his bit.
Gatorade bottle or a
He
water
likes-
bottle.
He likes the upward angle.
Well, which is fine, but the water bottle is normal. Is that what you're saying? The water bottle
Haven't you
tripod.
seen Asmongold stream?
Does
That's
he-
typical. Just on a water bottle. Yeah,
That's just the gamer setup.
that's the gamer setup.
Oh my gosh, I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Yeah,
Is that what you're telling
You've
me?
been using like a tripod or probably some.
I have a
fancy-
ring light.
Or yeah, some fancy
Wow.
equipment like you have it clipped onto like your monitor or something.
Oh my.
You should have
Okay.
been using a water bottle this whole time.
Ah,
Foolish.
Well,
my bad.
the trick is you fill it up like halfway-ish, and that way it won't move.
Oh yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds
That's
that
actually
sounds like a
pretty good,
way to
yeah.
get water spilled all over your desk.
No, you close it. The
Yeah, you
little-
put
Oh,
the
okay.
lid
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm just looking at JPC with no cap on
Oh,
his, and
yeah,
I don't know why.
that's
I,
weird.
I
I
forgot
think
caps on
that's
water
real
bottles
weird.
existed for a second.
Yeah, that's weird.
He doesn't
I
have
mean,
a cap.
no, it kind
on
of
the
makes it's kind of nestled in there in the water
It
bottle.
would be funny if it somehow fell in, and then
Yeah.
you have like an aquatic view,
You have the
like a aquatic James.
aquatic James.
Maybe
Your
he should add
character
that as like a
unlocked.
filter on his camera,
Yeah.
so it looks like he's underwater
I
because his
like
camera
that.
fell into his.
I've seen streamers with cameras in their trash can,
Their trash.
like
can.
a secondary camera,
Oh right.
and they'll switch to it
Yeah.
just for the meme value. But that'd be good.
Like,
Yeah.
what's
Cyrus-
the meme
Cyrus
there? Are they
thinking about
calling
it.
their viewers trash or something? when
Yeah,
they
like
do
Or
that?
red
when someone
paladins.
that
Oh,
or
true.
red
Yeah.
paladins. What's the hate with red paladins?
You know, they're not good.
Okay.
When we should get Lip up on the hot seat so we can talk about Red
Yeah.
Paladins
He's
at
not
some
playing
point.
red, at least.
No, he's not. No one will be.
Because it's bad or because he doesn't have any tier pieces?
It's bad.
Ah, okay.
If
Well,
it gets tier, red's tier is really not that great.
no.
it's not.
Honestly. So
Okay.
it
Just
might.
it's not beneficial to the spec.
Yeah, it's just not as good because other classes get like at least 20% damage increase from a 4-piece.
But reds don't.
But red's kind of it's probably like a little bit less than that, right? I don't know. I'm not gonna make a number
That's
up, but
horrible.
but I know the red paladin in our guild, me and Zara's guild, MB, he complains about it all the time. So I assume it's bad.
Did you see how sad he looked just now?
Oh yeah, I'm looking.
Disappointed. He was on the Kramer for
That's
a
just
second.
how he always looks, though.
Yeah, he's always either focused
maybe-
or disappointed.
The man plays a spec that continually gets disrespected.
Yeah, but he's playing the goated class
Oh yeah,
this time around.
Oh yeah, what is he
the
playing?
warrior, the man.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, what are some of the the stars of the star specs that we're going to see that are going to really?
Warrior.
Okay. Warrior, got that. what else is this? Is this just tunnel vision warrior on this desk right now?
So you're gonna see warriors. You're also gonna see some more warriors.
Okay.
And then of course you're gonna see the best thing that goes with the warrior, the enhanced shamans.
Oh,
of
yeah.
course. Those things
Okay.
are insane. This is gonna be a very meat-heavy tier. You're gonna see a lot of melee, just kind of up in the boss, hitting it with their weapons. The warriors, the enhanced shamans. Rogue's gonna be great on a few bosses. You're still gonna have those token classes in the raid, right? Your mage is gonna give int buff. You're gonna have your warlock for all of the different stones they give, gateways, whatever.
Yep.
I mean, but like the filler classes outside of that are probably just gonna be people who get their 4 sets.
people that get their 4
Yeah.
sets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least obviously that's not ideal, but every guild is kind of dealing with the same thing. It's not. I don't think we'd see. Hopefully, obviously, we don't see a significant advantage just based on like. I mean, I don't know. It could happen, but that
It
would be not fun. Like, oh, they just got way better gear drops than us, so oh,
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see that, right?
no,
Yeah.
probably not.
I think it won't be as bad as Sanctum.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember the domination set bonuses,
Yes,
that
I
was
do.
like crazy, like RNG.
Mm-hmm.
You had no control over that whatsoever because it was a completely personal loot, like the shards and stuff. You couldn't trade them or anything like that. So that it won't be that bad, but I think you will see like certain players. I think you might still see the classes that like you want in the raid. But as far as like what players you want in the raid, that might be different. Yeah.
What about healer compositions?
That's a
I don't know anything
that's a
about healers.
tough call because Zyra doesn't do healers.
Yeah,
Zyra,
we love an honest caster up here instead of making something up.
so that's a tough call because I think they're like not talking race world first, but just in general, I think the healers are all pretty good in their own way. Um, but I think you'll still see a lot of Pally Priest domination, like the past 4 years of this game.
Yeah.
You might see a Mistweaver Monk. The thing is, they're really good on Anduin. That's like their fight. But everything else, I'm not personally not very impressed with Monk compared to like Resto Druid, Resto Druid is very good.
Yeah.
I think the Monk's problem is that Monk's like a sprinkler. It sprinkles the whole raid with heals. But if you want to just shoot heals into one guy,
It's not as great.
it's not that good compared to like a Resto Druid. The spot healing capability is like not really there. Monk also does have like the burstiest heal CD, which is not revival, which is a horrible raid cooldown, but their dragon Yulon, basically whenever you enveloping miss somebody, it'll like breathe on that like person and AoE heal around them. I think that's how that works. Actually, I don't know why I'm looking at you.
My hands are
You
up.
don't know anything.
I also don't play healer.
But it's a super bursty heal. So I think they do have like the best burst heal along with like boon ramp and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But as far as like they don't have the spot heal capability of Resto Druid, but they do more damage than Resto Druid. Not much more, but decent amount more. And I think them and Resto Shaman, in my opinion, not too hot. Resto Shaman though has like Spirit Link and Social Totem, which are always good and are completely unique. No other healer class has something like that. Now we look at Priest and Pally, they still have the same stuff they always have had. Pally's been a little bit nerfed, but not enough for it to matter.
Yeah.
They bring the huge damage, the huge cooldown-oriented healing. They're just the kings. Now, one thing I will say though is that Holy Priest looks really good this tier.
Really?
That's something that you know, I don't think I remember the last time seeing a Holy Priest in like a cutting edge raid.
Not even just raids. I
Like-
feel like in general, like
Yeah.
in M+ in Arena, it's always a spec that gets overlooked by Disc
Yeah.
Priest. Like Disc Priest is just always better.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember the last time I saw Holy Priest.
Tell us
Yeah.
about it. It seems like this
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
dramatic
actually, never
experience
mind.
for you.
I remember the last time I saw
We
Holy
both
Priest.
remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Really?
They should have been playing
Yeah.
Disc. That's all we'll say.
We'll just say that
Oh.
it resulted in extending the lockout on a boss and then not killing a world second. That's what happened.
That's
anyway,
okay, though.
So sorry.
carrying on.
I know what you're talking. I
Yeah.
didn't. Okay. Yeah. All right.
So,
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up.
but Holy looks really good. They do a lot of healing, and actually, kind of low key, the Symbol of Hope is a very cool spell.
Yeah,
It's actually really cool. So what a Symbol of Hope does is it like, I don't know the raw number, but it like reduces the cooldown of everybody's defensives in the raid. So
Okay.
like all I know is like the Holy Priest in our raid will be like, okay, use your personals here. So I'll use Die by the Sword, which is like under 2 minutes, and then they'll use Symbol of Hope, and my Die by the Sword is back up again. Like, it's crazy. It's like it's super cool, and like you can find some pretty unique ways to use it. And then on top of that, they do a lot of healing. So Holy, actually, you might see some Holy Priest play. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know if you'll run double disc all the way through.
No, I don't think so. I think I've seen a lot of Disc Holy play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, so you could say like in a way we are kind of breaking the healer meta, but it's technically the same class.
Yeah.
It's not really like
Ah.
like Holy is definitely way different than Disc and brings different things, but it's like the same guy that's normally playing Disc is playing Holy now. Like that's the difference.
Right.
Like you're not seeing a Mistweaver Monk or a Dresser Druid come in.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're getting a view of fired up and Shakib. Is Atlas? Oh yeah, Atlas is giving Shakib a back rub right now. Do you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
Atlas is a master of back rubs. He gives good massages.
Oh yeah, he's get that pregame back.
Oh, he's
rub.
giving one
we're
to
getting-
fired up.
getting
He's
fired up
giving one to
one now,
fired
too.
up. Can we
Shakib
switch-
really needs it because that
look at
guy's got the craziest work ethic in the guild.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. he
Yeah.
is-
I mean,
he gets it.
I know that he
gets
got
at it.
MVP this morning because he has crazy tier sets and also they've acknowledged how
2100
hard
on
he's been working at.
3
yeah.
DHs.
So for a guy that's such a goofball, he is. I mean, you're
works
right.
super
Talk to me
hard,
about
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, he just like, he's just. I was telling him yesterday, like, man, I think you have the craziest work ethic in the guild, and he's like, yeah, just gotta get it. That's his response. He's like,
No, he does it in his little
Yep.
French
Yeah.
accent, his little
Yeah.
French
Yep.
nerd accent
gotta
that all
get
the Liquid
yeah,
Guild
yeah,
members
just gotta
have.
get it, man.
Like, yeah, just gotta get it.
And then he, like yesterday morning, I came in at around 8 or 8:20. He was there before me. And
Wow.
he was just doing 2v2,
Wow.
and he was like, he got 2100 on 3 characters. He got a file on 2 or maybe 3. I don't know if he managed to get that third one.
He got a what? I'm
A
sorry.
file trinket
Okay.
from Plaguefall. He's got he's done literally everything you can do on 3 of his DHs. So no matter which DH gets loot, he's chilling.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's crazy. Like, he was doing the last boss in Plaguefall, like, the part on that boss where it's like the tentacle slam and can one-shot you,
yes,
right?
I'm horrible at it.
That was happening. He tabbed out into his second account with his other DH to post on the group finder for a
Stop.
Plaguefall key in the middle of the boss.
Wow.
And that's what he was just doing.
I can't even do that with one screen when I'm getting pocket healed to stay away from the tentacles.
Yeah, he's just tabbing out.
It's actually funny. I was doing keys with a few people online too, and we needed the DPS, and we were at Plaguefall, and we saw Soup Shop sitting outside in Plaguefall.
No.
They're like, "Oh, let's invite him." And then
Oh
we
my
looked at his
gosh.
battle net. It's like, wait, he's in Plaguefall already.
Yeah.
On a different character.
Yeah,
Oh,
Huh.
he's crazy.
suspicious. Wow, that's cool. No, that's yeah. Obviously, I wish we could come up, get him up here and interview him about that. But it's cool to see the work ethic that's coming out of these players. I mean,
Yeah.
they've all been here
He also works super hard.
early. Go ahead.
Yeah, works super hard in Classic too.
Ew. Okay. Well, we don't. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry. It was just an easy joke.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. I didn't even know he played
He's
Classic.
a big Classic guy. He's got 3 characters on Classic, and he's always doing GDKPs on Fairlina US Horde, and he runs the raids. He'll even make the raids if he doesn't know how to raid lead. He'll get some guy to raid lead for him.
Really?
He's like a mafia boss on Classic too. That guy is wild. He just gets it. He gets at it.
Yep.
That's what he does.
And we were stealing him for some media pieces as well that you guys are going to see later on. So be sure you're tuning in for that because he had some really great interviews. Unfortunately, we don't have any of. I was trying to get his like weird slurpy noise that he made, but I don't think that made it. Maybe we'll have to get him on the desk.
Oh, I
and-
know what you're talking about.
yeah. Can you guys do that? Do you want to
No.
try?
He makes it sound like it's very simple, and
It's not.
it's not.
It's not at all.
Yeah.
I've tried. It's hard to do.
Well, it doesn't help that his explanation of how to do it is.
It's not helpful.
You just got to do it.
Yeah.
It's like,
It seems like that's his
Okay.
explanation for a lot of things. So when talking about the slurpy noise he makes and his incredible World of Warcraft work ethic, it seems like he has the same answer.
Yeah.
pretty much.
Oh man. Okay, well, I am curious when the raid starts, when the server actually resets. What's the first thing that we're going to be seeing them do? Obviously, probably go check their vault, right? Or no, not
They might
first.
Not
Not very
They might
first
just
thing.
go straight into the raid.
Yeah, straight into the raid.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I mean, what is that? What does this morning look like in your mind?
Look, it could go one of 2 ways, right? Well, we don't know if they're going to be doing Mythic or Heroic first.
Yeah.
Typically, we see a lot of guilds just go straight into Mythic, try to get as much Mythic gear as possible from the easier bosses, and then that'll help them trade a little bit more when they do eventually do the Heroic and normal splits later on. But also, like, there's another way around this time. You might want to go into Heroic or normal first to see who can get their 4 sets, and then bring those characters into the Mythic bosses so they have a chance of getting better loot. I could see either way being the right strategy. I'm not exactly sure what these guys are planning on doing. There's another back
There's
rub.
Twisted.
Wow.
Yep.
Twisted has a 3 set and 2 heroic weapons.
That's amazing.
And
yeah,
if
he
he-
deserves this back rub
and
right
if-
now, Jet.
And if he doesn't get a tier piece off of the new bosses, he can't play that character.
I love that so much. Who's he going to next? Is Atlas gonna? Is he just making his
Yeah,
rounds?
he's making
Yeah,
his
he
rounds.
does the rounds.
Oh my gosh,
Yep.
I love it. I think he's at Max's desk right now.
Here we go. Max is getting it
Is he
too.
gonna get a? Is he gonna get a shoulder rub?
Yep, he's already getting it.
Max is in his little command station. There it is.
There it is.
Max needs like a back adjustment. He said he
Oh,
screwed up his back
yeah.
a few days ago.
Yeah, I found him some ibuprofen for that, and also I found some of those lumbar support pillows in the
Yeah.
back, but he didn't. He didn't want them. Well, if you want them, Zyro, they're
You
still,
might
still
you might see
around.
him on one of those like cracky backy Cairo videos on
Oh,
YouTube.
Oh my gosh!
That'd be so funny to see him
Not
like
to
on the thumbnail.
completely change the subject, but I love watching those. They're so
I'd never get one
they're
myself.
so relaxing.
But I
No,
watch them.
You think they're relaxing? It looks like they're like killing the patient.
Oh, not the crazy ones, but just where they crack their neck or something.
Oh no, I'm talking about the crazy ones where they're like,
where they like hammer into
they have their like elbow like dug into their back and they're like.
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
Like I'm just gonna do an adjustment here at the L4, and then it sounds like they're like twisting their neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are insane.
Oh.
Those are like crazy.
Artificial masseuse. We need spa music when Atlas goes around and does this. I love it so much. Oh man, but no, they all deserve it for sure. We you guys remember the massage gun from last year?
Oh,
He was going around with that. Did Atlas ever come to your desk, Cyro?
I mean, I was out in the beanbags most of the time, so I had full access to the massage gun whenever I wanted it.
Oh,
That was great.
The beanbag game was great because you had the massage gun and then you had those air leg compressor things.
Mm-hmm.
You got in all.
Yeah,
four,
I got in the full suit. Wait,
I have a picture of that somewhere. You looked like Patrick Star because you
Yeah.
had one on both arms and one on both legs.
I couldn't stand up with the whole thing activated.
I know you were stuck. Oh man! All right. Oh wait. Oh, you can't see it right now, but Atlas is at, I believe that's Riven's desk right there. Can't really see his.
Very
Yeah,
good.
that is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's making his rounds, guys. Atlas is there. You can see him right there, working hard. Our in-house masseuse. I think you should get paid a little extra for this.
Yeah.
Someone else that has been working really hard is Siori. He's I want to give a shout out to him for making the rounds, making sure everybody's computer is working right. He's pretty much never on his chair. He's always always running around solving people's problems, and I think he should be acknowledged for that. You can see him right there, right now. On we saw him a moment ago on Shakib's camera,
Yep.
solving some other problem probably.
Yeah. I mean, he's set up like 90% of the infrastructure of this place
Yeah.
with all those Alienware PCs that we have there
Yeah.
too. I mean, without him, this event would probably not
it
be
would-
going as smoothly as it currently
Yeah.
is.
He might have taken that event all around MVP by now
Oh yeah,
before it even started.
for sure. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but actually, we need to get him a little trophy. But no,
When
I
he's
would
not doing that, he's doing his actual job, which is as an analyst.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I mean, hopefully today everything's going to calm down once the race starts and he can get in the actual World of Warcraft game instead of helping people with their computers. But he's been a tremendous help, and it's just cool to see everybody here on site. Like we said earlier, the most raiders that we've ever had in house at the same time, and it's great to have everybody here. And I know we had a shot earlier. I don't think we acknowledged it, but we had a shot earlier of the analyst room. Have you guys? I know you guys have seen that with the little desks. It's just like,
they're just like all over the place.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the purpose of the room is, but it's kind of perfect because we put the analyst desks in there, and then there's a big TV that we've got hooked up to a laptop that they can use and then project on the big TV, and then there's those little desks that they can all sit in for their meetings.
Yeah.
Right.
And they roll.
Yeah. Of course. Yep, they do roll.
And conveniently, there is a hallway right next to the analyst desk or room with all of the little desks that you guys probably saw on Twitter that they were rolling around on.
They've got a ramp there.
Yeah.
There is a ramp.
Did you try
Nice
it?
linoleum floors, just roll right on down. No, I didn't.
It's a good time. You should try
I'm
it.
sure it is.
It's probably too tall for them.
Oh my
I
gosh,
don't-
yeah,
I don't
do you even fit in
chairs.
those?
There's
Yeah.
no way.
You should try, just for the.
I don't want to
just for
feel
the
like I'm in high
giggles.
school again, to be honest.
Okay, but those desks were awesome for cracking your back.
Oh.
Speaking of, do you guys remember that?
Yeah, they are insane.
They're-
I was a constant
Yeah.
back twister.
Ev-
I'd twist my back up like a Twizzler.
Like a twist. No, it was a strat where you had to loop your feet around the bars
Yes.
down there, and then you twist, and then I did one where I went like back like that.
The
Yeah.
It was
back
the
never worked
perfect
for me.
height. No?
Yeah.
For me, it was the perfect height, and I think I've never cracked my back quite as good as I have since
Yeah.
the last time I sat in one of those desks.
Never cracked my back that well since getting out of high school.
Yeah, it's a good time. But yeah, thank you Atlas as well for being the in-house masseuse. But hopefully they're ready to go. I'm disappointed that no one's playing Scribble yet. I see chess. I see a few things. Someone's playing Os. Who else? What are we doing here?
Looks like Fired Up is doing a Quordle. He's got one of those going.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, he's got a big Quordle.
Speaking of, well, I don't know what that is actually.
It's
It's
four
four
Wordles.
Wordles.
at a time.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a Wordle thing. Have you guys done your Wordle today?
Nope.
I'm not a
haven't done single
Wordler.
one.
You're not a Wordler? I
Yeah.
haven't done one in a while, but
I'm
I just thought,
not much for wordling.
oh, why not?
Yeah, not a
I don't
fan.
know. I feel like I'm too late to the party now that
Yeah.
I just don't even want to bother.
You're just only World of Warcraft.
If I start now, I'm a bandwagoner, so I can't.
It's true. You
Yeah.
want to be a bandwagon.
Yeah, that's mainly the thing. It's like now it's like, oh man, you're just getting into it because everyone else is doing it. Like, cool. I don't want to be judged for that.
I respect it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, anyways, I do want to pick your guys' brain because I've heard lots of different answers, and I don't think we actually did an official caster prediction yet on the polls for the last boss, the jailer. We don't have to do that, but I do want to know how long you guys think this will take. Is it too early? We can start with Zyro, maybe. Should we do like official predictions on the desk, and maybe we can do it with chat too?
Sure. Yeah, let's do
Wanna do it?
official predictions.
Yeah, we got time. We got time
Can
to fill.
I give a range?
No.
Okay.
This is my game, and I say no.
I'm gonna go
I'm gonna write this down.
12 days.
12.
12?
days.
Really?
12 days. So what is that? That's
Wow.
That's Sunday of week 2.
holy. That's like longer than a Shara.
That is
right?
that is a Shara.
That is a Shara. Okay.
Ooh.
Assuming it's not like a Shara where like there was an unkillable phase for a few
Yeah.
days, I'm gonna say 9.
9 days?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to go with 10 and a half.
Okay.
What does the half mean? Is it like halfway through
Half
the
a day.
10th raid day?
No, it's
Halfway through the 11th.
it's
Halfway
Day.
through the okay.
it's halfway between
Gotcha.
Yeah.
you two.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, this is my strategy. I just
So-
leech off of your guys'
So we all think second reset then.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It would be insane if
Yeah.
that would be weird. That'd be very weird.
What is it about this one that makes it longer than the last couple of tiers?
This is the first raid tier that we ever have no idea, like what 3 of the bosses do on heroic, let alone mythic. I mean, there's always been that enigma every single raid tier of the final boss on the highest difficulty not being tested and not exactly knowing how the special mechanics works. And is there a secret phase? Is there not a phase? But it's 3 bosses this time, and there's
Yeah.
tier. We don't know how tier's going to factor in. We don't know how it's tuned. If it's tuned to have 4 set and double legendaries, these bosses are going to be insanely difficult, probably nearing impossible this first week, and like way, way, way more difficult than most other bosses we've seen second reset. So
Oh.
Yeah.
Glad
pretty
I
much.
brought extra socks.
Yeah. We got some Team Liquid socks.
Oh yeah.
I've been wearing them.
Are they
I think I'm
comfortable?
wearing them right now, actually.
I don't
yeah,
think I
they're
got
really good.
them.
Yeah, they're cotton.
Oh.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah. We all of the raiders and then you guys as well got a little goodie bag. We got their Team Liquid jerseys this was in the raider goodie bags, and then they got an Alienware backpack, which is really cool. I think you guys got those as
Yep.
well, right? And then obviously we got these shirts. These are very cool. Maybe we should talk about this. I'll talk about this in a sec, but let me go over the goodie bag. And then there was the socks, and then there was a shirt, and then there were 2 shirts. Or sorry, sweatshirt, 2 shirts. All Team Liquid stuff.
And a hoodie.
So
Oh, wait, did you already say that? Yeah, I think you
did I?
said.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Oh, and then my favorite part is those jackets. I don't know if you guys have seen those on Twitter or anything. I'm talking to the audience right now, but there's like these big winter jackets that Team Liquid supplied
Yeah,
to
the
the
winter
Raiders
jackets
because
are cool.
yeah, they're really warm. I tried one on, and they definitely need them because a lot of them are from not states that don't get cold, and I think they just showed up in a hoodie because they just don't own jackets.
Yeah.
But no, a cool little goodie bag. What was in your guys's?
2 shirts, socks, a hoodie. I want to say there's one other thing.
I think that was it.
That
Mine
was
was
it.
different from you guys' though. 'Cause
Oh, really?
You guys had just the black hoodie,
Yeah.
right? Mine was like blue and purple tie-dye. It was actually pretty cool.
Really?
I haven't worn it yet though.
Really,
Maybe I'll bring it
I've
out
been
once.
wearing the hoodie like every day. It's I love the hoodie. It's
Which
so
one
good.
did you get?
The black hoodie that just says liquid.
Yeah,
the,
I want
like-
one of those.
Yeah.
The back of it is so cool.
The back is super
the
cool, yeah.
embroider.
And I saw these guys are almost all of them are wearing the joggers
Yeah.
from the store.
Yeah.
I saw the joggers. I gotta get those.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a big jogger guy.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm always I love the comfy clothes and
Yeah.
especially
Their apparel is so good.
It is the apparel, the liquid. I mean, I'm just gonna shill a little bit for Liquid's apparel. It's insanely comfortable. These shirts are great as well. Like we can talk about them now. I'm gonna like does somebody want to flip around and show the back of it actually, because the art on it is really
Can I do
cool.
a
Do we
little
even have
flipping?
room?
We kind of don't really have room
I
to
know.
swivel around here.
You know what? I
Flipping
have room
action?
to swivel
Yeah,
You would
around.
have
I'll
to. You'd have
Okay,
to
you
do
got
it.
it. You got
You got
it.
it,
There
yeah.
we go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Ooh,
Look at
check
that.
it out.
Can you sit up a little bit and show the? Ooh, look at that. So that's why we're all twinning today,
Yeah.
because we
We're
want
showing
to show off the shirt, and
Yeah,
this is
it's like
something
Anduin, right, in the back.
Is it? Is it?
it
Yeah,
Yeah, you got
yeah.
Anduin, you got
Yeah.
the Jailer.
I'm gonna smooth it out a little bit. It
Got
looks-
Sylvanas
it's
here.
very pretty. It was done by the
Pretty neat.
same artist that did ours last year. Her name is Egg on Twitter. I don't know the actual. Oh, look, we've got a view of.
Who's the rhythm game player?
That is.
That's Birch. I feel like I'm being like
Oh, it
come at
is.
here.
Yeah.
Rhythm gaming
wow,
is my
he's
thing.
Good.
He's all right.
Oh.
Okay, well he's
Well,
better
look
than
at
me.
that.
Does he? And he even has the drawing pad for it. He's a professional. You think you're better than
Wait,
that?
what is this?
Not
This
at
is
this game.
us.
Not at this game.
Osu. OSU.
I'm a VSRG player.
What? What?
Rhythm gamers know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. That's what I do. I played that briefly, and I even bought the little drawing pad to play it. But I feel like that's legitimately a good game to sort of
It is.
keep your brain. I know that Talbadar was a really big player of that, and he would be playing it between arena games in competitions. It was the same thing. But I think we're going around with a camera now, and we're getting some views that we didn't have quite before of the other raiders and see what's going on. But
Nice.
the vibes in here are good. I gotta say, they're all just
pretty
doing
chill.
their own thing. Yeah, I feel like it's always like this. You would expect that it would be. I know that if it was me, I would be extremely nervous right now and anxious, and I'd be probably looking over our notes. But I mean, look at this. They're smiling. They're playing other
Or is this
games.
just playing
They're
Dota?
chilling. They're group hugging. There was a Dota player.
I didn't see what he was playing. Maybe he was playing
either.
Dota.
I don't know. I think we're
Maybe
Is-
that.
we're just looking at.
That's
we're-
not Dota.
That
That's
is
not
a
Dota.
not. That looked like a war.
That's
Wait.
World of Warcraft.
Work-
What is this?
no,
Oh, he's on Classic. He's doing Classic.
That's
No,
classic.
what is this? That's not.
Oh,
Classic.
no,
That
no, no.
is-
I was talking about the guy next to Riven.
What game is that?
It's some RTS.
It's-
I don't know what it is though.
So, I've never seen this.
All right, maybe we can ask him
What a
later.
mystery. Who is
Maybe
that?
chat knows.
Yeah,
It's
chat.
Riven.
Tell us.
We're specifically asking you,
Yeah,
chat.
specifically
Age
you
of
guys.
Empires.
Age of
Okay.
Empires.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Never played that.
Me neither. I've never played any.
I played Age of Empires 2. It's pretty
Yeah.
awesome, actually.
Did you guys ever play StarCraft
No.
or Warcraft?
Not a big
actually,
RTS guy.
Yeah.
Played a little bit of Warcraft 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at how fast I'm always so impressed with how quickly their mice moves, their cursor moves in these games.
Yeah, you need a lot of APM.
Yeah. Yeah. And then she keeps
Like,
just
make it work.
vibing. What's he doing? Oh, he's just looks like he's just studying up on. Yeah.
He is.
There's
He's
that-
actually just studying.
Shakib is not doing anything.
Oh, it's because they have a meeting right now. Oh, so that's why they're not like doing scribble and things like that. It's like they're having a
Yeah.
little meeting.
Oh,
Are they-
interesting.
Are they in? They must be in. Oh yeah.
Must
Yeah.
be the Discord channel.
Interesting. Yeah. I wonder what do you think they're talking about? This is kind of
They
not
might
typical,
be having
right?
like so I know they were supposed to have like a meeting with the Melee players yesterday that never
Okay.
happened. So I think that's what's going on right now. That's why you see some guys are just playing
That-
games and other people are just
Yeah, that would make sense.
actually doing stuff. James is looking very focused.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's just it's so I should be used to him by now because this is my third or fourth race world first. But it's so odd to see these groups of players that are just complete goofballs and jokesters, and then they just instantly flip that serious raider switch. But I can't. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited to get this started. You can see all of them are ready to go. We're getting a nice view here of Scott, I believe. He flew out here from, I don't know, I'm not sure where he lives right now, but I think he was definitely tired on the first day. The Europeans that we flew out.
Yeah.
That sounds, I think Impec, I don't think we have a camera view of him, but I know that he had a insanely long flight. It was over 24 hours, and he was definitely very tired.
That had to have been a long layover, right? There's no way.
I
it's a
think it was.
24-hour
I
actual
think it
flight.
was. No. It wasn't a 24-hour
Okay.
flight. It was just a 20. It was over a 24-hour travel day.
Yeah.
that
But yeah, we've
sucks.
got a few Europeans on site, which is cool. I don't think we've had that before. Definitely not. They've always been remote, right?
Yeah, I think there has not been a single EU player in the guild that has come over here for this,
Now.
right?
And
Now
Nyla,
did.
I
Now did for Nyla.
Right.
That's the only one.
Yeah.
That's the only one. You're right. Exactly. Good call. Yeah. That's it's I think it's pretty important to get the guys that are playing from other regions over here
Yeah, I think so.
because the ping, while it's like not that bad, I mean, you know, you want to minimize that as much as you can for the race.
Yeah, and it's awkward as well. I feel like it's difficult. I don't know exactly the time difference right now and what time they'd actually be playing, but I feel like when you're in the same time zone as well.
Yeah.
Then obviously on site, it's just better to be on site and with your guildies. I feel tremendously helpful. But if you're just in the same time zone, at least it's probably a lot better. So it's cool to have everyone here, everyone site, everyone in the same room as well. That's got to be it's got to be a good time. It's actually a lot quieter than I thought it was going to be. And every once in a while you just hear like a woo.
Yeah.
I've been hearing some screams from somebody every now and then. I don't know who
me
it
too.
is.
It's this region.
It's over this
over
area?
here.
Oh, it's probably Shaq then.
On the right.
That checks out. That checks out.
It's got to be Shaq.
Yeah. It's just it's
Or
when-
Atlas.
I could see THG just randomly
True.
popping off with things too.
Yeah.
Atlas is actually the bigger suspect for the screaming.
Should we ask him? Well, he did a lot of screaming last time, but his screaming's more guttural.
Yeah,
Right.
that
And
is true.
Yeah,
and
no,
the
I know
screaming
what
that
you're
I'm
talking
referring to is like it's just like a woo, or just like yelping. I think some of that is when they're doing PvP maybe.
Yeah.
And then also normal there was a lot of yelling.
Oh, probably
When
when
they're
they
doing-
didn't get tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it didn't sound like angry yelling. It sounded like
Well, no, it's very sarcastic, excited yelling.
okay.
I know they were like trying to do a KT, like a Kel'Thuzad in Sanctum,
Yeah.
try to get the two-handed weapon for their warriors, and they looted like all necks, and everyone was like, "Woo!" like,
Woo.
I love the necks. I've gotten 4 rings from Painsmith. I've seen 4 rings drop on Painsmith.
I'm so sorry.
yeah.
To you?
No, not to me, but like for the raid
Mm,
instead of like weapons.
that's a
Stuff
solid
like that,
time.
yeah.
That's a solid time. So, obviously, we've talked about the split rating. We talked about M+. What are some of the other things? I know that they have to also do a little bit of arena. I think 1950 was the first threshold. Is that right? For rating?
Yeah, that was the goal. But obviously 2100 is good too.
Yes,
But
yeah.
1950 I think is the threshold that everyone needed to at least get to.
Yeah.
For that, what was it like a?
It's rival 2 for
What item level was that?
268 gear, I think.
68 gear, yeah.
And then 272 for duelist.
Yeah. And if I remember right, 268.
Or
does that give
was
you?
it 3 above that actually?
I don't understand
Somewhere around
exactly
there.
how tier works. That comes from the cache and specifically the PvP portion, because if you have 1950, does that mean you get 268 tier?
I think that's how it worked on PTR, and then you could then upgrade it the same way you could with
PvP gear.
Valor gear and
Yeah.
regular PvP gear.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, if I'm wrong, I'm going to see people just saying I'm wrong.
Well,
right
no
there
one.
in a little bit, but
I don't know
haven't seen
how.
it yet.
I don't know how someone would be able to see it until.
This is
Like
your
2 hours
desk.
from now.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
look
can
at
just
we-
make things up then?
Yeah, you could just make things up.
Great.
Look at this. Did somebody tell him to do that, or is that just a nice? Oh, look at that. We're getting a close up of Fired Up's shoe in blue. Do we have blue emotes? I'm not sure. If people have blue emotes in chat, can we spam those?
He is
I wanna
leaning
see
hard.
it. He is.
That is a hard lean, mate.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a good lean.
That's the good thing about those gamer chairs. They go so far back. Have you ever taken a nap in one of those?
Yeah,
They're the best.
regularly.
Gamer chair naps are the best naps, I think.
That's like maybe 5 or 6 clicks back. That's pretty far
That's-
back.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
a-
is a heavy lean.
He's
that is
putting
a-
some G's in that chair right now.
That's almost a
commitment.
flat line, mate.
No, I mean they've been here late and they've been here early, so lots of you got to get in the sleep when you can. Do you think he knows this is going on right now?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
for
watching
sure.
us. He's just watching us.
Another POV, another POV. Oh, he's stopping. No.
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 I could just turn around right now and tell him to go back to sleep. But
It won't be organic then.
you're right. You're right. No, it's just gotta get a little bit of movie
Need to
magic.
get a little-
Okay. Well, what else? I mean, let's talk to our audience a little bit. Like, what are some of the things that they should be doing? We've got PvP, we've got splits. I mean, there's Like, what are some other things that they can maybe min max if like you're watching? What would you want to say to them?
Don't PvP if you want to save your mental.
Oh yeah.
Man, some of the things that are happening in these games, it's insane.
Really?
Especially if you're doing twos, it's like Marks Hunter Holy Priest every game. It's horrible.
That does sound horrible, actually.
Yeah.
You look personally affected by this. You look personally victimized
yeah.
by that.
It's just a shocking amount of damage.
It's my fault too. I mean,
Why?
I feel like I'm part of that. I also played when I did my PvP. I played with the Holy Priest BM Hunter
Oh,
combo.
Zyro.
Yeah.
They were quick 15-second games. Pop cooldowns, kill somebody.
Yeah.
If you don't kill them, go next.
Yeah, I guess
Yep.
so.
Yep.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You
Though I
gotta
play Warrior, and
respect-
Warrior is overpowered in PvP, so.
Okay,
Though
well.
the defensive stance nerf, I'm gonna say this right now, that was too much.
You want
Defensive
to talk
stance.
about it? You want
it's
to talk
not-
through your emotions here?
I don't even hit defensive stance now. It's so bad. It's just not enough DR. You're bricking your damage. Might as well not even press it. Let's revert that nerf. Let's do that.
How does that make you feel?
I'll get some PvPers, some pro PvPers behind me on this.
Yeah.
Get the Warrior PvP community
I'm
to
sure they're.
revert the D stance nerf.
Yeah, we don't like that.
Yeah, you don't like that.
Anything you wanna? Any grievances you wanna air right now, Zyro? You look.
With
your,
PvP?
Your brow is furrowed. No, just any.
Oh, I mean, the biggest grievance I've ever had towards anything Race to World first involved is like, why do we have to PvP at all to participate in the Race to World first?
What is that?
I want to fight in-game encounters. I don't want to fight other players.
Yeah.
Don't make me do that.
I know. It's definitely
It's,
a thing.
I wouldn't. I mean, see, the problem is there's so much other stuff to do.
Yeah.
I
it's a
actually
lot.
kind of enjoy PvP, like sometimes.
Oh.
From season to season, it kind of depends.
As it's because it's a break in the
It's
the
just
rest
like,
of the stuff
it's
that you
just
have
so
to do.
yeah, it's just so different from like other parts of the game that I'm used to that I'm not like much of a rager, so I don't really get mad whenever I lose games. But it is like a lot of work on top of the splits and on top of the heroic clears. Or not the heroic clears, the mythic clears, the mythic dungeon clears.
Yeah.
Like you're doing all that. It's a lot. So it can be stressful. Like doing PvP, especially if you're not like a regular PvPer, you know, you either pay for some guy to boost you, give him like a few mil, or you have to work at it yourself, which is pretty stressful. So like I definitely don't like the like prep PvPing. That's pretty
Yeah.
it's pretty rough.
I do know that. I mean, obviously, Liquid picked up a arena team as well. And then one of them is here. Trill is finally on the same org for his arena team. And
Yeah.
which has been an interesting thing with Trill for a while, that he has had two different orgs that he's been on, one for raiding and one for his PvP. But
Yeah.
they have the arena team, obviously, if you guys missed that announcement. But it's Trill, and then Sea-Doo, Sam I Am, and then Mez, of course. And I think that they were helping them. They were
Yep.
kind of doing PvP. Like, obviously, they're on the same team now, so they were like, yeah, let's do some PvP. And they're streaming it, I think, with CD yesterday or the other day. I'm not sure when, but cool that we have that connection now.
Yeah, I think I saw some people in the Discord chats with Sea-Doo, a couple of them with Trill as well. I mean, clearly, or hopefully, they didn't have to put as much work in this time as they did last time. I remember in Sanctum, Trill carried like 15 people, and then the tier before that,
out.
Yeah.
carried like the entire guild.
Ooh.
Ooh, man.
There are a few others on the guild, though, that are
Oh yeah.
kind of utilized because of their PvP background, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a lot of players in the guild that just have gladiator. So
Yeah.
they were actually totally fine just getting the rating on their own.
Yeah.
Like maybe Shaq has glad, so he's like capable of doing it.
Yeah.
He did most of his grind with maybe, and then I think he finished off 2100 with some boosters just to get it done quick. I know like Ben, I think he did most of that like on like his main character by himself. Or like a lot of guys can do it by themselves, but it's just a matter of how much time you have.
Yeah.
So and they have so
Which
much
they
gold,
don't.
and they
Yeah.
have so much gold. So you might as well like have like a pro PvPer carry you,
Yeah, exactly.
where it's like you are minimizing the amount of time you're wasting by doing that. Because I mean, like some of those guys did do the PvP themselves in previous seasons, So.
Have you guys been doing that?
Yeah, some of the people in our guild have been paying for boosts, and other people have been kind of doing it themselves. So it's been like a mixed bag. I think actually like the same PvP boosters have been doing boosting for like 4 or 5 of the NA guilds, ours included. Like we have had the same boosters that these guys have had.
Yep.
So yeah, they're making tons of gold. They're sitting on a mountain of gold.
Yeah. It's kind of obscene, actually.
Yeah.
I think also our social media guy is like a old rank 1. His name is Andrew for Liquid MMO. He they were like, hey, like you PvP, you want to play with us? And I think he was doing that last night. I loaned him my MMO mouse, and he seemed to get to work back there. But yeah, a lot of requirements. It is interesting that that's been, that you kind of are in a way required to do arena as a facet of preparing for raiding, but. Does it seem like it's a little bit more or less compared to previous tiers in terms of preparation?
It's about the same, I think, for PvP. Strictly PvP, it's like the same.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed.
I just mean overall. Just everything that you have to do to sort of get raid ready.
Well, the mirror maids this time around are like a huge deal because we're talking about getting your PvP done on one character, but there are a few people here that had to do it on 2 or 3 characters.
Yeah.
And then they also had to do with their 8 mythic pluses on the week. Let alone, maybe even 10 just to make sure you get your Raider IO score high enough. Not Raider IO, in-game Mythic Plus score high enough so that you can upgrade your Mythic Plus pieces this week. And then you also had to do like 10 split raids this week too. Like Heroic Week, there is so much going on and so little time to fit it all in. And looks like most of them got it done. So should be pretty good. Hopefully.
Hopefully. He says it like
part of the thing that was actually really nice this time around. I think this is the first time we've ever had this happen for any of the Liquid events so far. Is they actually flew out the week before Heroic Week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a travel day during Heroic Week, which actually gave just an extra full day of time.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, they've been here, I think, since the 1st, maybe even before that.
They've been here since last Monday. It's
Yeah.
been over a week, actually.
They're
They've been
very
here
much
over a
settled
week.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, they've been here for not so long, but they a lot of them started doing laundry because they've been here for like a week and they're running out of clothes. And I think we had I mean, Az must have sorted it out because it looks like all of them are wearing their jerseys or at least some kind of liquid thing. But like it was kind of an issue where they started doing laundry because they've been here and they didn't have anything to wear today. But they got it. I think they got it.
They don't do laundry over the weekend, I think, is what the thing is.
Okay,
so like people were like, where'd my clothes? And then Monday night, I think they got all their clothes back. So.
Okay, that's good.
Most of them anyways.
Yeah, most of them.
Some of them still haven't gotten it back.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to wash this shirt, but I didn't have an opportunity. We got it yesterday, so got the creases in it.
Yeah. A little creasy.
Yeah, but no, that is like a huge advantage, and honestly, like a huge shout out to Team Liquid as well for being flexible with that. I think it kind of was a last minute thing. I think Max approached them was like, hey, we'd have this. It would be a lot better for us if we could come out a little bit earlier and sort of just get settled early and start doing heroics, and then they. Like you said, they don't miss that that extra day sort of traveling. So hopefully that'll pay off. But there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on. It's interesting. It's also very different. Just like the whole environment. We're so used to being obviously in Texas, and now we're here earlier also. So I don't know. Do you guys think we win?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
Do we want to do prediction numbers for the final boss?
Oh, like polls?
Poll counts?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a complete shot in the dark. We
Yeah.
don't know anything about
Exactly.
that boss.
It'll be funny. Let's do it.
Let me say 200 polls. I'm not like one of those guys that's like, oh, it's going to be 500 and
You're not a Valorous.
No. Actually, recent years, I think like around 200 for a end boss is fine.
Yeah.
Used to be 300 for me, but
All right, I'm going to do this because it's actually probably going to be pretty close. And then also for the memes, 269.
So funny.
269.
Okay. Writing it down.
I see.
All right. Give me an exact number.
Okay, 230.
230. I want to go with like 10 or something. I know that's going to be extremely wrong, but
10?
yeah, 10.
Okay.
It's like those people on the Price is Right that bet $0 for
$1
for something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do like
Okay,
I'll do like
10.
maybe 20.
20 pulls. Okay. 20 pulls. That's less than heroic Anduin, but that's fine. Yeah.
No, like okay.
It could be like that. It could be like Xavier's.
Thank you for believing in me. Yeah. It's just you never know. Maybe they just completely nerf it to the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they mess up. I mean, you never know. Like, Jailer probably has a secret boss or a secret phase, and who knows what could happen.
I know.
I would
That's
be
what I'm saying.
beyond impressed if they actually managed to put a secret phase into a boss that we already know nothing about. Especially when there are 3 bosses that we have nothing about.
Maybe there's a secret boss.
No, I think there will. I think there will be a secret phase for Jailer.
Really?
Actually, I'm pretty confident on that because we haven't seen one in this expansion, and they always like to do it, even if it is like a boss we haven't tested. I actually think there will be some secret phase mechanics.
It's so fun to cast the secret.
Yeah, the
phases.
N'Zoth was super fun.
It was so much fun. Just the pure speculation and getting to watch it unfold.
Actually?
What?
I always thought N'Zoth was like super disappointing.
No. Okay, well, to do it, yeah, but
yeah,
like
to cast it was
very, very fun because we also had zero idea like how the boss is gonna end. We were just, like, I remember Tettles was like just spitballing like all the ways that you're supposed to do that last phase, like what happens. We were also saying like the button to press the laser beam to kill the boss in the room.
I still want to fire the cannon to this day.
Yeah, you fire the cannon.
Yeah.
Never got to.
Yeah, that was actually super fun to cast.
Then
there was a little bit of there was a little bit of copium in Castle Nathria where people were like, yeah, there's a secret phase. Garrosh is there. And I was like, nah, no, man, no.
Yeah, we all have a secret phase. We have a secret phase meme in the guild that is definitely not appropriate for the desk. So just know that it's there. There
are always a lot of different kind of secret phases that could happen. And
yeah.
But yeah, I think there will be one. I think
in conclusion,
I think for this boss there will be one. Well, I don't remember the last time an end boss in an expansion hasn't had a secret phase.
Yeah.
Let's see. N'Zoth had one, even if you want to call it's just a room, but you could still say it's a secret phase. Then in Legion, Argus had one. Then in WoD, Archimon had one, which is to this day my favorite secret phase for a boss.
I would say Gul'dan was more of a secret phase than Argus was, right? Gul'dan was actually like an entire extra phase.
Well, Argus was also like an extra phase. Argus was very, very different.
Yeah.
You're talking about N'Zoth, right? Is what you meant? Where N'Zoth is not really a secret phase. It was just a room, and then he did the boss again. Yeah. But dude, all the secret phases in Legion were sick.
Yeah.
Like Argus was cool. He turned red, and all his mechanics looked really cool. Gul'dan's was so cool with the Illidan phase.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing as well is that the Encounter's design team and the Encounter lead is completely different now than who it was back then.
Yeah.
It's different people doing the bosses now. And I think with a lot of the people that are on the Encounter design team right now, they've specifically said that they don't like doing secret phases.
Really?
Yeah. But also, I mean, if anybody...
why.
Well, it's extra work. It's harder to do. And it's...
Well, that's funny that you say that because now there's 3 bosses that haven't been tested. So it's like they're like already doing more work. So yeah, I don't know.
Do you think, given that we run into a lot of overtuning or bugs or something, since none of those have been tested?
Well, it depends on like when they were like. I mean, no one ever knows like what the pipeline is like internally at Blizzard.
Right.
So it really just depends on like when those bosses were internally tested. Like if all that happened months ago, then it should be okay. If there's still like, for example, like Halandris, one of the bosses that's already out in Heroic, that boss is like very different now than when we PTR tested it. It was like a totally different fight actually.
Completely redesigned.
Yeah, they completely redesigned it. So if something like that happens, then it's like, maybe like if Jailer was completely changed, which I don't think it was actually. I think it's been pretty consistent in the journal at least, from what we can see publicly. If it was like that, then it's like, there could be some serious issues. But other than that, I don't think like you don't have to worry about like huge bugs. Secret phases have happened and they have been kind of fine. I know like Archimon had like an issue. This is something that like Method talked about at the time when they got it World First, that like his Berserk timer was like super short.
Yeah.
Right? So he would like Berserk and wipe the raid when the boss had like so much HP left to do. Stuff like that could happen, but that's easy to change.
Yeah.
Like that's something
just
Blizzard can just be like, little quick hotfix. the most bug boss was probably Ashara, right? And Jaina. Those two were the ones that like actually delayed progress for like multiple days.
Yeah, I think Ashara was more just impossible tuning. Like, we were
Yeah.
stuck on a phase for 3 straight days. Most bugged boss definitely killed Jaden, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and those were all, Kill Jaden didn't even have a secret phase.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know if like secret phase dictates whether or not a boss will be bugged. It's kind of like a shot in the dark.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, obviously. We hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, it does. And, looking forward to seeing those final bosses either way. But in the meantime, we are going to give the Raiders just a little bit of time to finish up their meeting. And we've got a video. I had a chance to go out on the streets of Santa Monica and talk with some people. Let's check that out. Hey everyone, Aya here with Team Liquid. We are out on the streets of LA and we're going to see how well people know World of Warcraft. Let's go. Can I ask you a question? Anyone? No? That's okay. Can I ask you a question? No? Are you sure? Okay, thank you. What about this guy with the boss sweatshirt? Like, do you think you could defeat him? And he's got the boss hoodie on. Okay. Can I talk to you guys? No? Okay. No worries. Thank you. Dang it. All right, these guys over here are leveling up their fishing skills. We're going to see if we can go talk to them. Can I talk to you? No. Thank you. Hi. Do you want to talk to us about video games? Wait, hold on. What?
My son play.
What does he play?
What is the name of that game with some
Fortnite?
Fortnite?
Ah! Do you play World of Warcraft?
No,
Have you heard of it?
I have.
What do you think about it?
I don't understand it.
All right, good enough. Thank you. Horde or Alliance?
Who?
Okay, well, what about Horde or Alliance? Just pick one.
Horde or Lion?
Yeah, just pick one.
Lions.
Lions?
Yeah.
Yeah, good choice. Okay. No, he said Horde or Alliance, and then he said Lions. Your buddy plays WoW?
Yeah, and his dad does too.
Do you know if he's Horde or Alliance?
I don't know what that means.
You don't know. Do you want to pick one?
Sure. Lions.
Lions?
Lions?
Yeah, that's a good answer. Horde or Alliance?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is? Okay, next question. Do you think you could 1v1 this guy?
I have no idea.
You don't think so?
Probably not.
No? He looks scary to you?
Yeah, very intimidating. I'm
I agree.
shaking right now.
Yeah, very scary man. Do you think you could 1v1 this man?
I could what?
1v1 him?
I don't even know what that means.
You don't know what it means?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. So this is really disappointing because nobody here knows anything about video games or World of Warcraft. Excuse me. Hey, who's gonna win the race to world first? Does anyone out here know anything about World of Warcraft? Hi, do you think Liquid can win the race to world first? I know, I totally agree. Have you guys heard of World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
Do you think that Liquid can win the race to world first?
Yes.
Love it. Love the energy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What about you? Can Liquid win the race to world first?
Of course.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you. Do you play World of Warcraft?
Not currently.
You want to watch the race to world first?
Right now?
Soon. Sure. Will you root for Liquid?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome, love it. What's your opinion on console gamers?
I have a few teenagers that have quite a few.
You should tell them to play World of Warcraft.
They do play World of Warcraft.
Really?
My husband plays World of Warcraft.
No way. Can you say For the Horde for me real quick for your husband?
For the Horde.
Can we get a For the Horde?
For the Horde?
Yeah. Sorry to do that to you, everyone. That was definitely it was like very awkward going up to random people and asking them about World of Warcraft. But yeah, that was an experience. We found one guy that day that I even knew what WoW was, so yeah, it worked out.
Yeah. For the Horde.
For the Horde.
I didn't even watch the segment.
That probably sounded so not genuine.
It sounds pretty.
that probably
rough.
sounded
It's okay.
extremely dry.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite part though was a guy that thought I was saying Lions when I said Alliance, but we tried to get some fans, but it's okay. But anyways, we are back, and honestly, they are still obviously not even playing Scribble, so I'm a little disappointed. I think their meeting's wrapped up, but
Like I was saying, it's like so much more professional. meetings all over.
Yeah, very professional. And they have little desks,
Yep.
and they're like taking notes and stuff. It's
Mhm.
it's very professional up in
Yep.
here. The vibes are good. You
Yep.
checking things out? What's up?
Just looking for notes. Don't see any.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of just made that up, to be honest with you. I would
Yeah,
be taking
we're making
notes.
stuff up at the desk.
Apparently
Oh,
they-
that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, we can do that. You just fact checked me, man.
Wait, did they steal my watch? I didn't steal your. No, this is a sleep tracker. Chat.
What are you talking about?
There's a guy in chat asking if I stole Jet's watch.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm a big
I don't know,
chat
I don't know
watcher.
any watches. I'm not a watch.
I'm
Oh,
always
because you have
reading
two
watch.
on.
Well, this isn't a watch. It's a sleep tracker.
Sleep tracker?
Yeah.
What does it do?
Tracks sleep.
It tracks sleep, I
Well,
believe.
obviously, but like how? What your circadian rhythm? Your
It
REM?
tracks your heart rate while you sleep and tells you how much REM sleep you get. It's pretty
Doesn't
nice.
the other watch do that?
This
also?
is just an Apple Watch. It doesn't really do that.
Yeah, I
It can
thought Apple
track
Watch does
heart
that,
rate
though.
and sleep.
It doesn't have a good program for it though.
Why do you need to track sleep? I'm only doing this because we have time.
Yeah,
They
we have a
the,
lot
The
of time
server
to
hasn't
fill.
started yet, so I'm going to fill with asking about your watch because I am genuinely curious. Why don't you use that?
What do you mean?
Your app, that
I
watch.
use both.
Okay, cool. All right, double
You get a-
watch.
Yeah,
game.
you get a double, like two different perspectives on your sleep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always got to have two sides of things.
This one's a lot more accurate. That's all it
Oh,
is.
okay. So one's.
And then this one is for the culture.
Oh, I see. For the Apple culture.
Yeah. I get
see,
it. I got
yeah.
it. Yeah, you got to have the,
Mhm,
the function and the
You're
brand.
one of those people that you don't talk to people with green text bubbles.
True.
Oh man.
awkward because that's me.
You don't talk to people with green text bubbles?
No, I am the green.
Oh,
text
you are the
bubble.
green.
Yeah,
okay.
that's me. That's me.
I see.
Yeah, that's okay. I can hang out with you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
No, but
Chat's got my back. They're talking about how the Whoop gives more information. See, they know what's
how
up.
the what?
Oh,
What is
okay.
it?
It's a Whoop.
They even a whoop.
Whoop.
Maybe
Whoop.
Jet and I are just really out of the whoop.
Yeah, I don't know what
out of
I
the
don't know
loop.
what the whoop is.
You okay?
That was egregious.
But we do have chat here also, and obviously we've got some time to fill. But they're not even playing Scribble right now, so we're just kind of waiting for them to either start playing some kind of game or for the server to reset. And in the meantime, we're going to talk about his whoop.
Yeah.
But we got chat open, so if you guys want to talk to us about anything, just let us know. But I feel like we've kind of covered everything. It's like obviously there's a lot of new information with the raid. We can talk about maybe your guys' favorite bosses. We mentioned a little bit this morning, but
Yeah.
and then the things that they're doing to prepare. Obviously, they've got a lot of that. They've been super busy. They've been here for 5 days. If you guys are now just tuning in, so they've kind of been here as soon as the doors open until I think we're allowed to be here till 2 or 3 a.m. And there's always a few people lingering, still working on stuff. It's not even like they're just hanging out. They're working very, very late. But yeah, maybe we can go back to the actual boss screen and we can go over that individual fights a little bit. I feel like we've really only talked about Anduin and maybe the final boss a little bit. But what are some of the fights that you guys think are most excited about, or ones that stand out to you in terms of just like difficulty or anything unique with this tier specifically?
Well, I would say that Halandris, I'm like excited to do that fight because it's gonna be like a spectacle. It's like a crazy fight. So like the bit with Halandris is it's like a robot that's like kind of stuck in the ground, and these little, they're called motes. They're like little gray balls that slowly float to the boss. If they get to the boss, it like explodes on the raid, and there's a ton of them. So like the whole raid is basically like playing goalie to keep the balls from going into the goal, which is the boss, right?
Not the soccer thing again.
Yeah, okay.
No.
It's not going to be quite that bad, but it'll be cool to watch like the Raiders just like run all over the place and, you know, keep everything clear in the middle of the room. Yeah. The mythic mechanic is like a hot potato mechanic where there's like a bomb and you can hold on to the bomb for 10 seconds, but if you hold it too long, it'll blow up, so you got to drop it. And if you don't pick it up fast enough, it'll also explode, I believe.
Something like
and so
that.
someone else has to, without the like bomb debuff, has to pick it up afterwards. You have to like rotate it between people while you're also playing goalie, which means you're like constantly moving around the boss in a circle. It's gonna be like very cool to watch.
Who are we going to see having that responsibility? Range classes, healers?
Yeah, range classes probably like hunters would be really good for that since they don't lose any mobility.
Right.
Mages in like the last phase of the boss would be pretty good because they're constantly moving with Scorch spam.
Yeah.
You could see like an off tank do it. You could see melee could do it too. I mean, it's a really, really, really good melee boss. So yeah, you could see like a lot. There are a lot of options actually for that. It's just the question is like trying to like keep the people that are in charge of that job to keep everything straight with all the other mechanics. Like the ball goalie stuff, that's like the main mechanic, but that's not the only thing that's happening.
Yeah,
There's like
of course.
explosions happening everywhere. There's like a rotating like a beam that circles around the room. Actually, in the last part of the fight, it cuts the room in half effectively. So you have to split your raid up in one half and the other half. So, and they're like rotating around a circle around the boss while they're doing it. It's a wild fight.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one I'm most excited about.
To watch or to play?
Both.
Both?
Yeah, both. So I think that fight's really cool. That's the fight that like made me think like, wow, this raid's actually really good.
Yeah.
Because Anduin was really cool, and Halandris, like I mentioned earlier, Halandris is one of those bosses that is completely different from PTR. They've like completely redesigned it, so it was kind of the first time doing that boss on Heroic, like was at release.
Interesting.
So, I hated the version that was on PTR. It was just a completely
Really?
different fight. Yeah, I really hated it.
You disagreed?
Because, see, the way the original fight worked was like the boss took no damage and you had to like break these crystals that were rotating around the boss to be able to do damage to the boss.
Okay.
So it was like really lame because as a melee you're like chasing it around. I mean, it's funny.
was bad, yeah.
It was funny that I say that now because it's like range chase the boss around now in the real version. So it's like it's not my problem.
So it's not a mechanic I have to worry
Yeah,
about.
it's
Now
not-
I really like the boss though.
It's not my problem anymore.
Oh, okay.
But like okay, outside of that, like I thought it was pretty lame.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
so bosses that are melee favored, you are
Yeah.
you vibe with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What
Yeah.
about I'll ask the ranged class on the desk then. Do you not like this boss?
I don't mind it. I mean, I play a fire mage, right?
Yeah.
So I'm one of the very few ranged classes that really doesn't care too much about movement. I just scorch and blink around.
Okay.
It's kind of nice. So I don't mind the boss that much. Also, fire mages are like, they carry the last phase. They can do full damage on the movement and soak as many orbs as you want. As long as you have a pocket healer, because soaking those balls does do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be on the top of the damage taken meters there for sure. It's kind of a fun fight. I did like the PTR version though.
Yeah. I just don't like that like you can't open on the boss.
That was a little.
And the
annoying.
crystals had no health, so like you would open on the crystal, it would die instantly. Then you have to fling yourself to the other side of the room, or if you're ranged and you're in a good spot, you don't have to do that. But yeah, it was pretty lame. Didn't like it.
Yeah, I think that'll be good. The boss that I'm looking forward to the most out of all of these early bosses, though, is the guy from my clan, Artificer Zymox, Zyro,
Yeah,
whatever.
from the Zy clan.
The Zy
Officer
clan.
Zyro?
Yeah.
Is that
That's my homie right there. I think that's going to be a cool boss. I
Oh.
think it's going to be the first like actual difficult boss, one that won't go down in like single-digit pulls. I mean, it still
Yeah.
could, but I think that'll be the first one that's actually like a pretty difficult mechanics check because first boss is pretty much always a gimme, right?
Yep.
Skolex doesn't really look that difficult. It could be a little bit of a DPS check because it is going to have a 6-minute enrage, but then Zymox is going to be probably the first actual mechanics check because there's going to be a lot of really interesting ability overlaps on that fight.
Is that
Yeah.
why you're excited about it, or you just think the mechanics themselves are an interesting challenge?
Both. I think it's going to be just I mean, whenever you get to the more difficult bosses where people actually have to use their brains rather than just like apply face to boss until it goes down,
Right.
that's when
Yeah.
it gets fun.
Yeah. Okay. I love having different perspectives on the desk. I wish we could get a healer in here and see what they would think about the boss that you were talking about in PTR where they made those changes. But are there any other bosses that we saw have significant changes between PTR and what we're seeing right now, or any that you expected to be changed
Lehuvum.
quite a bit?
Lehuvum, I think, got changed a lot, right?
Lehuvum
But
was
I didn't test that boss, so I don't
Okay.
have any perspective on it.
Lehuvum was way too easy this week on Heroic. Like it was probably tuned to be like a second or third boss in the raid on Heroic.
They buffed it, right?
They buffed it like crazy coming this week, right? It's going to be actually a little bit more difficult this week.
Ooh.
Yeah.
With more gear, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah.
though. But I don't remember. Did the buffs also apply to the mythic version of the boss? Because if they
Ooh,
did,
that's a good question.
that could be
I don't know if it did or
pretty
not.
crazy.
Not sure. That's a good question.
Should look it up.
Yeah. Or you can make it up. You want to make it
Yeah,
up?
yeah, make it up.
Oh yeah, they
Let's do it.
definitely apply. Yeah, that
Yeah.
boss is going to be
yeah.
insane. It's going to be an in-wing mythic boss. They're going to be on that for 3 days. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Fully
much
made
for
up.
the insight. Yes, you guys are excellent professional
Good.
analysts.
Yeah.
It's good. Yep. we're
Just
gonna
make
go with
stuff
that.
up.
Yep. Cool.
If you don't know something, just make it up.
Can't.
So
Somebody
okay.
somebody will correct you, or they won't correct you, and you're right.
You
If no
correct
one
him.
corrects you, then you're right.
Even if they do correct you, you
That's
just
how it
say they're
works.
wrong, and then you're right.
So
you
if a
could do that,
caster
yeah.
says something inaccurate and there's no one around to correct them, does
Then
it? Or what is? What were you gonna say?
I said they're right.
They're
then
right.
That means they're right.
Yep,
yeah.
they're right. Oh man. Okay, cool. So nice little overview of some of the bosses, and you think that the first damage, or sorry, the first like roadblock is going to be Zymox or Zyro. Do you want to call it Zyro?
Yeah, everyone calls it
Everyone
Zyro.
calls it Zyro.
Really?
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone calls
That's
it that,
funny,
yeah.
actually. Okay, I didn't know that. News to me.
They called
So-
it that in Castle Nathria as well. It's the same boss.
I completely missed all
So,
of those. I know, but
in
I didn't.
Castle Nathria, the boss like teleports away at 1% and is like,
Yeah.
I'll be back. Or
Yeah.
something like that. I don't know what his actual voice is. Jet's a better impressionist than me. But he does do that. He teleports
He
away.
sounds
and
like a
says, "I'll be
normal guy."
back." And then I was actually really disappointed when he didn't come back in Sanctum. And I would have been really
Yeah.
disappointed if he never came back. But Blizzard pulled the trigger and he's back for this
Oh,
round.
Yeah, he's back.
See, I missed the lore on
It's
that.
interesting that he's back like as a raid boss again. I thought he'd be back as like a 5-man boss or something.
That's normally what they do, right? They
Yeah.
take a raid boss and then put him into a 5-man later. But
Yeah.
I mean, this is the first time they've done something like this.
Yeah,
It's
it's
cool that
really
he's back
weird.
as a raid boss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is kind of interesting. Okay, well, how do his mechanics differ then? I mean, they're obviously similar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the main bit of his originally was the portals. So like
Yeah.
he spawns one portal on one guy and another guy spawns a portal, and then he does other mechanics that you like react to by utilizing those portals. So you like bounce back and forth between them. Those same 2 portals exist, but the difference is that it's not like a myriad of different mechanics. It's just one single mechanic where it's like rings that either start in the middle and they expand outwards, or they'll start outwards and then contract inwards, and you use the portals to go between the boundary that ring creates. And then there's like a tank mechanic that will like yoink the whole raid to them after it explodes, and those are really it's actually not like as in depth as the original encounter,
Interesting.
but it's more like fast paced. Would you say? You think it's more? Would you say it's more fast paced this time around?
Definitely. Yeah, like when you get to that last phase and the rings start coming out in those like triplets, and then also you have to worry about like the tanks suck in as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Those lineups are going to be like ridiculous, especially on Mythic when everything's doing more damage. That's
Yeah.
going to be very difficult to see people like do that dance.
Yeah.
Even the first time around, I remember there being a significant problem with things overlapping
Yeah.
and things,
Yeah.
just disaster. That whole raid really was like that. Is that happening frequently in this tier as well? Just like mechanics overlapping and being really difficult to maneuver
I actually
around?
don't think so, and I really like that
Yeah.
because like honestly, like there are fights with like kind of simple mechanics, but the hard part is that there's overlaps.
Yes.
And like a lot of them. And I'm not sure if that like I don't mind it, but like at there you'd want some variety in the mechanics. So I do like that like instead I think this time around it's like a lot of the mechanics are like they kind of come at you piece by piece and then you just deal with them, but they're a little bit more like interactive. You have to do a little bit more to do it. The other thing I noticed is like the bosses are paced pretty quickly, except for Lahuvim, which we talked about.
Yeah.
Where like it's like the mechanics come at you. There's not really overlapping, but it's like you're barraged with things to do over and over and over again, like over the course of the fight,
Yes.
which also is pretty cool. So yeah, any kind of variety is good. And the overlap thing has been kind of predominantly an issue in the previous raids in Shadowlands.
So do you think they made a conscious effort for that not to be a factor in this tier, or is just a different flavor of mechanics this time around?
Probably just a different flavor of mechanics. I mean, when it comes to boss encounter things, like different devs work on different bosses every single tier, and sometimes things just line up where everyone just makes bosses a little bit differently going into a tier. Maybe they have meetings about that. I mean, we don't know exactly how it works internally, but it looks like they just went a particular direction with this raid, and so far it looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep saying this, but it just seems like everyone's actually really excited for the boss mechanics. Obviously, there's tuning to be adjusted and hot fixes that are still going to go out and that have gone out. But in general, the actual fights seem to be really well liked by the raiders and everyone that I've spoken to. So I think it's great that I think we're going to have a really good tier, and I'm excited. I hope we don't, like, I feel like we were saying this for, like Nathria in the beginning, and then we ran into Sludge Fist, or not Sludge Fist, Stone Legion Generals,
Yeah.
where we're like all positivity around the raid and how it was designed just like went out the door. I mean, obviously in the end it ended up being a really cool tier, but that I think is always going to be a bit of a dark point when looking back at that one.
Yeah, it's just like the problem is like you can't like predict for that to happen.
Yeah,
a lot of like
exactly.
Stone Legion's problems were like bugs, right, and things that
Yeah.
were not working right. Like whoever was piloting Draven was
His
not
controller was
Yeah, his
broken.
controller was
Yeah,
broken.
you can't just thank you for the
yeah. So like you can't really plan around that. You can just like assume based on how the fights work that it's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But for all you know, like Anduin could be horribly bugged, and then Anduin goes from being like one of the best bosses they've made to like this boss is horrible.
Yeah,
You know?
and
So-
it can. I feel like it can so easily sort of snowball into a situation like that. So I really, obviously, no one wants something like that to happen. But I mean, I guess only time will tell. Because you're right, it is really hard to predict, especially Zyro when we haven't even seen the last 3 bosses.
Yeah,
on this
I think
difficulty.
as long as you don't have to depend on an NPC to progress the fight, I think you're good. Because NPC scripting is like, I mean, as you saw with Draven, it's like hit or miss.
I still don't trust Draven. Whenever that character shows up in any of the world quests or campaign quests, I'm just like, I remember you. I remember what you did to me for those 5 days.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Boss PTSD.
Is he your least favorite sort of raid NPC then? I'm
Oh, we
assuming.
hate General Draven.
Yeah.
I feel like Magni is still my least favorite, just because his accent is still in my head.
Well, he also just lied to us about the cannon. He
Yeah.
told us,
What?
he
There's no
told us to
cannon.
fire the cannon, and there's no cannon on N'Zoth.
That is so true.
He just lied to us.
What a liar.
I
Well,
wanted
he
to
did
it.
fire the cannon, but like after you killed him.
I wanted to fire it.
Yeah, he did it himself. He took all the glory.
Whatever. NPC's taking all the glory from us.
I know. Sounds like a personal issue you're gonna have to work out with him. I'm curious what you guys think. Speaking of mechanics, and then obviously, a raid can look a mechanic fight can look very different depending on if you're melee or ranged. Would you guys say overall that this is a more melee favored fight or tier or ranged favored tier? You're smiling,
take that.
so I feel
Yeah.
like I know the answer,
is
but
a
I would like you to
big-
expand on that.
Big melee tier.
Okay.
There's a couple of things for reasons for that. One, a lot of the melee classes are just better damage-wise.
Yeah.
2, they're almost all the melee. I think all the melee are like very, very tanky, like super survivable. And then 3, which I think is the biggest reason why, is that it's like the mechanics on these fights can be handled by a certain handful of ranged. And then like the melee are just kind of chilling. So you can totally optimize the damage in your raid by having it be very melee centered, especially because they do more damage than the range classes. I think maybe the only range that kind of competes with them is at least on single targets, like a Demo Warlock will do the kind of melee damage. But outside of that, I think like a lot of mechanics are range jobs.
Yeah.
I can only think of like 2 bosses that are like kind of dicey to use melee. It's like Skull-X, which that mechanic is not really that hard. It's just the melee are like constantly moving out and in for the circles on the ground. And then Prototype Pantheon, which is like kind of a scary fight actually as melee, because there's like tank cleaves happening and there's like animals that knock you up in the air, and then like silence
And
tornadoes.
tornadoes.
The tornado that spawn out of the melee. That's a scary fight as melee. But like everything else is totally fine, and melee really don't have to do much. You know, the funny thing is Anduin, melee and range kind of do deal with the same mechanics, but melee deal with it just like way less. Like the mechanics seem to favor picking range more often, not completely range, but like more often range than melee. So the tier that I like to look at is like Nighthold and Legion was very similar in that regard, where the melee classes like Fury Warrior and Frost DK were really strong.
Played Frost DK during that tier.
Yeah, so you know.
It was a good time.
They're really strong, and the mechanics really needed like a small handful of range to deal with. Gul'dan was like an extreme to the point where you had 4 ranged in. That's it. In the whole comp, that everyone else was melee.
Yeah.
So it's kind of similar to that. So you're probably gonna see like melee favored comp, assuming like ignoring tier shenanigans. Let's assume everyone has the tier they want on the classes they want. You're gonna see melee favored raid comps with like fire or any mage for the int buff. You're gonna see a warlock for the gateway healthstone. Maybe if you need like a lot of AoE, like BM Hunter is really good, Marks Hunter is really good. Moonkin. Moonkin's really, with tier, Moonkin is pretty solid, and you can have like anywhere from 1 to 3 Moonkin, just depending on what you need.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, if you don't have the Moonkins, the healers will complain. So
yeah, that is true. They won't get
of those.
innervates. That is true. Yeah, but like that's. I mean, I just named like 5 classes. That's it.
Yeah.
And everything else is just melee.
Wow.
So.
How would you say that compares to previous tiers then?
Previous tiers, usually historically, it's been pretty range favored.
Yeah,
because melee mechanics are pretty punishing. Let me think about Sanctum. I think in Sanctum, I don't know why it's like that. That tier is kind of a blur, but I want to say that the range classes are actually good that tier.
Yeah.
With like Warrior being like the standout melee.
We also had just Venthyr Moonkin.
Yeah, Venthyr Moonkin.
Red
That's
the entire
right. That
raid.
was the Venthyr Moonkin tier. So that was a tier where the range classes were just better overall than the melee for sure.
But it was also a similar situation to tier because there was a point during the end of the first week or like going into the second week where it's just like, okay, you have an holy set, you're in.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And
it was a weird tier for that.
It was weird. And then in Nathria, it was like Warlock and Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say like this is the first time since Nighthold that it's like very melee favored.
I like it.
It's been a while, but yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Go melee.
Yep.
Let's get it. What
Meat
about
gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meat gang.
Yeah.
Is that what we're referring to them
Yeah, it's
as?
because
melee players are meat.
They're meatheads. Like if you're a meathead melee, because you just go in and just hit the boss. You don't do anything else.
Don't you play
Yeah, it's funny.
Warrior.
I'm the one that started that. I called our warriors meatheads, but I put a shadow priest back then.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was doing it from a place of superiority.
Yes, sir.
And I called our melee meatheads,
That's
and
fair.
it's been the thing since the meat gang.
Yeah, especially if you play class like warrior.
Yeah.
Or
Oh
Demon
yeah.
Hunter.
I've done some like shocking. I've done some shocking things since I started playing warrior. I remember.
You're just instantly drop a few IQ points when
Yeah,
you,
yeah. I
when you
remember
switch to a melee
like
class.
one week on Sylvanas, like it was during farm. I think I died on every phase of Sylvanas, and that was only can be done on a warrior. You can only do that on a warrior.
Any thoughts on that, Zyro?
It's just a meat thing.
Yeah, I just watch it happen from a nice little ranged POV.
Yeah.
Your nice little safe spot in the back,
Shake
just
my head a
watching
little
everything
bit
happening.
and go back to casting my spells.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, must be nice. You just have to pay attention to the cast bar, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, he plays like the meathead of range specs.
That is true.
Mage is like the meathead
It's
of
so
range specs.
true.
For
I can't
sure.
really talk too much about like being superior in mechanics because I have 2 cheat deaths to
Yeah.
back me up if
Yeah.
I make any mistakes.
Specifically, fire mage is like
yeah.
you're full meat because if you fail a mechanic, you just have cauterize to save you.
So this
Like,
is like the meat desk, really.
Can I
is what-
finish this cast? Maybe not, but even if I do, I'll just lose one of my cheat deaths, and I still have ice block if I need
Yeah,
it. So
true.
may as well just finish it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Life is simple. Life is good for you guys, huh?
Yeah.
Must be nice. I'm going to change subjects a little bit, and maybe you two are the wrong people to ask. Do we know anything about the lore of this raid?
I'm the
Who
wrong
does
person to ask.
anyone really? Well, okay.
We could make it
there's
up.
some- yeah, we could make
you
it
want
up.
to make it up?
So the jailer wants to remake Realia. That's
Yes.
unironically though. That is what he wants
That's
to
more
do.
than I know already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does he want to do with it? Maybe he wants to make like a nice place, or maybe he wants to.
He wants to
Put
make an
everyone in it.
alternate reality where pineapples are not ever on pizza.
Yeah, maybe that's not, some
Yeah.
people would like that.
But I like the jailer though.
Yeah.
Why are we killing him?
He's supposed to. He's
Bad guy.
there's something there in the Sepulcher. I hope I'm saying that right.
I like how you. I don't. That's a good call. I was saying Sepulcher for the first
Yeah.
when I
I
first
think
saw
it's
it. It was Sepulcher.
Yeah.
Sepulcher.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything about lore. I can tell you about Endwalker lore though if you want.
Oh yeah, I can talk about Endwalker
we
lore.
love Endwalker
Yeah.
lore.
But
You guys
anyway,
are so
this is-
excited.
That's a different. That's a
They
different
both
game.
just looked at me like, yeah, Endwalker lore.
Yeah, that's a different game though. For a while, the jailer, there's something there in the sepulcher of the first ones. I don't know where the first ones went. I don't think anybody knows where the first ones went. That's a mystery. The second ones apparently also are not around, and the third ones are also not there.
Okay.
So the ones are not there.
Right.
They're gone.
Okay.
But there's something there that
There's Sepulcher is there.
it destroys the simulation we're in.
Right.
And we are in a simulation.
I think
Yeah.
the jailer wants to go in there and hit the reset button on the simulation,
Oh.
and then do whatever he wants afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got to stop him from doing that.
Of
Resetting the
course.
simulation.
Right. That makes sense.
Though I don't know why you would want to stop him from waking up from the simulation, the Matrix. Right? You'd want to wake
You'd
up.
want to
from-
stay in it? You'd want to stay in the simulation?
No. I would want to let him reset the simulation so I
Ah.
could wake up from the Matrix.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I did see some conspiracy theories on Reddit last night about what the lore is going to be when we kill the jailer. So they were talking about how when we kill the jailer, that's like the last thing blocking the Void Lords from attacking Azeroth. Maybe that's what the next expansion could be.
Oh.
If we do end up defeating the jailer.
I love reading those leak quotation marks. You can't see us, but they're definitely interesting. Some speculations are what people come up with is wild, but I think we just got a little view of all of the. That was an interesting view. We got a view of everyone looking at the server list. Did you guys see that?
Yeah. All
Yeah.
offline.
Are we? Yeah. Are we watching that
Well,
already? I mean,
we
how close are we? I
are
don't have a watch on me.
technically 15 minutes away from when the servers could come up.
Ah.
They won't, but they could.
Right.
They never do come up on time.
Is
on
that
You want to do
right?
like an over/under
Wow, we actually
on the
are.
time?
I think
I'll bring out.
it'll be.
Where's my prediction card for
I
you guys?
would be shocked if the servers are up by the time our shift is over in like 2
Ah,
hours.
Yeah. Wow. What are
Yeah,
you gonna
I
do for
think
2 hours, guys.
that.
I don't know. We've
I-
already
no,
Much
done
eye
it.
on the
think
street again.
servers
We'll
will-
just
I
put
think
it
the
on
servers
loop.
will be up on time.
Really?
Because usually, we haven't heard anything about a delay, right?
No.
No.
No,
So
and I feel
if there isn't like any delay talk by now, I think it'll be up either on time or like 10 minutes late. I think.
Weren't they early last time?
N-
By like a little?
No.
No, I think they were on time last time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were 8 minutes early.
Oh,
last
8 minutes
time.
early. Yeah. Okay.
That's on time.
That's yeah.
That's 8 minutes early.
Oh,
That's
doesn't
subjectively 8 minutes that it opened early.
Yeah, you know what happened heroic week of this raid, right? Is
No.
they extended maintenance by an hour, but it came up like 10 minutes after the actual maintenance period. So I think they gave themselves an hour, but they're like it's pretty much finished.
Well, it's funny. I have a friend who works on the server team at WoW, and I was asking him, how's it going? He's like, oh, it's going pretty good. We're almost done. And that was right when they put the post out that said, we're extending for another hour. And I'm like,
Oh.
Yeah, because technically it
getting lied
did
to?
go into that next hour, it just didn't finish that next hour. So it could come up 8 minutes early, and that's kind of like on time, technically.
Why are you guys gaslighting me into telling me 8 minutes early is on time? Okay.
This is Blizzard speak.
I
This is
see.
maintenance speak,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Maintenance
also army
talk.
speak, right? If you're early or on time. If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah, true.
Corporate speak.
There
Yeah,
you
that
go.
is corporate speak.
Yeah. Well, I would like to hear over/under on when we think it will come. May as well. And let's get some predictions from chat too.
Overtime, so it'll be 10 minutes over. I
All right.
think, yeah.
So 10 minutes over,
I'll say an hour late.
an hour late.
So 1 hour over. Oh
Should
my
I just
God.
do nicely in the middle of you two, like 30 minutes after maybe?
Yeah, so
I'll
none
go
of
with
us
that.
are optimistic that it'll be up early.
No.
No.
Okay, cool.
Maybe it'll be on time though. Maybe it'll just be like, I mean, because like we're saying, we haven't heard anything of. I feel like we would have seen something maybe now on Twitter
Yeah, I
or something,
think so.
communication from Blizzard that they were going to delay it. So
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I
Who
agree.
knows what happens? But
Well, was there an announcement on the app saying when servers were expected to be up? Because usually there is one.
Yeah.
it say on time?
It's supposed to be up. What, you mean like the thing that they posted yesterday? Like on the app?
Well, no, like whenever they do server maintenance, they're
What
like, we
app?
expect it to be up at
Battle.net?
whatever
The
time.
Battle.net
oh,
app, yeah.
Well, what did that say?
it's like your phone app.
Did it
Yeah,
say
it would say if
did
it
it
is
say new?
extended, yeah.
Okay. And maybe it will be. up at
Usually
night.
it is.
I'm gonna take back my answer. I'm
Except
gonna say on
except
time.
last week.
Yeah.
Actually on time.
Yeah.
Not 8 minutes early.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so eyes on the copium.
Yeah.
All right.
Already. I gotta start early. Me as well. We've got some in the back.
You have
I've
to
been
remember
sneaking
what's
it
going
in.
to happen on this desk when the servers come up is Jet and I are going to instantly ditch you, and you're going to have
Well,
to go
no,
find
I'm in
other
the
guys
second
to cast
heroic,
to.
so I
Yeah,
don't
but
have
you
the
got to
dish.
do your dungeons.
Oh no, is
Oh,
it
that
gonna
is
be?
true.
Wait, you didn't tell me this.
I didn't even know. I didn't know that.
Am
Well,
gonna
I
just
can
be
do that
up
by
here
myself, though.
You could do that by yourself.
Yeah,
that's
I can
true.
do that by myself. That's fine. We're
But,
good.
I mean, if you gotta go.
I don't have to go
swapping
for
out
any
with
raid.
Valorous. Hopefully,
I
Yes.
think he's in the first raid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
He's
we've
in the
covered
first
that.
raid.
So I mean, Valorous
Yeah.
is gonna be swapping out for you once
Yeah.
because you're just gonna have to duck. But
Yeah.
you have to do you have to do your dungeons, but you can wait.
It's like Mythic Zero dungeons because it's a Mythic Zero.
Yeah.
It's
A
a
weekly
Mythic
quest.
dungeon weekly.
Yeah.
The box that you get is a heroic piece of loot from the raid. So you want to do that.
Oh, I see. That you just
Yeah.
do that anytime
But you
before.
can do that anytime, yeah.
It's okay. I see. All right. Okay. Well, maybe you can give us a live update if you get any. If you guys get any drops.
Yeah.
I would love to see.
You can't get tier from it though, so.
Yeah. Well, just like
But
anything.
you can still get something good.
Yeah.
You could get a trinket or.
Yeah.
something.
Anything you're hoping for in
Dude,
particular?
Yeah.
Serenian with his chest like, Zyro, you can't be late. You're in my group.
Someone your guild is watching.
yeah. Someone in my dungeon group is.
What's
in
his
there.
name?
Serenian. Actually, he's
Serenian-
an ex-Liquid Raider.
I'm sorry. I need him. You can't take him from me yet.
Sorry. dude.
Yeah.
Sorry. He signed a contract.
I'm so
I
confused
did.
as to what's going on.
What is this?
You guys made groups for Mythic Zeros?
Yeah, just so people could get on.
I
And,
thought those
not
were
have
Mythic
to...
Plus groups.
No,
Are
those
you
Mythic
in a,
Zero
Are you
groups.
not in a group for Mythic Zero?
Oh, he definitely is.
I'm in a group for Mythic Zero.
Dude, I got
it
this.
seems.
Just make me solo cast. I'm down.
That is.
I mean, you can four-man Mythic Zeros. You don't need to be there.
So you're gonna have to.
What
you're
what
gonna
is
have to
this?
pug it.
What is this?
There's a meme coming out that we're seeing in the preview, and I
just-
think
I'm looking at my guild.
just
list.
show
I
the
was
name.
trying to.
There it
What is
is.
going on?
We've got some namesters in the back that are just putting things up instantly.
That is so good. The face. The face. When I is optimistic about servers being up, but you know they won't
no.
be. Listen, I just try and have a positive attitude and spread positivity and copium and leave me alone production.
That is such a nice way of thinking about things. See, I'm the opposite.
Whoa, that was
I
like a
know.
lightning fast. Is that a Frank meme? Lightning
That
fast?
has
No,
to
that
be.
was a waveform meme.
Was it a
Oh,
waveform?
waveform meme?
Probably. Can
was
someone
super
tell me?
fast. That was
Someone in my
speedy.
someone tell me. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, big clap.
They're back there. I'm assuming it's them, but you can kind of they're
See,
in here.
I'm of the opinion is if you keep your expectations low, you'll never be disappointed.
I'm of the opinion that if you keep a positive attitude, you will have a better day.
Both valid
Yeah.
opinions.
True.
Yeah.
True.
And you're just are you a passive, like it seems you're very actually neutral. You're literally in the middle of us and
Yeah.
it seems like you're neutral on this. What do you think, Jet?
I'm very neutral.
Oh, okay, cool.
Very
Yeah.
neutral about
It's a
this.
very balanced desk,
yeah.
I must say.
Yeah, I'm here to tie everything down.
Yeah. You're just the realist of the group.
Yep.
But no, yeah, I
Oh,
do
Did
like,
they just announce a 1 hour extension?
No, they didn't. Stop.
People in chat are saying it. I think Relo just.
Oh,
said
yeah.
it. Relo's a good source.
Oh,
He
it's
doesn't make
Relo.
things
Okay, I
up.
was gonna say if it was just like any random person
Well,
that
there
we
it
didn't
is.
know in
All right,
chat,
well,
it
who-
would be funny to believe them.
Wait, so you were right?
I guess I was right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
1 hour.
what
Well,
was that thing you just said
Here's
about
the thing. Here's the thing, right? They did this on Heroic Week too. They said 1 hour
Yeah,
extension. and then
true.
they just
No,
came
they
up
did
right
that
away.
last week. They did that last
Ah.
week. They actually announced it around now too. They actually announced it around
What time
now.
is it?
It's 11.
We need like a clock up here, low key.
EST. So
I mean, we could just have our phones on the desk,
I don't
right?
want to have my phone on the desk.
Just put it on the desk.
I don't want to put my phone. Well, Dash's already got his phone. Yeah, put the phone. Take the phone off the desk. We've got
I
cue cards
remember-
only.
I remember in
I'm gonna look at my
Nilota,
watch
we didn't
instead.
have like a chat.
Yeah.
So I had to like look at my phone to read the chat, and everyone's
Yeah.
like, "This guy's on his phone.
Oh, I remember that.
This guy's on his phone
Yeah.
during he's casting."
No, you gotta keep. That's the
Yeah, we
cool
gotta
thing
see
about
what
the
you
race
guys
for
say.
the first is it's like we literally have nothing to do right now, so we're talking to chat. But there's just so much downtime while you're still broadcasting during these events. It's like you gotta have the chat. You gotta have the
Yeah.
interaction with people, so we can kind of see it if we lean forward.
Yeah.
So be
We-
nice to us because we can see you guys. And I don't have mod, but I know the mods.
The chat has
So
been
be
on
careful.
Zyro for the watch thing.
Have they?
What?
Like
Having
like
two watches on?
Why does
watches,
Zyro have two
And
I
I
will
saw
say-
I saw people talking about him having the watch on the wrong hand.
I was gonna say, why is it on your? Are you left-handed?
No, I'm right-handed.
Then why is it on your right hand? That's all. That's a little weird, right?
I got more used to having this on my left wrist. That's all. That's just all it is.
Suspicious.
It is. I know it's weird that the watch is on the right hand. I know that's weird. It's just what
Okay.
I'm used to.
All right. Well, anyways, the moral of that story is be nice to us and be nice to Zyro. It's on his right hand.
Yep.
And that's that. But I was gonna give a not a tour, but like I would like to take this moment, since we have another hour now, to sort of like preview the room. So it's kind of cool. We've got all the raiders down here, obviously. We're kind of on a stage right now.
Yeah.
See, you can see it right
There we
here.
go.
The edge there, my hand is
Yeah.
right here. This is the edge of the stage. So hopefully nobody falls off of it. And then below, obviously on the floor, is all of the core, the raiding team.
raiding team.
And then in a
24
back
people.
room, 24 people. Did you count that, or did you just have that
there's-
number in your
there's
head?
6 rows of 3
Oh.
people,
Oh, well, quick maths.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's good. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but
Is that right?
yeah,
4
I'm
rows
gonna
of 6.
trust
There you go.
4
4 rows
Okay.
of 6.
Yeah, so we've got all of them, and then you can see in the back where that green light is. I don't know who that is. Is that? No, he just stood up. Sit down. Wave at us. Production. Wave at us. Who is that? They're not listening. They should be listening. Wow. Okay, they're ignoring
Got
us.
War
But
Champ in
anyways,
the back there
there's
waving
there
at
we
us.
go.
Let's
We've got one
go.
wave. Hey, there they are. There's production.
production.
Yay! Oh, and then there we are right there.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
that's us up
previ-
here. Whoa.
In the previous broadcasts, they've been like cooped up in that room, right?
I
and
know.
now they're out in the open.
Yeah, they've got what is going on. No, but it's yeah, we've got everyone in the same room now. It's interesting. We're not in this like very broken up room like you were saying. We're just one big happy family here at the Liquid broadcast, except for the analysts. They're in the back.
Yeah, they're in the back
We
with
hid
those
them.
casters.
Yeah, with some of the
With
casters.
the casters and some of the other people who work on production and social media and stuff are all
Yeah,
back there.
with me.
Yep.
Kind of.
The casters get the pit this time.
The what? Oh, the,
The what?
pit.
We get
Oh,
the
the
yeah.
pit, yeah.
Dude, it
Well-
smells like the pit sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it's hot. It gets hot
does
back
get
there.
hot back
So
there, yeah.
we're just, and we're
They
there
have
with.
the pit because they're streamers, and I have the cozy corner.
To be fair, you were gonna be in the pit.
Yeah.
You were in the pit, and then I think I moved you
Yeah.
out.
I was in the pit for like a night.
Yeah, that's okay. How do you like your cozy corner?
The cozy
their
corner
cozy
is
corner
very
is
cozy.
over there.
It's got mood lighting too.
Does it?
Yeah.
Did you just drop your phone?
Yeah. I'll pick it up later. I'll pick it up later.
It almost fell off the stage. You're
It's
good,
pretty
though.
close.
Yeah.
It's really it's dangerously close to getting
Oh
knocked off.
wow! It actually, it totally would have fallen off, and that would have been really cool.
Oh
You
no.
know, you know, studies have shown that people with broken screen, like cracked screens, it's like a red flag on dating apps. Somehow, I don't know how that.
How can you tell if
I
it's
don't
if they have a broken screen on a dating
I
app?
think like when you meet someone on a dating app and then you go on a date, they see your cracked phone. It's like a red flag.
It's like,
It's supposed to be. A red
what
flag.
is that?
We have a live
Oh my
POV
God!
of them
There's
making a
another.
meme.
Yeah, we can see them making a meme. Okay, there's one
Oh.
coming. It's my turn
Oh my
this time.
gosh!
Oh
You are
no.
like glaring. It's like a glare.
That's really.
Staring into my soul.
I mean,
Wow.
that's a face that you gotta listen to. You gotta respect it.
That is
Respect the
scary. That
drip,
is a scary
Karen.
look.
Yeah,
That
I
is-
know.
yeah.
I didn't mean for it to be that intimidating. I'm sorry. No, but they're already on point with the keys. What were we talking about before? I got
I don't
distracted
know.
by the memes. I don't know either.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the servers.
We're waiting for the servers.
Waiting for the servers.
Man, I'm just looking at it.
I wish they
can't
would
stop
start
looking.
playing Scribble, man.
I know. We could
That or,
ask
like
one of them.
GeoGuessr
Why don't
or
we yell at
Hacksball,
them?
Just something.
We could tell them to do
You
something
know, you
interesting.
could watch Alice
Hey.
speedrun Wordle.
I'm just kidding. Huh?
You could watch Alice speedrun Wordle.
Is he really good at it?
No,
Oh.
but he did speedrun it really quickly. Yesterday, 25 seconds took him to do his Wordle.
They're playing League instead. He was playing League of Legends before a super important world first race. That seems like it's terrible for the mental.
That
Right
sounds
there.
like a bad idea.
Kevin, Atrocity playing
No,
League
of
of
course
Legends.
it's
Dare
him.
he?
That's not good.
Do we have his camera feed, his
Oh,
webcam?
no.
He's really playing League before a world first race.
That's like the probably the worst game I could think of to get your. We need to do breathing exercises. or
James is
something with
playing
these.
too?
No,
Oh, no.
stop! At least they're not playing.
Their tier
What's
is
the one
over.
that just came out that is making? It's like Dark Souls but worse. It's making
Elden
everyone.
Ring.
Yeah, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I hear that one's like one of the most rage-inducing games that it's out right now.
I love that game. It's great. But I don't know. I don't know if it's harder. It's hard to say. I think the first story boss in that game is really hard. But
But it doesn't make you mad.
no.
I feel like you don't get. I feel like you're the wrong person to ask. Have you played it?
I'm not a big Soulsborne player. I like watching people play them. I like watching people get mad. I don't like
Yeah.
getting mad,
Okay,
so I don't really play them.
that's accurate. Well, at least my
You know,
point
it's-
stands. At least no one's playing that game.
It's funny that I used to be a crazy rager, like when I was younger. And then, like, I think what I did was, like, I got mad at something and I slammed, like, my printer next to me. And
Back
it-
when they had printers. Or
Yeah,
back when
yeah.
people
yeah,
owned those.
and like it was like it broke, and it was so absurd. I like thought to myself, like, this is ridiculous that I just did this. Like, I got mad and just broke a printer. And since then, I have not gotten mad at stuff. Yeah.
Was it an expensive printer?
No.
Oh.
But it was
just
still
kinda-
like it was still like ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
That's
it's
a live
ridiculous that you would just like break stuff and like punch holes in walls.
Oh,
Oh,
we're
we're
going
going
on a
on a
tour.
tour.
Oh, let's do this.
Nice.
Okay, so
That's
here's
cool.
they just came out of the stage, and there's Padra. Hi, Padra. Hello. And they can't hear us. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I couldn't tell who that was.
Oh, you can see us on the back there. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put my hand up. Whoa, that's us.
Woo,
Whoa.
Yay! I don't know if they saw that or not. All right, look at this. We've got a nice little view. Okay, all right. There's Kingfly.
Kingfly, yeah.
Hello. Kingfly brought his snowboarding gloves. Like,
Ooh, I brought gloves too.
no, not like little, like, oh, I need like a little pair of driving gloves, like actual thick gloves that you would go on.
Oh,
a
Yeah.
Like
no, I
with
think
the,
he bought them because he's from Florida.
yeah, no, he brought a pair. I don't know. Oh, here's production. There's like some crazy wiring in the back. They set that up in less than 24 hours. Absolute mad lads. Hello, there they are. There the lovely people are. Look at them. Oh, okay.
mean
No,
mugging the
deadpan.
camera,
A mean
okay.
mugging. Oh, there we go. Somebody dab. No, don't dab. Oh, that's much better than dabbing. Nice. Very nice.
Right.
Are they going to circle back around? Are we just making a full loop? They should go back. Wait, go to the cozy corner. Go to the there's
there it is.
There's
There's
Nagura.
Nagura.
Hello. Look how pretty. Hi.
There's
She
my
can't hear
that's
you.
my
I
desk
know.
corner.
There's
Crazy
Crazy
Puck.
Puck working away on some liquid guides, working very hard. They definitely don't. There's Valores.
Just like a ghostly face in the dark.
What is he
You're
doing?
invading his
Is
corner.
he chewing? Yeah, that's back where Jet is. Is that where we're
Yeah.
deeming it? The cozy corner? I
Yeah.
like that. I
Oh,
like
that's
that.
us
Should we,
again.
wait, guys. Wait, no, go back to it. Wait, go back to that. Okay, guys. 1, 2, 3. We're all gonna turn around slowly and look at the camera. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. That was good. Did that look cool, guys? Did we look cool?
I didn't know where I was looking. I just kind of looked in that general direction.
Oh, apparently the servers are up. Thank you.
That was Alice.
Are they actually up?
I don't know. We just heard a big wee woo from Atlas, and he said, "Server's up 5 minutes," and then he waved at us. That was terrifying. I don't think I like being in this room anymore, especially when Atlas is back there screaming.
Oh, that's just something you get used to. That's the thing with Atlas, is he just will randomly scream.
See, I know that, but normally I have several walls separating the caster desk
Well-
and wherever he's screaming from, but that was
Yeah.
directly behind me, and I think it startled me a little bit. But thank you for the update. 5 minutes? Are in the servers are up?
No, that was.
Or are we being
that was not
trolled?
real. That was a troll.
I feel lied to. I'm sad now. I was really excited. Okay, well, no servers are up. And no Wordle. Or Scribble. Was it?
Still no scribble.
Yeah. Okay,
You're
well.
so disappointed, apparently, with the lack of scribble. I've heard so much talk about it.
I
was
know.
like prepared to just get up here on desk and like guess
And
what
That's
they're
the
guess
best
their
part about
scribbles.
this shift.
I
Is
wanted
to
you
see
get to
some
watch
Max
them play
drawings and dogs.
Scribble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Are they just like why? I'm actually curious why. It's like they're just doing their own thing. It's not like I'm not upset. I sound upset, but it's just odd. It's been
I don't know.
your guys' tradition for like 4 tiers now to do that before the server ends up, and now there's nothing. How are they gonna? What is their mental state gonna be like going in there? Questionable methods.
I mean, I'm worried about the guys that are playing League.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, oh well, they're professionals at this point, and they seemed. I ran into a couple of them as they were heading out of the door in the hotel room, and no one seemed nervous. They all seemed really calm. They all had their cozy big liquid jackets on. It's like a nice little walk also to the hotel. Do you guys like that walk?
It was really windy, too.
That's true. It was windy. We're in this sort of between some shops, and it created a wind tunnel almost.
Yeah.
The shape of it, and you were walking straight towards it. And I felt bad for Nagura in particular because I saw her this morning and she did her hair in these cute little space buns, and then she walked outside, and when we got back to this facility, they were just like totally messed up. And I mean, she definitely fixed them, but I did not do my hair before I got here, and I'm glad that I didn't.
Yeah.
Same.
It gets
You guys are like,
very,
"Oh, hair."
very windy here.
Just put shampoo, just run your hair through it, hand through it, you're good to go.
You guys know it's supposed to snow tomorrow?
I did see that. 90% chance of snow tomorrow.
Really?
90%.
That is
Yeah.
interesting. I really did not think it was going to snow, but I guess it got really cold. It was supposed to be kind of warmer this week, but
It was.
We got a couple warm days yesterday and the day before, but
Yeah.
next
I
couple days
I
are gonna be
told
cold.
Nagura to bring a big Coke. She asked me what the weather was like. I was like, it's been really cold, which at the time it was true. It was 30 degrees, and some of our raiders are suffering because of that. And she gets here, and it's like in the mid 50s almost. And
Yeah.
but now it's snowing, and I'm excited to see what the Floridians and the Californians think
Oh.
about that.
That doesn't even occur to me. There's definitely people that have never seen snow.
Never
in the
seen
guild.
snow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some snow on the ground, but they've never seen it coming out of the sky.
Yeah.
We've got to film that.
I mean, you have your typical northern thing of like the big parking lots outside have like their billows of
Just a
snow turned
giant-
into a giant ice chunk.
Yeah.
Giant mountain
So
in the
that's
back of
out
the
there.
parking lot. Yeah.
But yeah, never.
Could have like a liquid
Fresh
snowball fight.
Ooh, the servers
Now
are up.
they're actually
Everybody's, I
up.
see
They
the
are
logos.
actually up.
They are actually up.
All
No
right.
troll, guys. The servers are up. Here we go. Max is vibing in the corner over there. He looks ready to
Well,
go. What is he doing?
That means I gotta go.
Wait, what is he doing? Okay, well, that's okay. You got to go right now?
Yeah, I gotta get out of here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well.
I'll go tag in Valoris.
Yeah,
and,
thank you for being here.
This was a great segment.
Good luck. Any final words? before
Final
you take off?
thoughts?
Yeah, final thoughts.
Oh, wait, what time is it?
Do you have to go too?
No.
It's
I mean, I'm just
12:06 EST.
You were right then.
Oh, I was
What?
We were closer. Wait,
I was close.
You said,
Oh.
I said
you
10
said
minutes
10
after.
minutes. Yeah, Jet won.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, congratulations, Jet.
Well, there it
really
is.
well done. Good job.
Yep. I think this is probably going to be a new thing they do. They say extended.
Okay, let's see who they're on really quick. One last thing before I go. Are they all on their mains or are they split into alts? If they're split into alts, they're going into heroic. If they're all on mains, they're going into mythic.
They could also just go with mains and do the heroic bosses.
I would imagine they'd want to split them though.
Yeah, that is true.
All right, I'm gonna go get Valoris.
All right. Send them up here. Thank you. Have a good one. Ooh. I'm excited. I love the aesthetic of the race this year also. Although I think some of the guys in there, I don't know what you think, look like have you seen Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
No.
Really?
No.
Oh, there's this guy in there, maybe chat can agree with me, that looks Mr. Electric. There are things in the raid and maybe even one of the bosses that kind of looks like Mr. Electric.
Mm.
And you have no idea what I'm talking
I have
about,
no
but I'm just
idea.
waiting for chat to come up. Yeah, we're aware of the static guys. We're gonna work on that. Don't worry.
Yeah, Mr. Electric is.
It's Mr. Electric.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
It's-
exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think we're being joined by a new person. He's getting his mic on. do you guys see that? BDGG is gonna beat us. Let's go. Oh, I love this. I love the anticipation as we're grouping up here. Can we tell yet if they're which one they're doing yet? I like Shakib's chicken mount also. You can see it at the right there, up on the stairs. Got Dryny's got a long boy.
Oh man, are
What's
his
that?
raid frames like covered? Or they haven't even invited people yet.
Oh, okay, they're just
I don't
sitting
think
there.
they're just sitting there.
That would make. I mean, his raid frame is down there. I don't know if that. Where would they even go? I mean, obviously like on the left, but got a little POV of Ben. Who's tanking this year? Let's talk about them. And what are they planning to play? Do you know, or is that also depending on tier?
That's all depending on tier. But Ben's playing DPS this tier. He's not tanking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's Twisted and Scott.
Wait.
are
Oh, yeah, I
tanking.
knew that.
Yeah.
Nice. Right, because we have Scott now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's like playing warrior and Moonkin.
Nice. Man, I feel like I would much rather. I would never want it. That's too much responsibility.
What? To
Tanking.
Yeah.
It sounds stressful. I'd rather just meet gang. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah, like you know what I mean.
Yep.
Are we joined by you now, Valores?
I don't know. Are you?
I think
Yeah.
so. I can hear you.
I
Hey,
think
buddy.
You're joined.
Cool.
How you doing? You excited?
Yeah,
Welcome
man.
to the desk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, this is an auspicious moment. I actually haven't sat at one of these chairs yet. I was like standing behind us when we did the walkthrough yesterday.
yeah?
So yeah, no, this is literally the first time I've sat in these chairs, which is
They're
you
pretty
know,
comfy.
probably more exciting than the raid that they're about to go into. Honestly,
The chairs that we're
Yeah,
sitting
the
in
chairs.
right now.
These are very exciting chairs.
What is happening on the
I
screen?
wait.
It's
Is that Lip?
it's the new. No, I think it's Dryny.
That is an incredible spin.
Yeah,
That was an awesome spin.
It's the snail mount, and then he had like one of those size increaser things on. He was like a guitar.
Oh my God.
Just hold down that A key.
That was a solid spin.
Yes,
on
sir.
on that snail.
I don't know what they're doing right now. I assume that they're working out like group logistics on exactly who they want to throw in. You know, it's that's a good
That was
moment.
so good. Wait, why was Maven? Was somebody in the top right of that? Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't see that.
I swear there was a face in the top right of that. Am I losing it? Oh, and here's a replay of the. Oh no, it's not a replay. They're just
That's just
doing it.
spinning.
They're
That's
just-
incredible.
Wait, how do you
There's
do that?
there's
Such a
got to
good
be a
spin.
toy or something in there. I actually don't
That
know
is
what all
such
the
a good spin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
must
what the full
be.
text.
That is a
Oh no,
great
it's
spin.
the thing when you like press space or
Yeah,
X
yeah.
or
Well,
whatever. The special
Yeah, he's
action.
just spinning while he's doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That is a great spin.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Spin to win.
Yeah, I love that.
Wait, where did everybody went?
Yeah.
I was like, where did everybody
Oh,
go?
they're zoning in. Oh, man. Never before seen bosses.
Yeah, dude, we're totally stepping into a fun day. Wow, there's 30 people in the raid. I wonder what's up with that.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
They're-
We are in for at the very least a couple of
I mean-
Coinbase
Oh.
Coinbase splits here.
Are they? Do you start at the front of the instance when you or? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a cleared instance. I was like,
Yeah.
That's like, dude, are they doing a fresh clear right away? No.
Yeah.
So they're going in. So the way it works is like everything after Anduin is completely untested territory. So we've got 3 bosses that we've never seen before. We'll see what happens. I think they're gonna look at that gun shoes. They're blasting their way up to the front. That is crazy. Twisted is so fast.
You don't race during these moments?
Oh yeah, I mean you should definitely. I just get summoned.
All right, so they're running in. I mean, I guess so. Obviously, like you were saying, after Anduin is untested, so they're going to Rygalon and Lords of Dread here. Hopefully, going to be taking down those bosses relatively quickly. Obviously, both of those bosses being tier bosses, kind of being untrod ground, but also in terms of mechanics, but also in terms of loot. You know, today being the first day that you could possibly be hoping to complete those 4-set bonuses, which is, needless to say, something that is, I guess we're probably going to be beating to death over the next 36 hours of this broadcast, talking about tier set bonuses, who has them, who doesn't, you know, who's wearing who.
Look at this place.
Oh, this is sick.
So you port into a new section. There's some new trash.
We have arrived
Oh, we have
at the
some
most sacred of places.
Voice lines?
yeah,
The
voice
very
lines from the
heart
NPCs.
of the cosmic pattern.
That's
Oh.
some nice voice acting.
That is actually very cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're a little much, and you're like,
That's
okay.
really
That's cool.
Of course.
Oh,
Well,
of
in
course,
theory,
because there's trash, it
that
must
is
be
to say,
skipped.
without proper
So
testing.
here we go. We're trying to think of a ways to skip
If
here.
you find
Yeah, I
yourself
don't think they're
turning your
outside
axe
right
against
now,
your
so the gun
allies,
shoot in Bizpot.
will have your
Oh, are they
ends.
outside?
They're stealthing. They're just stealthing through. Yeah, they're doing some stealth action. They're definitely gonna death run it. I bet they. Well, they're stealthing through, so they could probably shroud through. They have a rogue. We'll see. We'll see what they do. It's a little bit of a Mythic Plus
Yeah.
MDI routing here. Someone link the MDT. What's the MDT for this? What route are we doing here?
Well, they got the speed totem down, so I assume they're probably, well, they obviously sent the druids.
Oh, there's a
ahead.
shroud.
Yeah.
Shroud, speed totem. Look at this. This is
Wow. What is this?
This is world first rating right here.
Oh,
and we pulled trash. Okay.
no,
Never
it
mind.
didn't work.
World first
Oh,
rating, for sure.
man. Why
Here
are
we
they?
go.
Why are they trying to? They just don't want to deal with it. They're
Oh
trying
yeah,
to save
trash
time.
so
a total
slow.
waste of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a waste of time, but I guess like I didn't.
See,
realize-
Twisted is oh, what is going on? Is that one of the bosses?
Dude, are they about to
That
wipe
is one
to
of the
trash?
bosses.
Oh, okay.
So it seems like, oh, no way that they came up with this to like prevent you from skipping. So it looks to me, I can't tell, like I can't read the NPC name.
That was Mal'Ganis.
That was Mal'Ganis.
That was
so
Mal'Ganis.
the bosses like attack you while you're trying to do this trash.
Huh.
Is that, if I get that right?
That is. So obviously they weren't expecting that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, this part of the dungeon, they have not done it at all.
Oh man, and this is it. The
Yeah.
shame trash pull.
Here we
Now you
go.
got to do
Oh,
it. Yeah.
no.
The shameful
Yeah.
trash clear. Here we go.
And
Wah, wah.
everybody running it at like half health, tilted tank just immediately just starts pulling. I love that. Yeah, this is the worst feeling in the world when you want to skip trash but can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully the trash isn't too bad and you can just kind of...
Agreed.
Is it? I mean, what is? I mean, obviously.
Sometimes trash is horrible. Like, it can do stuff. It can actually be hard
Yeah.
and do really weird things, but...
Well, I mean, in this instance
I
in
don't-
particular.
I don't know. Like, I don't know because we skip all the trash.
What's the trash meta, Jet? Tell
Yeah, I
me.
don't know.
I mean,
I skip all the trash, so I don't know the trash meta.
Yeah, yeah.
in general, the trash is just like wildly inconvenient on Mythic and usually
Yeah.
not too bad on Heroic. But the thing is it's just like it's so slow for these guys. You know, like
Yeah.
they you know have 168 hours in a week or whatever it is, and like you know no, it's less than that, more
Somebody
than
was
that. I don't know. Not enough time in a
clapping.
week to sit here and clear the trash. They don't need those BOEs.
Oh, I think we had a couple DCs.
Eternal
behind
Palace
us.
trash. Yeah, dude, this isn't even Eternal Palace, dude. This is actually like worse than Eternal Palace. This is one of the worst trash instances in terms of
This
like
one?
actual mob count. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
have-
just a lot.
Yeah, I have no idea how the actual mobs are individually, but it's just like a lot of trash. Reminds me like almost a little bit of like Uldir, which is like another like Gunshoe skip instance because of how much it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, was that an
Little
add-on
error.
update?
But, that is interesting. They're really doing their hardest to make sure you do the trash this time around.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of a game of cat and mouse there, you know, with them trying to make sure that you do at least some of the trash, you know, making it so the bosses are unpullable until certain trash packs are pulled or patrol through trash areas. Trash is definitely part of the game, but there's also just, you know, part of the game is saving your time and being as efficient as possible.
Yeah. That's why it's called trash, right? I mean, I don't know. There's probably an actual story to that, but
Yeah.
it's funny.
Probably an old EverQuest thing.
Really?
If I were to think, yeah.
Yeah,
Calling
that
mobs
sounds right.
trash mobs.
Huh.
So they don't do anything?
I learned the term crankled the other day.
Crankled. What is that?
It's like a POE. It originated from POE, and it just means broken.
Oh.
Yeah, I learned
Why
it
not
from
just say
As.
broken?
I don't know.
Is it a specific type of broken?
It's like cursed or scuffed or something like that, right?
It's just fun new slang.
Yeah, it's fun new. It's the new lingo.
Yeah. Crankled.
Yeah, see, look, chat's talking about it. I literally Googled it,
Crangled.
and it said,
Yeah, I think
oh,
it's crangled, not crankled, right? There's good lore behind
There's
crangled.
lore behind Crangled.
okay, crangled, thank you. That was
A
off.
lot of lore behind Crangled. Oh, okay. It's not that much trash. They're already in the boss room.
Well, and what's interesting is I was looking for Mal'Ganis. It doesn't look like Mal'Ganis attacked them, except for when they were in stealth.
Oh, wait. Okay, here's what's going on here. They're doing 2 raids at once.
Oh.
So that I was so confused.
Yeah.
They're doing 2 raids at once.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, I know people are saying they posted splits to Twitter or talking about them, but I know that there is some last-minute debate on exactly how best to approach today. Like,
Yeah.
this is one of the most logistically complex, like,
What is that?
in
Ready check?
the heck? Was that a ready check?
Is it ready check or a reload? That was the Atlas Reborn. That's the Atlas Reborn
What?
emote from our Discord.
That's fantastic. I respect it.
It's reloading their UI. What is that an add-on thing? Oh, that's interesting. Interesting technology there.
What do you mean? What?
It's like reloading their UI, so I feel like it's something UI add-on related. Like when they
Yeah.
click on the green.
That little.
What does
yellow
it
thing?
say? Yeah, well,
I
the
can
window
read
and
it.
there's like a dialogue option.
that is Atlas.
Well, yeah, that is Atlas Reborn, but I don't know. I can't read what it says from like over here, so. But I think it's something add-on related. It's like reloading their UI.
Yeah, it's very, very, very possible that they're getting some last minute boss mod stuff pushed or something like that. Like we said, this is totally untrod ground. All that we have for boss mods is essentially just kind of guesswork based on what we have from Dungeon Journal and just a boatload of data mining courtesy of Ciori and Nebula and the analyst crew.
The analyst gang.
Yeah, the analyst gang. So it's pretty likely that we're going to see a lot of reloads going out between these polls here. Obviously they're here for as much as they can in terms of loot, but it's also extremely, extremely important to them that they're able to get as much.
3, 2, 1.
It's definitely an out. Oh, they pulled the boss. Okay, so we're seeing, I think both. Oh, it's just, we're looking at Ben right now, but they pulled the boss. I don't know what group Ben's in, but here we go. So as far as the mechanics go, the main thing that I know about is the Among Us mechanic, but that's not the only thing that happens here. Are you familiar with what's going on the boss?
On the final two, I'll be honest, I tried to not look at as much as possible on like the last couple of bosses because I have a lot of access to the limit stuff and I don't want to accidentally talk about stuff I shouldn't. So
we can make it up, Jed.
Yeah, let's make it up completely.
Yeah. So it looks like there's wow, they've got a lot of debuffs on. They've got like 2 different debuffs. Little spreading circle. Everyone's spreading out here. There's a lot of 2-target cleave. I like to see that.
Yeah, we've got the Swarm of Darkness and the Swarm. They take, I think it's more AoE damage during that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So there's a mechanic where they both turn into swarms, and during that swarm, they do a bunch of stuff, but they take 100% more AoE damage. So like you actually want to AoE even though it's like 2 targets. And we are man down.
Rip lip.
Yep, rip lip.
Yeah, and as you can see, those boomkins shredding there right now.
Yeah.
Boomkin's definitely like a fight where something takes 100% increased damage. Can you imagine
Starfall I imagine is really
good. The Starfall,
good.
but can you imagine the Fury of a Loon on 100% increased damage at the end of a
good.
Venthyr ramp? Like, oof, that's a ton of damage on that 2 targets there.
So like one boss is the swarm mechanic. I think Mal'Ganis' mechanic is a swarm mechanic where they both turn to swarms. And then I don't know how to say the other boss's name, but the other Dreadlord, what's her name?
Contessa.
Contessa is the one that does the Among Us mechanic, where you have to figure out who the imposter in your raid is. She basically possesses a number of people in the raid that are imposters, and you have to figure out who it is to pull her out. I think both of them out actually. I think they both do it. So those are like the 2 main mechanics of this fight. And we're looking at a pretty quick wipe on the boss. At least the tuning of it seems pretty legit. I'm sure a lot of it is just due to them seeing it for the first time. So maybe, there's a lot to talk about and what to iron out. It's kind of like you're doing PTR testing, right? Except it's the real thing.
I think this would be a good time, if we can, to check out their comms.
Yeah.
Area denial for those purple circles, right? Like just put like a blue marker to our left. Pull the bosses kind of close to left, like on that like little orange circle close to the wall, and then we'll actually just do the clears over on Square and Moon and just give them that space on that side of the room. Just go again. We'll probably need a few more polls to learn it.
I think we clear in the middle always. Like we would just do a circle around the room and just clear in the middle, like whenever clears go out.
Do you want to? The only problem with that is that ads can spawn in the middle, correct?
I think it spawns on players.
They spawned on players? Okay, let's try that then. Everyone go to the edge of the room. Like, actually, be on the edge of the room. Oh, we have to stay in the wild spirits.
Do we not want to lost 1 minute in?
Cloud of Carrion, spread out if you get this. Spread. Be the fuck away from everyone. You guys are going to end up clearing in the middle. After the wild spirits are over, pull the boss in between Diamond and Square, and then take the... okay, so those just spawn on players then. Okay. Those pools.
It's a cloud on melee.
We move. Yeah, it's fine. If you have a cloud in melee, honestly, for now, just get the fuck out until we run into a DPS issue. Who can kick that ad when it hits 100, by the way, but not before that?
Over here, Scott.
Cloud of Carrion, get out. And then we're getting the clears soon, most likely. Exile got cleaved,
I'll
I think.
get the kick at 100.
Fine. Vil rally now.
I got
Vil
this.
rally, get dispels, and then get ready to kill that ad when it gets to 100.
It already did.
Oh, okay, then kill it then. Swap to it.
And get away from any puddles, thanks.
Yeah.
They're gonna swarm right now.
Yeah. Swarm is going out. Swarm. This is your him now. Nick, you're going to be the first salve. I would do it. Atlas AMZ on the melee. Nori AM. 10 more seconds of
They do
damage.
so much damage.
Maybe you can Spirit Link if you want on range. They're the low ones. Melee are all healthy.
You have to spread your deal with the people, guys. Like,
Yeah,
don't
well,
get so many
I'll do this.
stacks.
Okay, it
Make
should
sure
be,
only one person
raid
gets
damage
it.
should be over then. The little cloud of carry-ons, you're saying you need to give those to people?
Yeah,
Clear,
we
them,
can
clear,
do
clear,
it.
clear, 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 clear these.
Once you get like 8 stacks, give it to someone else.
Cryptics, you just ran through someone.
Yeah, my bad.
New ad.
Yeah, new ad here. Just make sure it gets. Can it be gripped when it's at 100?
I'll try.
It's spawning on ranged always looks like.
Rally lip.
Watch melee.
A range will have to get the first kick there.
Melee, get the fuck out. No,
Yeah, I'll
no,
go.
no, 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 no. You guys are just. Yeah, you have to like.
There's the small little green circles
Kill
going
the
towards
ad.
melee.
Yeah, kill the ad. Kill the ad. Can you grip it in melee maybe?
Take it, Bill. I'll give it to maybe.
I think you can grip
Kevin's gonna have to rally the next phase.
We're not bringing to
I
the
thought
ad.
you wanted to know. My bad. It's gone.
Look at the small green circles moving across the
Guys,
room.
look at the yeah.
Among Us.
Among Us. Okay, this is.
There's still an ad alive.
We're all hostile.
And we have Cloud to carry on this.
What?
Why are you guys kicking?
The small.
I think it's Bill.
Everyone look
No,
at the small
is
green
everyone?
circles.
So when the fear gets rid of your green circle, you should have 4 green ones. If you get hit by that, you get the debuff again. So everyone needs to dodge it every time.
Yeah, the
Loop
small.
has like a demon on him.
Wait, I'm so
Bill has
confused
the
with this
debuff
MC
too.
phases.
Yeah, what is going on in this?
What is
MC
going
phase?
on right now? From my POV, this looks.
I walked near somebody and I got a debuff, but I couldn't
You have
read
to
it in
stand
time.
near other players to get a hint about their essence.
We have clouds. We're probably
Yeah.
supposed to clear all clouds before then.
Yeah. Do you not
Yeah.
like as soon as the circles come
We
out, the
can't
bosses
get hit
need to
by
get the
green things
fuck
on the
away from
ground.
them.
Yeah.
And the range should not stand by
anyone
them
with
as well.
The fear bombs should
This is
run away.
sussy.
No,
Can we not?
Everyone with the fear bomb who has the cloud of carry-on should run away to increase the amount of distance. Because right now it's like stacked up and it's like horrible to see.
Well, the one that sent it to shit was like coming from range towards the boss, and it just hit every melee. I think people just need to, like, they didn't even see the mechanic before. The small green circles after
Did the
the
mega
clears.
stream?
Yeah, they pop out whenever we clear the green circles. So whenever
Yeah.
the fear debuff goes out, make sure you're looking out for the small green shit. You can't get hit.
Yeah,
by it.
we almost had
Nice, Riven.
basically no
Also,
greens going in there, and
you
then
don't
we
have
ended
to
up having
pass
like
it
15.
to you don't have to pass it to the guy who has the fear circle. You can just stand inside his fear
Yeah, and
circle.
that gets rid of the
Yeah,
circle.
the only
Riven.
reason to pass is to reset stacks because the damage
these
ramps up.
drums?
So
Correct,
if you're
which
just
you should
chilling,
be doing,
then there's
yeah.
no reason to, like, if you're fine, you have a personal, then don't even touch anyone else and just clear it.
Just
Yeah.
reset before the phase
Yep.
of damage amps or whatever it's called.
Do
The
we need to
swarm
reset
reset
boss?
boss.
because we have drums.
You should try and reset it, yeah.
Someone drums.
Yeah, I misclicked that.
Do we not want to lust the burn? It's 1 minute in.
It's so bad.
It's a really bad
There, we'll
timing.
get more later, probably. There might be a better one that lines up.
The thing, it's a good lust for healing too, because it actually gets really fucking hard.
2 different raids at once.
So
Well-
being on the edge of the room didn't really do anything because those area denial purple pools were just spawning on us randomly.
No,
right?
we just need to like move as a raid as soon as they spawn. Just like fuck off.
So how
Yep.
exactly do you clear the green circle? Is it with the fear
There's
thing?
a big
The fear
purple
bomb.
circle.
The
you
big
just stand
fear
in
that
the
goes
middle
on
of it.
2 people. Yeah, you get in that fear circle on the 2 players that have it.
And then tiny little green pools will shoot out.
And,
from
yeah,
those. You have to dodge those.
instead
you
of
have to
getting
dodge those. Okay,
instead
I
of getting
see.
feared, it clears your debuff. If anyone
Yeah.
else is in it, you get feared.
Did everyone see the small green circles? Does everyone
Yeah.
know what they're
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
for?
yeah. It's
Okay.
not the ones that are around players. They were like, just going
Crawling
for
on
the
the
ground.
on the ground.
That's
Yeah.
probably the thing that's doing.
That
it.
gives you a
That's
new
it.
circle, right?
Yes, it gives you a new cloud of carry-on if you get hit by the green.
Yeah, you
Are
don't
we
want
able to move the bosses to the ad, or is that not worth it when it gets to 100?
It depends where it's baited. Like right there, an ad was baited like surrounded by sleep puddles. So no. But also the ads are spawning on range players, so like don't be standing near fear puddles.
Okay.
Just pull the blue at the start.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't wild spirits.
Don't. Yeah.
Yep, we'll hold it. Let's wait till us then.
Are we doing lust at 1? I mean, if we're holding wild spirits and
He meant 2 seconds.
holding.
oh, we can just hold it till later. That's fine.
It's asleep. Let's move.
So guarantee you can't. Yeah. We just drop shit. So move. Wait till the end of the wild spirits if possible. The what is it? That ad, can it be gripped after it's 100?
I'm gonna try.
Green circle's getting these.
Watch out the.
Now
for
dodge
blue.
the small green shit.
Yeah. Small greens.
It's going out now.
Is it?
Yes.
Yep.
There.
It comes
There
out
it is.
of
There it is.
the
Yeah,
spell.
yeah,
Can be gripped.
yeah, it can be gripped. Nice. And just drag the boss under that
Watch
and kill that.
melee,
Watch green
watch
circles.
melee.
Watch green circles. Watch green circles.
Melee.
Can that be like knocked into melee? Do we have knocks?
I don't think we can move these bosses like this.
Yeah.
They're infernals.
Swarm.
This is Rally Lip. This is maybe
Don't-
Spirit Link on the melee. Nori AM and Nick
Blessing this
him, and that should be it.
Scott, just trade it to
Yeah,
range.
yeah, just lost this.
Lost
Fuck
it.
And
it.
then set a weird double hemming. Okay. It's over in 8 seconds. You can salve Nick. That's the last thing if we need it. Dude, these guys have so
Yeah,
much
if
HP.
you ever get a green circle in melee, just get it out into range just ASAP.
New fears coming out here.
Yeah. We can clear any we
Clear
have
green.
here.
Don't run through
Sleep
melee.
cloud
Oh my
melee.
God.
Sleep cloud melee.
Moving.
Yeah.
Dodge green.
Dodge green from these. Dodge green. Dodge green.
There was no way you were getting in there, Nori, I think.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it to you.
That's fine.
The vulnerability
Hey,
debuff is actually not as
Clouds
long,
are going
so
out. Clouds.
it's kinda
It
easy.
seems to only go on range unless
New
someone gets
fears.
hit.
Do you still have yours,
Do we wanna
Marcus?
new
This
fears?
Hit that,
is-
hit
this
that.
is-
This is Rally Exile right now.
Hit ad.
Sorry, get in this. Yeah.
Attack me, Nori.
Nice. No way I'm getting to it.
Watch
I
green
don't have
circles.
it.
Watch green circles. Green circles.
Need GS me,
Yo,
sir.
We're
Pop.
getting Among Us soon.
I'm
we're
giving
getting
you
Among
this.
Us soon.
Masters King Fly.
We are playing
Hold your
Among
2
Us
minutes.
soon.
Hold your
Yeah,
2
I
minutes.
know
Do
how it
not get
works.
hit.
Fired up like this.
Fired up. You might need to block that off.
It got,
That's
fine.
We got
What's the green
ripped
circles?
into the green.
Yeah, you get grip through shit.
Just
Don't hit each other. We all fucking
Oh, I
somewhere
see
now.
a Mal'Ganis looking thing on.
Sunfire.
On
On
who?
who?
Blue
Ben's
man.
looking
I
dark.
see
Oh my God,
Mal'Ganis.
it's
and
I
he's
see
on-
impact. I see impact.
Kill Impact. Kill Impact. Blue man, good. Kill him. He knocked us back. Does that mean he's the wrong person?
Now he's immune.
It's not taking damage.
Goodbye,
Good.
Mac.
Good.
Goodbye,
Kill
Mac.
Ben. Kill Ben.
Kill
Kill
Ben.
Ben.
Kill Ben.
Ben is
Then
like
kill Ben.
Yeah,
perfect.
Kill
yeah,
Ben.
Ben, Ben.
Ben. Fuck you.
Oh,
I killed him
did
and
it.
fuck man.
did
So
it.
they,
The
were,
debuff
so they were
ended.
both. I knew it was
Watch
them.
for him, watch for him, watch for him.
Don't melee. Get out, please.
Yeah, it's
Scott.
fine. It's on Scott.
No, we're fine.
Okay, we get the fuck out of here.
New fears
Watch,
here.
wait, just be careful of frontal. Careful of frontals. Clear
Oh,
all
should
these
be
here.
good for
Clear
a
all
little
these
bit.
and then watch green circles then.
Move, yeah. Just hard move all the way.
That's not what you do, XL. I don't think. Yeah, that's not.
When
what you
nothing gets 100, can somebody baby bump it?
Watch
Melee?
right towards melee. Green. Atlas, move. Atlas, move.
I'm good. Someone typhoon that ad when it gets 100.
I'll do
Towards
this,
us.
yeah.
Yeah,
What
I'll
do we
grab it
have
after.
for next?
wanna
We have
grip and I'll type it.
Hans's
Have a tie
Salve,
to
Vill's
AM.
Rally. We just need to like literally every cooldown during the next thing.
I think they're 2 minutes apart now.
No, too.
Is the damage happening at 100 energy? Am I honest?
Just
Yeah.
stay still.
Watch.
Let people come to you. Let them
Green
come to you.
shit on the ground coming. Watch.
I'll deal with this.
Swarm.
Yep.
Swarm.
Melee ones coming.
This is your
towards you.
AM Soup Shop Darkness melee.
Watch out,
Vill, you're
melee.
gonna rally into this, not now.
We can all stand in because we have no cloud, right?
Yeah. Just stack up for healing.
Just Hellstone too. We have less CDs in the
6
first
more
one.
seconds. We have no more healing.
Tonics as well.
Nick, press buttons.
I'm trying.
We needed to. Yeah, we need to save CDs for. We need to alternate. Also, disc is probably good.
Did you hold spirits for that, Eric?
Yep.
New cloud.
Yes,
Okay.
the amount of healing we have to do on this boss is fucking insane.
Those are 2 minutes apart, right?
All we could really move
And
over there was
spirits
like
works?
a rally and a
Yep.
Ashen.
We
To
can move
split
on
it up
him, too.
evenly. Okay.
Oh yeah, shit was getting doubled.
Watch green.
We probably want a 60 right?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Who can do that in this
Don't
group?
kick something, guys.
7
It's
heal.
not full.
We should just wipe and go again. I think we get the idea of the fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can
So-
keep
so-
going.
Is there
anything else? We have a good amount of
What are we gonna see by going?
We've seen
We're just gonna 100% die to the next.
So,
thing. It's
how does this Among Us?
We could see the next Among Us.
I know you're seeing the dark circles around
Here it is.
there. It's a purple swirly.
You just have to spread out.
Trill Shaman.
Trill,
Trill
yes, Trill
Shaman.
has it.
Trill and
Trill and Trill.
Eric.
Trill and Trill.
Alright.
Oh,
Not
God,
Trill,
stop
not Trill,
hitting
not
him.
Trill.
I think he's done.
No, he's already
Yeah,
dead.
okay,
He's
once-
dead. Next person.
Once the
Eric.
knock.
I think Dryne. I see Dryne.
It's Dryne.
I
see
Bill.
Kill Giny.
It was not Eric.
Bill.
I see Bill.
I think everyone has to. If only if you people see one that's wrong, right?
Yeah.
If
Puddles
one
up.
person sees one, it's wrong. Or like, I guess
Sleep high,
2
Mary. Sleep
max.
high,
The
Mary.
boss is gonna
Was
get
I a
healed
demon
next.
on your screen, Scott?
How do we add a healer to this?
High bubble and
Siori.
Can Riven
No,
seal?
we don't
That
want
can't
to
be
do
right.
that. That's
I can my shaman.
Or
I
yeah,
can probably
Cryptic.
heal
Cryptic
I
is
don't
the
know.
best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably our best bet.
hard run.
But this seems doable. It's just you have
We
to
can
like,
wipe.
You actually did a hard
Yeah.
stop. Okay, when did that second burst phase actually happen?
It was like 2:30 after the
No,
first one.
it was 2 minutes apart.
Yeah, I need to know what time in the fight it happened.
Yeah.
Would have happened
Once we went
Look
to
at
the
the log.
logs.
That could go off. Let's wave it.
Can't see the log
Yeah.
until we wipe.
Yeah, please.
So
die.
the
You
thing
can
with
just
the
jump off.
paranoia,
Please die.
like, do we have to rush as fast as we've been doing? It doesn't even really do that much damage. We should be a bit more chill and not kill people. I think
Someone me back. Someone
we
me
killed
back.
Eric.
So the one time we were wrong, they got like
You
a fucking
shouldn't
8-second
AoE.
invul at low HP.
And that was a Jersey mic'd listen in. We got to get some first initial encounters on this boss. Overall thoughts?
The raid is taking a ton of damage. I think they said that too. Wow. Well, it's like not that many mechanics now that I actually, sit down and actually watch the whole thing. But it seems like it's pretty tuned tightly. But I think they'll get this in single-digit pulls. I don't think it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
They just add another healer and it should be good. The Among Us mechanic is interesting because I think they're still not entirely clear, and I know I'm not entirely clear on it either, of how it works. But it seems like once you can identify who the I'm not gonna say it. The imposter is. The imposter, it like does a little knockback to like show that you've like freed them of that whatever possession, because you can see like the demon hovering above them.
Yeah.
And then you have to, it looks like it's two people that you have to figure out.
Yeah, it sucks everybody in too. So I'm pretty sure you can quickly identify who has it. The problem is it sounds like sometimes people will have that Mal'Ganis aura, but they won't actually be the person you need to kill. So there's multiple people, and so you need to verify quickly between multiple people that one person actually to everyone is actually the imposter compared to everybody else. And then there's going to be a couple of people who to you I might look like Mal'Ganis, but Aya wouldn't see me that way. So obviously I wouldn't be. But yeah, that's
Right.
interesting. I don't know if that's like a super solvable mechanic with weak auras. That actually might just be one of those ones that you've got to talk
You'd
about.
probably need to look at You'd have to do a little deep dive on this boss to figure out for sure.
Yeah.
Because I think, they're kind of in a rush, so it's like not the easiest thing to look into this right away. Because, usually like in a PTR cycle, like you'll PTR test a boss, and then after testing's over, like you have the logs or you can do a little deep dive.
Yeah.
This is like, you're just in the thick of it. You can't.
I mean, yeah. Normally the weak Rs that they'd be testing for this would be like 5 months old at this point. Like they'd be rigorously built. They would have had a long time to think about it. But it's like, I mean, okay, so we know what the words are, but like, how does this actually fit together?
Exactly.
I mean, that's actually kind of been an interesting skill that these guilds have had to flex coming into this tier, is that it's not enough to just like kind of get a feel for it. You really have to have the imagination to look at the abilities and be like, how does this actually work? Like step by step, how do these abilities play out? What's going to be the challenge on this fight without seeing it? And I mean, anybody who's tried to learn an encounter just from the dungeon journal without doing it knows how hard that is. Like you see the abilities, but until you kind of see the fight play out once or twice, it's very, very hard to understand where the challenges are going to be, what's going to be the hardest thing. I will agree with you though. This fight, after a couple of pulls, it's kind of a low mechanic looking fight. You kind of, I don't know. It seems kind of straightforward with a bit of that gimmick on the what are we calling this? We don't want to call it the Among Us mechanic. Are we calling it the Among Us?
I was gonna.
He didn't want to
call
say
it-
sus.
I was gonna say Sussy Baka, but
Oh.
there, I said it. So what I was gonna say, So on the note about the not that many mechanics thing, I think this is what I call a 2-minute fight, because it's like a 2-minute cycle of mechanics that just repeat over and over again.
Yeah.
So there's not much learning that needs to be done. So like if you've seen 2 minutes into the fight, or like however long that interval was, then you've seen the whole fight. It's just a matter of kind of doing it over and over again. And if the timers are like very exact, there are probably not going to be many overlaps. So it might actually be pretty good. Like, they're probably be good to kill the boss. It seems like a lot of the deaths happen to, rushing mechanics, not having an extra healer like that they need. So we'll see on the next poll. We're looking at a little bit of
What is that?
Moonwalking.
A little moonwalking action.
Yeah.
Are we desyncing here?
Well,
What's
when
going
if
on?
you're walking while you reload, your character will do that too sometimes. I don't know.
Oh.
I'll bet you. I mean, they saw the whole fight there, so I'm willing to bet that
they all got up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
think
so it's
it's
about
lunchtime.
lunchtime, and I guarantee you that Nebula, who's the Bigwigs guy, was probably like, okay, yeah, well, we have enough
Got a
now.
couple
Everybody log
pulls.
off and give me like 40 minutes to get all of this put into Bigwigs.
Yeah.
So I assume that we're kind of seeing a module break here. So we've got quite a few people working behind the scenes on this kind of thing. So
There's a little, yeah, I'm thinking it's more like a lot of games just shut off because their computers lost power angle and less of a break angle.
Oh, well, that also might be a thing. Who knows?
Because all the computers on one row are just
Oh,
Oh, Atlas
yeah.
cursed it again.
Is that
It's
Atlas?
the
It is Atlas.
It is
Yeah,
Atlas's
he's in that row. He,
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, Atlas. Bad things tend to go wrong wherever Atlas is, and he probably tripped on a power cord or something. If I had to imagine.
You'll have to see it.
Him specifically.
Yeah,
but
just him, no one else.
yeah, exactly. Obviously, we're gonna get that sorted as quickly as we can. Definitely a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, it's not horrible timing because, I mean, like you were just saying, Dolores, like we've got a couple pulls in, and now we can go crunch the numbers. And I would imagine that lunch is here soon too, so maybe we'll get a lunch break going in, but not a complete disaster because we've got a lot of things to unpack. I think up on the desk and also in the guild.
Yeah,
So-
so you'll note. I guess you guys aren't seeing this drama unfold over here as Siori and production try to figure out what's going on with the power. But you'll note that none of Telegon or Misery or Bubba, none of these people are out there. They're all in the back room working right
all-
now. So they have at this point have seen quite a bit on these fights.
Yeah.
And even if it seems like Heroic is kind of straightforward, I guarantee you they're already looking at, hey, what's in Mythic? How does that fit into our new understanding of the fight? How can we possibly solve these mechanics with weak Rs and all of that? So there's still quite a bit of progress being done off screen, even if at present, we've got 10 Raiders computers offline or
We'll
whatever.
figure it out. Do we have a view, by the way, of the analysts? Since I know that they're probably doing a lot right now. I know I saw a view of their little room earlier, and maybe it's like too messy to show right now. But I mean, no, you're absolutely right there. We shoved them into the back, and and they've got their own like. I mean, I was talking to Jed about this, but you've been there. You have to like kind of walk through there, obviously, to get to some places. But they've got their own little like mecca back there. They've got the TV, they've got the desk, they've got their own. They've both got 2 monitors, so it's just like the whole setup, and you can't even talk to them. They're all so busy.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the rest of them, like you can kind of talk to, but it seems like they're just going from point A to point B. If they're ever out here, and if they're back there, it's just like head down working. But everybody's busy. Everybody's stuff going on.
Yep, actually, I'm sure the analysts will welcome this break.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that's going on right now with the
Yeah.
Raiders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might.
Well-
they might have some breathing room to.
Part of the struggle has been, and probably continuing to be for these guys, is the fact that splits have just been so complicated compared to previous tiers. Tier, I guess, being the key word there. Working on getting the 2 and 4 sets put together, or I guess more accurately, last week was the 3 sets, and getting as many characters primed for trading this week. Of course, we also see a ton of let's bring in a bunch of community members and try to make traders. And if you've gotten a drop, can we bring you in and you can try to get us trading? So it's been spectacularly chaotic. The tier groups have gotten blown up 3 or 4 different times and then rebuilt. And they're like, this is the right way to do it now. I mean, it's just been like a non-stop, just like conversation between like 4 people talking about the best possible way to clear these raids on the normal and heroic lockouts. So. And that continues this week, of course.
Yeah. Yes. And speaking of Loris, now that we have you, are you still coordinating the split raids?
No.
No? Oh, yeah,
that
we
was
got
never my
someone
thing.
else.
That's awful. No. I never did split raids. I did like
Oh, you did just the
BOEs and
armor.
legendaries
I
and guild bank
see.
and stuff.
Okay,
No,
but you got.
we did.
There's
We
someone
got
that's
somebody
doing
new.
that now,
Yeah,
right?
we got a Dean. So a Dean is officially Liquid Dean, or I don't know. She's got a bunch of like cute names like that. But yeah, a Dean. So she used to work with one of the gold carry communities before. I guess I'm calling it just the happening, when Blizzard just said, this isn't okay anymore. And so every single, carry community in the U.S. simultaneously was like, okay, I guess I'll commit then. Goodbye. And Adine obviously was, we just, yeah, I mean, she's very
You liked her?
enthusiastic about the game. Yeah, no, she's super enthusiastic. She's super great to work with for both of us. And then also has like a really great face for the community and people, actually being buyers for us. And I would say Liquid probably has I'll call it a checkered past with being a nice sales guild to work with. Obviously, we've done a lot of sales, but it's been, I don't know. We've had interesting experiences with buyers, so she's kind of the new face for that. And yeah, no. So we've got somebody new to kind of take over dealing with acquiring legendaries and BOEs and all of that. So I can finally be here, and not have to worry about that all quite as much.
Nice. Good stuff.
We love it.
There's been times in previous tiers where you were so busy. Sometimes you would legitimately, like, we'd be on a screen like this and would just take the headset off and leave because you had to do something. I think we've got the fire.
Yeah,
that sounds like a
What's going on?
sounds like a battery backup thing making a noise.
Dude,
what did you do?
We should not have brought Atlas, dude.
I was gonna say this is 100% Atlas.
Do not bring
cursing
Atlas.
the facility. But anyways, this is a fantastic time to go to a quick break, and hopefully we're going to get that curse removed and cleansed, and we will be right back.
on screen. But of course, this is a totally new experience. This is currently poll number 3 on Lords of Dread, and nobody else in the world has seen this, of course, even on Heroic or Normal, because these bosses were just not unlocked last week. So we're here guessing at it basically at the same pace as the players. This is essentially the first time anybody here is seeing this.
And congratulations, chat. You're a part of history.
Yeah, I was here.
This is an I was here moment. Yeah. Yeah, I think you kind of covered everything. This part of the fight is scary because it's just so much damage on the raid. It might honestly, it's kind of a lot. Like it's a ton of damage, and I think we might have lost 1 or 2 people. It looks like 2 people are dead. It's kind of hard to tell with the frames being covered by the cam, but yeah, I think that's really. It seems like the other mechanics, they're down pat, and this is just a pure, like you said, a numbers thing. When they do their swarming, the name of the mechanic escapes me, but they turn into like a swarm of bugs, both of them.
Yeah.
And they take 100% more AoE damage, which you can see Atlas is just doing super damage because he's playing Frost DK. So Breathless Intergosa, the already really great 2-target fight. 2-target is a great fight for them. On top of that, with Breathless Intergosa just doing all that extra damage, it's perfect for this spec. And so he's up there with the Warriors, who are also the gods of 2-target fights.
Yeah.
And, you know, that 100% AoE phase is perfect. Like I said already, it's perfect is the best word.
Yeah.
This is the dream.
I personally am kind of excited for this fight as a Boomkin. I was already mentioning it. Fury of Elune, of course, being a pretty large part of their Boomkin's damage, and it's also an AoE ability, and it's 2 targets. You're going to slam that Fury of Elune. I'm not sure if it will hit both of them while they're doing that, so on screen right now, by the way, just lest we ignore it, this is, of course, the Amogus mechanic. Right now, they're trying to see who is, in fact, the imposter, and then after they successfully kill the enemies, or the allies, I suppose, then you jump over here. Now, I haven't noticed, do those players stay dead, or is it one of those jump to 1 health, get topped off kind of things?
I'm not sure. I'm under the assumption that it's a health threshold. I think it's like 20%. And then it if it's the right person, you'll see a knockback. If you see all the players get knocked back, that means they guessed the right person.
Huh.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed that. Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't know what happens when you pick the wrong person. Either they die or something. I think they die, but I think these deaths are from other stuff. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
Yeah. But hard to read it all.
Yeah, I know at least 2 of the deaths are from the Swarm, and actually I feel like they're going to wipe on the next Swarm. This is going to happen, yeah, right now. Mal'Ganis hits 100 energy, so you can see him do the Swarm. They're both a bunch of bugs. Who knew bugs could do this much damage, but I guess I've never experienced a Loca Swarm before. But look at that. They're ripping every raid CD. The Hunters are saving their Wild Spirits. It's going to do 100% extra damage. I'm sure Atlas is breathing his stinky breath on them, and then look at him. He's owning. This is the. I was making fun of Atlas because Atlas was like, "This is the DK fight," and I was like doing the whole DK copium thing. This will be our fight, but it is. Anduin's also their best fight too. Anduin in this fight, so Atlas might not be in the beanbag gang for long, but it looks like they lost a lot of people. I can see at the bottom of the frames, like 2 more people or 1 more person died, I think. So, but they're doing pretty well. The boss tuning is actually kind of absurd. I wonder if that's a 30-man thing or this is just what they want for Heroic.
Probably a little bit of both, man. But geez, look at that Holy Priest up there, Nick Priest. And what's interesting is he's not actually the priest with the 2 set. I believe Serre has the 2 set, but not Nick. But he's up there ripping 18k.
So Holy is always the play in a 30-man raid because Disc can only cover so many people. But Holy is, does just fine with a 30-man raid. So they're always going to look really good. But Holy is just doing really well anyway.
Yeah, Holy is super, super real. Of course, right now this is the Amogus mechanic. Everybody going hostile, and like you mentioned, they all were knocked back successfully there. It looks like THD Lock was. I saw him get knocked super low, but they can't make up their mind on who else they want to kill. Nobody died there, though. Nobody permanently, I mean. So, oh, goodness.
I think they failed the mechanic, right? Because they're getting kind of owned coming out of it, which is like, no, I don't think that happened the last few times.
For sure not.
That is interesting. Yeah, it looks like they have like a dot. Yeah, they have like a 2-stack. Yeah, that's gonna wipe them for sure.
Yeah, so I wonder if what's happening is there's a time limit, and if you don't break out both in that time limit, then it kind of just cracks, and your raid just gets all those dots put up on them. But yeah, that was definitely terminal. I mean, there's no healing through that because there's like 15 more seconds on that.
I don't remember them getting any kind of like it was really cozy after they broke them out because there's nothing happening. So yeah, that's definitely the price of failure for that mechanic.
Yeah.
Is that it's pretty nasty dot. It seems like it could be salvageable because I think they had a healer down too for like a large part of that fight. I think Sarah's was down. Yeah, but man, it's kind of sad to be a shaman on this fight, huh?
Oh, dude, yeah, no.
Resto shaman is not having a good time.
If you just caught the we had a slight issue with the PEA overhead when we were in that break, and it was just like this loud screeching noise, and I was Mavy's right behind us, and I kneeled down, and I was like, man, I thought they were 4 healing, and then I saw, I looked down on the meters, and I saw you, and he's like, you hear that sound of the PA screeching? That's my internal monologue right now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no,
that's
it's
perfect.
Well, maybe of course being notorious for the Resto Shaman gameplay, but he was also pretty on board the Mistweaver train for this patch, which boy, what a disappointing way to enter this patch with 2 classes getting really the rough end of everything.
Yeah.
And Resto Shaman is pretty unique in that it's not bad, but it is like you must have Force Set to enter. And as soon as you have your Force Set, you're kind of a real class. It's sort of cool. It does a bunch of damage. It's like it's a really cool build. But if you're in a Mythic guild and you're only in here for 2 or 3 weeks, you may not get that 4-piece. And if you don't have that 4-piece, you're in for a pretty sad time, unfortunately.
So this damage meter is so funny to me because literally, if you want to see, like, it will look for a spellcaster DPS, you have to go to 11th on the meter. It's like Warrior, DK, Enhancement Shaman, DH, both Hunters, another Enhancement Shaman. It's like, I mean, the raid is stacked for the melee. It's like a heavy stack melee raid, but still, it's just, Fired Up is in there. It's not like we have no range in there. So it's just funny to me that it's just another boss that's super melee favored.
Yeah. Well, actually, what's interesting is you're bringing up Fired Up. I would say a two target boss the whole time. Like at many points in WoW's history, that's the kind of thing where you'd be like, dude, Fire Mage is gonna roast on this
Frost.
Yeah, or Frost.
Splitting
even.
ice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally splitting ice. I mean, either. And despite the fact that Fire Mage and really just Mage period would normally look great on one of these bosses, Meat Gang really reigning supreme this patch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a lot of meat this tier.
It's the year of the meat.
It's a butcher shop for sure.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Why is there no Palorette? That
one is really bad.
Yeah, really bad. Gotcha.
That one is really bad.
Yep.
I'm surprised there were no tuning buffs.
Yeah, I was very surprised about that. Yeah, no, I
Nothing
actually
got buffed.
Yeah, no, it was. I have it so ingrained in my mind that Monday before Mythic that we're gonna get a patch. Last night it was like 11 p.m. and I was like, somebody referenced the show being tomorrow, and I was like, oh, you mean the day after? And I was like, and they're like, no, it's tomorrow. And I was like, I genuinely in my head was convinced yesterday was Sunday because it can't be midnight and us not have gotten, obviously I can't think of a raid, I don't think, like offhand, where we haven't gotten at least a little bit of tuning on that Monday before Mythic.
So I guess to talk about the other mechanics on this fight. So you see the green circles that are around players that will stack a debuff on them that they take more damage, and you can pass it around to people to spread it or to reset the debuff. So you start to get to 8, 9, 10 stacks, you're gonna probably take a lot of damage, so you want to give it to someone, and you can see that happening on the screen. To permanently get rid of it, you're gonna see these dark circles that spawn on 2 players. You see them going out, and the people with the green circles are gonna go in there to clear the debuffs. When those debuffs get cleared, they shoot out little green puddles, and if you get hit by those puddles, you spawn more green circles, and that might have happened here. I don't know if those are from hitting the green puddles or from just the boss giving it to you, but that's what happens. The other dark zones just seem like they're void zones on the ground. There is an ad that spawns and is damageable when it gets to 100 either energy or health. It's it coalesces. And then you kill it, you will grip it in and kill it, which is what's happening here. And outside of that, it's just the 2 main mechanics, the Swarm and the Among Us. It's really not that many things happening.
But I will say, not many things happening, but jeez, it is so chaotic. Man, I'm curious exactly how this works. Oh wow, they just figured it out super quickly there.
See, they're just turning off nameplates so they can like see the Dreadlord hovering
Yeah,
above.
literally hitting Alt Z. Like
Yeah.
I mean, just straight up hide your whole UI and you know, strike down who you need to. Man.
Oh, did they? I don't think they got it. Yeah, I think you get stunned with like when you fail the mechanic.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, you get stunned.
Woof.
So that's weird because like the last few pulls, they've been getting it pretty quickly, but now it's like they failed it twice now. I wonder if it's because they thought they had a method to solving it based off of the first few pulls, and now they're realizing that that methodology is actually kind of flawed and they fluked their way.
I'll bet they have it solved, but they want a faster way of solving it. So they're probably testing what's the minimum number of players to verify a target before we know they are Mal'Ganis. And so they're just saying, okay, well, 2 people, sure, rip it. Okay, we died. 3 people, try that this time. Or something like that. I'm willing to bet it's testing.
Yeah,
Oh, fired up
it is so weird that they do have to do a lot of like trying of this boss. So many of the mechanics, like it's just a new boss, right? So there's no PTR testing that was done on this boss. So they have to they have to actually approach it like as a PTR boss, and then switch to kill mode, and like we have to play to kill it.
What's so interesting about that comparison too is because, you know, one of the most secretive things in this whole race, and a lot of people, you know, who aren't super, you know, haven't necessarily been in one of these guilds may not know, is these guilds are so secretive about their PTR testing footage and about the things they test, about the classes they were testing with. You know, like those are all extremely testing things like spell reflect. Like we've never tested spell reflect on all of these mechanics, and normally that's one of those things. You've got like some gimp who goes into these raids and is like, okay, I do nothing. All I do is test spell reflect on every single mechanic, and that's one of those things you do. They haven't had a chance to do that for these mechanics, and there's other things like immunes. You have to try like basically both turtle and bubble or block for almost every mechanic to see if it's immutable, and that's testing that we haven't seen them be able to do or they haven't had a chance to do previously. And right now, Echo's not in. I guarantee you, Echo is watching some VOD of this at some point, and so they don't have that same kind of just like carte blanche to just be okay. Let's just test everything, because they're having to be very aware of the fact that anything they're testing right now, anything they're figuring out right now is public information. It's just out there.
Exactly.
And, you know, that PTR footage that typically would only be getting them ahead is actually getting everybody ahead right now. Echo, BDG, and anybody in the race, and even you at home, you know, I mean, like, if you were walking to this fight blind, like, you'd be in for a bad time, but you're going to have, you know, even if it's just, you know, 15 minutes of prep looking at the fight right now, like, you know, that gets you very far compared to, you know, being at 0.
Yeah, you get to like basically see a live process of them deconstructing a fight that they're seeing for the first time, and even seeing like the way that a thought process reaches a conclusion is super useful for people that want to like learn how to do something. Because there are people out there that like they want to know the why of it, rather than the purely like the how.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this? What is the reason for this stuff? And you're going to, in real time now, see these people talk it out, because everybody's seeing this boss for the first time.
You guys... It's just exciting that we get to see this happen live right now. I think like from an entertainment standpoint alone, it's really interesting. Obviously, like the priority is actual playability, but are you taking notes for when you go in there earlier or later, Jen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to worry about anything on this boss. I think this is like
you're melee.
Well, not even just that. I think like there's not really much of an individual thing outside of those carrion debuffs, the circles. I mean, outside of that, there's like it's kind of like a group coordinated boss. So there's not I think for an individual player, there's not too much to worry about. So I think if you get hit, okay, so Twisted definitely got hit by that and got a circle. Pretty sure that's what happened there.
Someone in chat says BDGG just killed.
Did they?
You wanna verify that, Valores?
Yeah, I mean that sounds kind of made up, but let's find out. I mean they may have killed this. Is it toxic? Oh, I mean
it's a little toxic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, they may be on it. Dude, listen.
I mean everybody's gonna do this boss first, so
yeah.
it wouldn't be surprised if someone killed it.
I don't.
Aren't they streaming? I mean, you could go check it out.
Yeah, they are streaming. This is true.
But yeah, yeah, it's so they killed it, huh? Nice. Yeah, we're not trusting chat.
No,
yeah.
you guys told us it was early. They
Yeah,
trusted us about the server opening.
Oh yeah, true.
Or they tricked us. So no, sorry chat, we don't
All right,
trust you.
so BDG has Lords of Dread down.
Nice.
That is
All right,
congrats to them.
BDGG.
Huge gamers.
And now they're gonna do Rygolon, which will be pretty insane. Can you choose between Rygolon and Lords? Like the way I think that our graphic for the boss layout is set is like it looks like you can pick between Rygolon and Lords. But I wonder if that's how it is in the actual instance.
To my knowledge, you can. I pinned back in like September or something. I pinned in my like just personal like note Discord an image from like Max or somebody on one of these, just so I could see the actual ordering on this. I'm pretty sure you can though. You can pick between either one of them.
That's interesting.
Which is interesting. Yeah, it's like I'm curious what about Lords of Dread made both guilds want to go do Lords of Dread rather than. You know, I mean, I guess maybe they just both thought it'd be easier.
I expect Rygolon to actually be kind of a hard boss.
Yeah.
But then I feel like a lot of people did too. Like I said, there's like not too much to talk about with this mechanic, right? Like with the mechanics of this boss, it's like a 2 minutes worth of mechanics on a boss fight that just repeats over and over again.
I mean, essentially, yeah. I mean, I am a little surprised that they haven't just. Oh man, dude, this boss does so much. I'm sorry, I was just like every single time I go to start a sentence, I look at the screen and it's just like, oh, everybody's just dying.
Yeah.
This is, yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Not much of a DPS fight. This is just like a hey, are your healers like literal badasses or not? Because yeah, man, just so much DPS or HPS required during those split up moments right there. I am curious if there is a bit of a DPS check as well to avoid. Well, obviously there's always kind of a DPS check, kill the boss. But if there's kind of a critical break point of damage that you need to be able to achieve in order to avoid another swarm phase, because getting an extra swarm phase on this fight, you see how deadly those are. It's very possible that if you get one more swarm phase, then you have cooldowns. You just may basically die. So it's something like that 4th or 5th swarm phase you just have to beat, or you kind of lose. Also, I do notice it looks like there is damage reduction, so you don't have to worry about like from your allies in this. Like, there's no AOE abilities going. Like you just saw like fired ups. His ignite did spread, but it was only doing like 2
they
damage.
double banged that quickly. They figured out both of them, and you saw 2 knockbacks happen. When they guess correctly, that means the whole raid gets knocked back. So if you see all the players get shifted back a little bit, that's how you know that they've correctly guessed. It's weird to think about, but that's how you know they correctly guessed the mechanic. I think they made one mistake though, is they weren't able to clear all the carrion debuffs before the Among Us mechanic happened, but they were really good about not spreading it when it actually went out.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I saw that they were getting gripped like before the mechanic even started. So I wonder how they managed to avoid that. I think the people with the debuffs, like, I don't know, use some movement displacement to instantly get back away or something.
Oh, it looks like Scott went down there. That's I'm not sure how punishing the tank swap mechanic is on this boss, but typically fights like this have an exceedingly punishing mechanic. Although it is possible that you do get your tank debuff reset with the swarm phase, or very likely you do, since it's 20 seconds long there. So they may be able to pull this out here somehow. Everybody in the raid group being alive, with the exception of the other tank.
That was brutal.
But it's Bronze Cena.
Oh. Leeching Claws looks like one of the bosses is just going to be healing, probably. It may not be. Although I'm very curious as to. Oh yeah, so wow, one of the DPS just taunted off.
Yeah.
The other
They've
boss.
got so many warriors. You could just put up Die by the Sword, which gives you 100% parry, taunt the boss, get some kind of external like a pain suppression, sack, take the debuff, and then Twisted just taunts back right after.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about watching these guys play is when you get to see that kind of thing go on.
Man, Twisted's just taking so much damage. Look at this HP yo-yo.
Oh.
Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, that was some heavy stagger, all right. and it's very possible that they're kind of testing, you know, exactly what the limits are there for taunting. It's not an accidental wipe. It's always testing. Nobody.
Oh yeah.
Every single wipe is completely
Yeah, it's just
intentional.
testing,
It's just
yeah.
just
It's just testing, it's
very
not a
rigorous
wipe.
testing right now. Always. They need to clear the last 3 bosses on Heroic before Mythic? No, they don't.
They're only going to do the tier bosses. So the Jailer doesn't drop tier. It's just Rygalon and what was that? Oh,
Firecrackers.
we had a little bit of a weird noise back there. But anyway, so I think Rygalon and Lords of Dread are the 2 tier bosses. It's not the Jailer. So you're going to see them kill those 2 bosses first.
Yep.
See what 4 pieces, go do the next Heroic raid, and so on, right? And then
has a very evil grin on his face right now.
Who does?
He just walked in from that sound over there, and he's got a.
Yeah. So, so does someone look at the loot table? I thought Jailer does not drop tier.
Jailer, I think. Oh, that's a good question. I actually specifically updated my WoW on this laptop so that I could open it up and check the loot table. He may drop like a redundant.
He might actually
tier
drop
piece.
tier because actually before I came here, I was under the impression Jailer dropped tier as well.
Well, what I was gonna say is he may drop like a piece that turns into other pieces, but I don't think that he drops like a specific slot. Because we have 3 out of 5 this week, and then both Rygalon and Lords of Dread, like that.
Yeah, Jailer.
round
So
out
Jailer
shoulder
does not
chest.
drop tier, right? Okay. Yeah. So they're gonna do those 2 tier bosses, because you need those bosses tier to complete your 4 set, and then they'll try to complete 4 sets off of whoever gets tier from there.
1.
Cannot escape death.
Yep.
That's very true.
So I think if they didn't have the tank death, they would have killed the boss there. They were in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I agree. Solid. Jailer does have some pretty interesting loot though.
Yeah, he
but
does.
aside from tier, a lot of it kind of reminds me of. I guess it's not really like Lich King loot. Lich King had a lot of like interesting weapons.
Lich
but
King had it was just like a weapon bonanza on that boss.
Yeah,
and they were like higher level weapons.
So
But yeah, the Jailer does have an interesting weapon actually, and it's kind of weird. It's like a first weapon in a while that you can only have one of. So if you're playing Fury, you can only use one of them. And then he has like some trinkets. He has his own version of the Heart of Azeroth. It's called the World Killer Iris. And it's got like every stat just like the Heart of Azeroth and has like very similar flavor text. He has
a living symbol of despair, born by the nemesis of a doomed eternity. The fate of Azeroth will be shared by all her children.
Yeah.
Very cool. And of course, the obligatory like space machine, like spaceship mount that is actually super sick looking. But yeah, no tier indeed on Jailer. Can't confirm. Although I think he does drop. He drops 278 conduits, which is banging.
Yeah. And just to clarify, the standings on the right is for Mythic, so like it doesn't matter if anybody kills these bosses on Heroic. It's not going to update. So you gotta hold on for when people actually go into the Mythic clear, and then you'll see.
Yeah.
You'll see some updated standings.
Wait, was someone expecting a...
Yeah,
because
BDGG killed Heroic, Lords of Dread,
Yeah.
but these are the Mythic standings, so you're not going to see
So
anything
you're telling
until...
me BDG World First?
Yeah.
They're technically ahead.
Technically, they have gotten World First. They are ahead.
I saw someone in chat say, oh, like when after BDGG killed the first boss, or this boss in Heroic, someone's like, oh, I guess it won't be a 2-guild race anymore.
Yeah.
Like, not that it's just, that's not indicative that it's not.
Yeah.
Like, killing this boss in Heroic is not indicative that, like, there's...
It's going to be...
For some reason, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
A nice liquid cope.
It's going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Nice liquid
no,
cope,
I'm
bro.
But
I'm
liquid
saying,
in
like,
shambles.
I'm saying any old guild could have killed this, and that doesn't mean, like, all of a sudden they're competitive for World First.
Yeah.
That's no insult to BDGG. I'm saying that's not an accurate statement.
I think you might not see a Mythic boss killed by, like, any of the World First contenders today. I think that's definitely possible.
Oh, goodness.
I very highly doubt you know, Echo will get a mythic boss today. They're very, very lazy on Tuesdays typically.
Whoa.
Yeah, they are very lazy on
Whoa.
Tuesdays.
Yeah.
In fact, they're probably doing keys and PvP and heroic raids
Wow.
right now on Tuesday.
Whoa.
How embarrassing.
Why don't they just go into the mythic raid?
Why
What
don't
are
they
they
just
doing?
start doing that?
All right, that's BM. That's BM.
To us, honestly, though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
We're BMing ourselves.
Somebody asked an important question and something that we're going to have to talk about just like a lot. They said, why don't they just try the boss tactics on normal? The answer is because loot trading. If they're doing something that doesn't seem like previous races, the answer is because loot trading. So you don't want to kill the normal version of a boss, you know, instead of killing the heroic version, because they do the heroic version and they get a bunch of heroic pieces, and now they can trade those normal pieces in those slots. So, for example, if Mavie gets a tier helm, right, on heroic, and then you go normal, and he gets another tier helm, he can trade that tier helm.
Exactly.
But if you did normal first, and he gets that tier helm, and then goes to heroic and gets that tier helm, he can't trade either of them. So the idea there is to do it on the highest difficulty possible, and then go in and fill out the gaps on the character you want. Using the normal gear afterwards, and that has been, when we talk about, you know, these splits being a complete nightmare, you know, just logistically being super challenging, having, you know, they've got, I think, like an alt with a Telegon. One of our analysts has an alt with literally every single tier boss like saved at, so they can just walk in the raid and go do that boss. It is actually a nightmare. So if things are weird, of course, we're always happy to explain specifically why. But for right now, yeah, it is just trading for tier. They want to kill this on heroic, and then they're going to go bang it out on normal. They're trying to upgrade their buckets into real characters.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's a bucket right now, and the question is, which of those buckets is going to become the protagonist of this story?
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's very well said, and they're pretty well, pretty good.
Pretty decent.
So yeah, we gotta, you know, just repeating the mechanics over and over again.
So, I'm assuming they're going to do M+ after this, right? Or maybe some people have
So
to do
they'll do
the
normals.
rating. Oh, no.
So
oh.
keep this in mind,
Oh,
right?
right.
So you need tier from these two bosses to
Yeah.
be able to complete a 4-set. So they're going to do both of those bosses, and then now they're going to be like, okay, let's go into normal and heroic for the other tier bosses, which people have already killed last week. So there are going to be people that can trade tier this week,
Yeah.
and then form raid groups of traders that can give tier to those people that got tier off of these new bosses.
Gotcha.
That's what's going to happen.
What a mess.
Yeah.
Truly.
Flores,
What's up?
what are you doing?
I want to open up my vault.
What are you? Why?
Wait, no, you're not supposed to look at it. You're
on
not supposed
the-
to look at it.
We're
What? I'm not doing.
on the desk, and you're.
Okay, I had to have that dungeon
Warcraft?
journal open.
This guy
Dude,
is a true
you were
blue
not-
WoW player.
Oh my gosh.
It cannot help
Okay,
himself.
she's
There
just
was
mad.
no dungeon journal in sight.
Oh,
ladies and
it was
gentlemen.
open. Okay, so if I have the dungeon journal open, oh man, sorry, 1 second. I'm just checking out all these mechanics
Oh
as
my
I run through
goodness.
Orvis.
I will say
Wow.
though that it seems like disaster has struck in the raid almost, and they have not done a good job of clearing these swarm debuffs. But we got a new set of debuffs, so we might be able to get rid of them all. There's going to be a lot of things to dodge here, so just watch in a second when those things get removed. A lot of green little, looks like puke circles, moving puke circles.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I was thinking the same thing earlier. But puke circles.
Yeah, you just got to watch out for them.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hit by that.
Nope. Don't want to
It's
touch the puke.
Goop's in a really precarious spot. He's like not near anybody, so he's kind of out of the way of healing. Nice thing is he's a Moonkin, so he can kind of heal himself, but it is pretty dangerous. You can see he's kind of not at full health. But you can see the coalescing ad got gripped in. It's going to start getting bursted down, and they'll kill it. I think... ooh, wow, that is interesting. So that ad came up with the Among Us mechanic. I think they're going to have to kill that first. Is that what's going on? Yeah, it's still dying. So they need to kill that first, and then they need to solve the Among Us. You can kind of do that at the same time. At least the range players can.
Somebody was asking if there is a Holy Priest POV of this fight. There
All
is,
right,
in
nice.
fact.
They did a good job.
If you want to be if you want to have the POV of the man on top of the meters, actually, you can go.
Oh.
You can go to Nick C1. If you go down to the
Twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv/Nixie1. If you just scroll down just a little bit beneath the channel, you can see Team Liquid. And if you click on Team Liquid, it'll take you to Team Liquid stream team, and you can see, of course, all of the Team Liquid streamers, but particularly the World of Warcraft streamers as well in there, and Nixie being one of those. I'm not sure if Sayer is streaming, but let me see if I can find him on there.
This is gonna be really scary because it looks like they have. Okay, they got Nori up. Nori was dead. I was gonna say if they made it to the next swarm with a healer down, they probably might wipe. But they got a res on him, so they only have it looks like Childril and Vil. So that's an elemental shaman and a warrior. So I think they should be okay. So they're just gonna they might not have a rally. That's the only problem. But they can rip every single CD for this one swarm here. It looks like they're looking pretty safe. Oh, fired up's getting really low.
Fired up potted.
The raid cooldowns. Look at the healing that's going on. The HP bars on the raid frames are just yo-yoing. But if they make it through this, I think they'll be in good shape. And it looks like the swarm phase just finished. We lost a few DPS, but I think 10%. You know, we can keep it together and kill the boss here. It's pretty close.
It's only a world second, though, so honestly, why live?
I think that means we're out of the running, guys.
It's okay.
I'd like to address something because I keep seeing comments on this. One of the POVs, I think this one, I keep seeing comments about orange tint. That's not on production's end at all. That's the Raiders using Flux or some kind of other blue light filter. We're not going to make them turn that off because you don't like it. Sorry about that, guys.
As a joke, you should put up Kingfly's POV, which is like molten lava colored.
Is it? Wait,
he has
is it?
the flux like up maxed out.
Yeah, I know. I don't think we have him this year, but I mean,
Yeah.
he's in there. He
But
might be
his
streaming, but we don't
POV,
have
yeah.
his actual POV
Yeah.
to this stream. But it is interesting they're playing with it at this time of day.
This is actually kind of, I mean, the boss is low, but this is like kind of dicey. This is sort of what I was talking about. They're up against the wall here. If they get that next swarm phase, they basically are needing to kill the boss before it kills them in there, because I don't think they have the cooldowns to live another swarm
No,
phase.
they're okay. They'll kill it before the next swarm. I think the next swarm phase is, well, they don't have, it looks like they don't have fully working timers just yet. But next swarm phase probably will happen like either as they're dying or when they die. The bosses have a ton of health.
Yeah.
There's a lot of health for a 30-man boss.
Both tanks went down.
Oh,
Hard
no.
rage at 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh. So that's actually crazy. Will they be able to just zerg it down? Who knows? It looks like I actually don't think they will, because they are just killing people left and right.
It's a good old-fashioned, not just increase of damage, but also a movement speed increase. Look at those, dude. Yeah, absolutely no mess around on those bosses.
GG's.
Wow.
You cannot have people die on this fight.
Oh, man.
that is a rough enrage.
Brutal.
Yeah. So what was that? That was the so the third Among Us mechanic happened, and then it enraged.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, so you have to do the third Among Us mechanic like really fast if you want any DPS time.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if they had done that super quickly, like we'd seen a couple of the earlier times, they may have made that enrage.
Yeah,
it's very, very tight.
It just looks like the swarm is the main problem. It's like it can just kill people, so you just have to be careful. Do your best to live. And look at those poor shamans down there.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh.
dude, absolute suffering from the shaman faction.
This add-on is hysterical.
What?
This
Oh.
reload thing that they do, is this just so that are they just
It's-
reloading it before every poll?
It's like some in-house tech they have to basically update their add-ons.
Yes, it's
so somebody pushes an update to an add-on.
Oh, so they're like live pushing
Yes.
updates.
So
Whoa.
if you didn't know about this, WoW has gotten some really cool back-end updates recently, actually. So back in the day, when you updated an add-on, you would have to log
Completely,
out and then
yeah,
log back
yes,
in.
yeah.
But if you added an add-on, you would have to actually totally log out and then totally log back in. But recently, I think it was in 9.15, they got the ability to now just reload.
That's Shadowlands, actually.
Oh, Shadowlands. Yeah. So kind of recent.
Shadowlands or BFA, one of those two.
I don't think it was BFA, but yeah, but it is kind of a recent update, and it's something that they've started to take advantage of. So they actually now have an in-house updater that lets them just like instantly update their bigwigs or anything like that. And whenever they have an update available, it pops up in game, and
Wow.
it's either maybe
is very
with the
cool.
yelling face or
Yeah,
whatever and
the-
all of that. Yeah, no, there's tons of memes in there, of course. You
I
know,
love it.
It wouldn't be a limit. A liquid thing without a good bit to take it home, right?
They've sprinkled their liquid humor onto it while making it also functional.
I see what you did there.
What?
Sprinkled
Oh.
liquid.
Oh, that was not on purpose.
Well,
I was thinking
nice
like Salt Bay type of sprinkle.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gross.
Gross.
I wonder if anyone has killed normal bosses. Let's take a look.
Oh, that's a great question.
I'm looking.
Yes.
I don't really know how to navigate the Raider.io like mobile page.
Might be quicker for Flores to do it with his
Yeah.
laptop.
It
Yeah,
is.
sorry, I don't mean to steal. You do have a
No,
beautiful
go
idea.
ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead and do it. You don't have to yank it over here.
In fact, we have cute anime girls on Frostmourne killing both Rygalon and Dreadlord. So
Wow.
at present, the cute anime girls are looking to take down World's
Let's
First Jailer.
go, cute anime girls.
Beautiful, wonderful.
Love to see it.
That's good.
I'm
Good-
sure there's
good work
some,
by them.
I'm pretty notoriously not a weeb, but I know there's some people in production who are notoriously very weeby, and I'm sure they're extremely excited to see the cute anime girls taking down the Jailer before Liquid themselves do.
I bet you about a solid amount of people are here are probably at least weeb adjacent.
We are weed adjacent.
Oh.
Just kidding. Anyway, so yeah, cute anime girls. Hoping to see a Jailer kill out of them.
Yeah.
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 Can we talk? Speaking of other guilds, huge W to pieces for getting picked up by SK Gaming. That is awesome. I love.
yeah.
I love seeing new orgs enter the WoW esports space. So I'm really excited for them, and I'm excited to see what they do this year. Yeah, it's
SK
really,
Gaming's
really sick.
Kill Jade and Kill video from TBC, like
Yeah.
real TBC, is iconic.
Yeah, I was going to say
Awesome.
not exactly new. I mean, it has been so long it feels like new, but SK Gaming, yeah, actually one of the essentially
getting back
the
into it.
first organization to be in
To
World
ever
of
do
Warcraft.
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
super cool. It's
It's new
exciting
to
see them
pieces,
back.
though.
Yeah, it is new to
Yeah.
pieces.
Okay. I thought you.
Yes,
I thought. Yeah.
I just mean like they interestingly enough, like SK coming back in is like that's kind of like a return of the great.
A full circle. Yeah. Yeah, and they're a great guild to pick up for sure.
Yeah, also people talking about Discord being down. I was like checking on my phone. I was like, oh man, what the heck is going on? Yeah, Discord is down. That's actually
Really?
yeah, that's part of the reason why these guys actually raid on TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
There's two factors there. First of all, we've run into Discord uptime issues previously. Although in general Discord's quite good. You know, it's like right now Discord being down would just be like you can't pull the boss. And then of course we have a bunch of Europeans on roster, which of course need some latency there. Discord is down for some people at least. It you know not all of them. Not everything is going to be down globally at this point with
Apparently,
the way the internet's organized.
Spotify is down as well.
Oh,
I don't know what's happening.
Is that why my music turned off?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
Oh,
No,
we've got
I'm not
power outages. We got Spotify going down. We got Discord
We got
going down.
the PA system screeching
Yeah.
at us. Computers
is,
going down. It's a lot of weird stuff happening.
Sintel, what a good
Why
question.
not use the in-game
Yeah.
voice chat? Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, the in-game voice chat is
Yeah.
actually pretty good.
I know, it's kind of sad that Blizzard spent all this money in development making like a pretty decent in-game voice program that literally nobody uses.
Ooh, looks like they're wiping both.
Literally
both
nobody?
Their healers.
I don't know a single
well, okay.
person.
I think it's the same like voice server that's used in Overwatch though, which was what like when Overwatch came out is when it started the voice chat started getting extended to like WoW and stuff.
Yeah.
So
No, they had voice chat before Overwatch
yeah,
even
yeah,
existed.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean like the new voice
I
chat,
see,
the
yeah.
new voice
Yeah,
chat came after Overwatch came out, so I think it's kind of related to that. So at least they're being used for that game. But
yeah, so they came.
Yeah, there you go. Rated BGs uses a lot of in-game voice. What do you
Really?
know? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Those RB
Well, sorry.
cheers.
Listen,
Oh,
the
man.
last time I did RBGs, we were still using Skype, so it's been a
Yeah,
while.
the RBGers.
That's good. That makes sense, though.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah, because they do like a lot of like puggy stuff and
Yeah, YOLO
Yeah.
RBGs. Yeah.
Yeah.
YOLO
No,
RBGs.
that was like
the
so
original
sketchy.
voice, the original voice chat was bad.
I know.
Yeah, it was
I remember.
really
I used
bad.
it. I think my group of friends tried to use it briefly, and we're like, nope, back to.
I used it
Vent
once
or
as like
whatever.
a joke, and
Yeah.
it was horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Skype,
Yeah.
The Skype days were dark days. Those were dark times.
the Maelstrom just actually like encapsulated like most of early WoW. TBC voice chat was terrible. Fun.
Yeah, it really
Like
was.
as it just like yeah, oh, it was so bad back then. I loved it. Like that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's like you know that meme of like someone saying that like it's like a Steam review. It's like not recommended, and it says player has like 9,000 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So true.
Exactly.
So true.
Did BDG clear with 30 or 25?
You can check.
That's a great question. Yeah, let me peep that really quickly. So I would imagine that it looked like 25.
I would think they would do it with 30. It would make sense to do it with 30.
Yeah, it would.
I assume. I'm assuming, and you know what they say about assuming, but I'm assuming that they did it with 30. We can check though.
I don't know what they say about assuming, and I don't want to assume.
Yeah, don't assume.
Ha ha ha.
All right.
But I'm gonna assume.
Okay, go for it. You do you, man.
Yeah, you can see it. So Lord of Dread. Okay, so
base 6 healed it. 3 demo locks actually.
So you count how many is that? Is that 30? That looks like 30. If they're 6 healed, it must be 30.
Yeah.
It is 30. Yeah.
Chat is completing your sentence, by the way, Valoris. You're good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
You guys have
So
her
my
back.
assumption was correct.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to continue assuming things.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We were dangerously close to learning there. Shouldn't BDG be 1 out of 11? So on the right over there, production thought we were going to have an exciting Tuesday, and they're like, yeah, we're going to get in there. We're going to have mythic bosses going down. The fools. The absolute fools. No, we are in the Coinbase
Heroic Splits.
wallet splits forever. We are in, truly, the jailer is appropriate. We are
This
in
is at least
split jail.
This is at least exciting.
This is
because
exciting.
it's new bosses.
Yeah, it's true. They should do this every year because
just have like
just
the end
fun.
bosses. Yeah, it is.
It's a fun
yeah.
time.
So far, it's very cool actually. So we'll see.
I mean, I don't think it's anything anybody would ever be opposed to. The biggest concern when raiders get tentative isn't like, oh, I just want to have this solved on PTR, because it's like that's a necessary part, but I don't think anybody loves that. It's like it's what you have to do to maximize your performance. But most people prefer going in blind. That's really cool. It's the highest skill way to raid.
It was very fun in Final Fantasy to
Yeah,
do that.
exactly. That's exactly what I was about to reference. Yeah, obviously, like Max and a lot of players, in the downtime between the last raid and this one, went over to Final Fantasy and kind of went through and progressed stuff blind. But in WoW, we have the PTR cycle. The concern is not we don't want to do that. It's just that we don't want the fights to be so buggy that they're unplayable. Because even when fights get PTR testing, a lot of times they are pretty buggy when they get to them, and that affects the race to the world first. And it can have some less than pleasant outcomes when you've got to have hot fixes just to make bosses killable and that kind of thing.
What you looking at, Jet?
Oh, I'm just taking a look at the, seeing the status of the raid. We had Atrocity go down, but we have a res.
You jutted forward. I
think it's because, see, if I look on this side, it's like I can see like most of it, but this side has better access to the raid frames. So the raid frames are always on the left.
He's awkwardly between the two screens.
Yeah, I'm like between two screens, so I'm like going back and forth. Though honestly, this one's just better overall.
Yeah.
But
if I could turn it a little bit.
How many?
I don't want to break anything. No, I can't even. I don't have access. It's like there's like a child lock on the screens.
I don't know where the reses are in fired up screens, so.
I feel like
they're never in the same spot. They're just always in a different spot.
No, literally though. Yeah. Nope, I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
You know what? They don't need the reses, so I shouldn't care how many reses they have.
We need the reses though. It's extremely selfish.
That is true. Yeah.
Res me.
Where's the one here? Is there not one on this UI either?
On Fired Up? Yeah, there is.
No, Goop.
No. He's definitely got to have it.
You'd think, but I don't see it. I'm looking for it, and I don't see it. I'm sure it's got to be there, but I'm trying to. There's a lot.
Oh, Twisted has it on the right next to his damage meters.
See,
there they have 0 reses,
there
but they have one coming up
40
in
seconds.
40 seconds. Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you,
job,
production.
Twisted.
And Twisted. Thank you. I bet he doesn't even need it. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna help out the casters, and I'm gonna put it there.
Yep.
I think his POV and Scott's POV are both ones that Max uses too. And Max is pretty particular about what he wants on screen while he's being the eagle in the sky.
No. It's for us.
Yeah, it's for us.
No, I'm just kidding.
Twisted.
But you're right. Production just confirmed your point here, and this is Max's POV, but it's Twisted's gameplay.
Dang, Max is playing without his hands on the keyboard.
Whoa.
That's incredible.
Dude, he's been twirling his beard all day. He's been doing this. I don't know if it's like a nervous tick or something, but he'll twirl the end of his beard. I don't know if that's a new habit or not, but I find it humorous.
You see a Guardian Spirit go on Goop as he almost dies from just, that's not even swarm damage, that's just the regular damage of the fight.
Jeez.
It's pretty, a lot to heal. How much HPS are we seeing here? How as I crane my neck over to the left side screen, we have our Holy Priest doing like 17.5 and 18k HPS, that's a lot, and then a huge power gap into number 3, Resto Shaman, Holy Paladins all doing 14k. And then there's maybe Big Dobby doing 11k HPS.
The details names never cease to crack me up every time. There's some really funny ones that I don't see right now, but
yeah.
See, Cryptics went down, Cryptides went down, and he's got an Ankh though, so he's good. It's like he never even died.
Easy.
Yep.
Shaman privilege. There's not a lot of shaman privilege. I shouldn't say that. Not as a Resto Shaman.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I am impressed by the amount of HPS that Cryptides is doing here, though. He's no tier set or anything. He's just straight pumping on those meters. I mean, obviously,
is he staying consistent within that range, like throughout the fight, or is it just right now?
He's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, no, it's quite a bit. I mean, obviously,
the Warriors. Look at the Warriors. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're fine. No,
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've got the brown wall.
Oh yeah. That is the
red.
warrior life. You're just sweeping strikes on cooldown, and then you're not even doing anything special.
No.
You're just pressing your buttons.
Yeah.
This is just their fight.
You don't press your buttons specially?
No, not in any special way. There's no tips or tricks. Actually, I guess depending on the timing of the swarm, I don't know, I guess only Bladestorm and Warbreaker are the things that would be relevant for this.
I actually want to know what
face to keyboard
Yeah.
profit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get close to my vault. I've got to open up WoW so that I can. Look at the
okay.
dungeon
All right.
again.
Let's see. Let's check.
Somebody pull up the Tom Cruise Bladestorm meme video from Wrath of the Lich King from Arena
Wait, what is
Junkies.
this? I have no idea. Oh. You'll have to show me what you mean by that. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that either, but I love that. I knew the John
wanna
Madden
see it.
Feral Druid one. I love that one.
All right, guys, we're gonna cast this Coinvoice Wallet split raid, and we're also going to give you a live update of Valoris' Vault.
Oh, I already opened it. I was joking.
Oh.
It was 278 boots. It's really disappointing. Yeah, no,
Can you not?
Can I not be disappointing?
Can you just?
Oh, play along with the bit? No,
Just
absolutely
no. I mean, you just had to. You're trying to make a bit, and then you ruined it.
Yep. So okay. So
Yep. All right.
All right. Actually, I finally understand how this coalescing thing works. So it's like a ghost that spawns out in the range, and it shoots at the nearest person. It sucks their HP to heal itself up. When the ghost heals to full health, then it's attackable, and you need to kill it, and that's when it gets gripped in. You can't have this one person be the person that the ghost sucks the HP from, because I think there's a stacking debuff. So you rotate. That might be a mythic thing, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Is you rotate people to have the ghosts basically suck your HP and heal up to full, and then it becomes physically attackable, and then that's when you grip it in to kill it. So that's why you saw even though there was no swarm phase, people were out in range or randomly taking damage, and that's from the ghost. That's what's happening. Okay, there you go. So that was the last mystery that I had for that. That was from just watching it here, not listening to what they're saying. I couldn't tell what was happening with that, but I get it now.
It seems like only after that first fight they really stopped and took some time to sort of talk. The rest of these pulls have been pretty quick. It seems like.
It looks like they have bona fide boss timers too. If you look below, right in the middle of Twisted Screen, and also on the top right a little bit, right above by the boss frames, you can see the timers for literally everything. They actually got timers for everything now.
That was
quick.
And
go
they all
down,
did
but they're
that
gonna get a battle res.
The first fight and now.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah. And so the swarm happens. So if they live through this, I think they'll be okay. Just can't lose any tanks. Oh, they lose wow, they lost 4 DPS to that, but the bosses are so low that if they can beat the next mechanic, which is the Among Us, that's not happening for another minute. Their damage is insane this pull. They're just gonna kill it here. They'll just kill it right here. They don't even have to worry about the damage check. They did this, even though they did lose 4 people at the end there, they did this way cleaner than the previous pull. It's not even close. GG.
GG. Wow.
Yeah, GG. And now we see Liquid kill Lords of Dread. Let's see what the loot looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Who gets loot? Let's see. Let's see what's going on the screen. Oh, Twisted.
I just
doesn't
heard a
have, like, the
lone
loot pop up.
woohoo out in the.
Or do you loot it off the bosses or from a chest? These guys don't have like the loot pop happen in the middle of their screen. Why'd they turn that off? Ooh, I see some loot. No, that's not good loot. That's not good loot. It's not tiers. It's not good loot.
Man, I pulled open the guild info and I was like hoping to see if I could see the gear drops. But
Yeah, you got to filter it out.
okay. I don't think this is no. It's not up there yet.
You scroll up. You're not all the way scrolled up.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. All right.
So Childrell got tier.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Ellie tier is really good.
Oh, and Scott Bestie got
Scott-
that's his 2-piece, I believe.
Scott Bessie got tier. Who's that? I can't read. Fired Up.
That's Fired Up.
Fired
he
Up
got the
tier.
module. Yeah.
Yeah, Fired Up got tier. Those are the 3 pieces. So that's all. That's all the tiers. So Scott, Fired Up, and Childrell. So that means we now know Fired Up's getting 4-piece. We know Childrell's going to get 4-piece.
Nice.
And now we're going to move
All
on
right.
to. I think we're taking a lunch break now.
I'm sorry?
I think they're going for a lunch break now.
Yeah, definitely. We just saw a view of them. They are mostly up from their desks and they are beelining it to the food. So that was really productive. The
Yeah.
timing of that was really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we give a little round of applause? Yeah, let's go. This is kind of nice. We can just turn around and yell at them and be like,
Yep.
good job. Say words of encouragement. Or we can
Let's go Fired Up.
Let's
Thumbs
go.
up.
Words of affection.
Go Fired Up. Thumbs up. We got any of those emotes in the
Yeah.
chat? Yeah, these are our IRL emotes, but love it. Love to see it. What are we going to see when we come back from lunch?
Ragalon, and we'll see who else gets who else gets their raid spot. That's what we'll find out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go plug these into the old tier set spreadsheet.
Yep.
See who exactly has earned the lucky right to continue raiding for the rest of this, and who is just relegated to a
course.
bucket lifestyle for the rest of their life.
Real quick, speaking of plugs as well, we do have a charity partner, of course. It is Girls of Who Code. They're doing amazing things behind the scenes to get more women in STEM and also sort of change the idea of what what a programmer can look like basically. So if our mods can link that, we can also look at the charity incentives. We were talking about them earlier with Jet. Valoris, take a look at these incentives and tell me what you think about that. And in the meantime, tl.gg/RWF-donate if you would like to help us get these incentives.
Yeah, I know. I volunteered for the pineapple pizza. I
Did
hate
you?
it. I hate it.
I
I hate it. I
hate
hate it. I hate it.
I don't want to get like too gross, but I would just like I have a specific reason that I don't like pineapple, and it involves me being a very sick and nauseous child, and I hate pineapple, but I will do it in the name of charity.
Same. The casters learning TikTok dances makes me very nervous. I'm not much of a dancer.
I'm down for that. You
Yeah,
guys
I
know.
know. I know you're
you
very
guys
down
know
for that.
I'm
You
all
do that
about
for
the
fun.
TikTok. What about you,
So-
Jet?
I'm not coordinated enough with the TikTok dances. But I've seen enough TikToks to be aware of how some of them go.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Valoris?
I was gonna say the dressing like an orc for days. That's fine. Whatever. The crackers is interesting. I'm all about.
What was the
this.
crack- oh, you
I
have
love
to eat-
saltines.
yeah.
I love saltine crackers. I'll do that. I'll do that challenge just for fun. Like.
Makes one of our German casters that you guys are going to see later on today didn't know what saltine crackers were. Like we were kind of looking over the incentives and, Team Liquid, they were like, oh, or would there be any that you're not okay with? And she was like, what are those crackers? And we're like, oh, you'll have to see. But anyways, that was a very productive morning. And I think that is going to be it for us for the day. So thank you guys so much and good luck with your raid later. I know you're going to head there soon, Jet.
Yep.
But also real quick shout out to our sponsors, Coinbase Wallet, Jersey Mike's, Secret Labs, Honda, Twitch, Alienware, and then of course another shout out to our sponsor, Girls Who Code. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
boss. There's like an Among Us mechanic involved in that took both guilds a few pulls to figure out. I think there was some weak war shenanigans or something, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they tested some stuff. So
anytime
while
there's,
BDGG got
pulls
the
like that.
first, I think like we gave it to them, right?
Yeah,
Well,
it was. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about going that far. Gave it to them. They still got a world first kill, right? They
Yeah,
were still
for
the
sure.
first guild to do it. No one had seen it because for the first time ever, Blizzard decided to release 3 bosses without having any PTR testing. So we didn't really know what to expect all that much.
Yeah, very true. And I think it's so exciting and what a lot of the raiders loved as well. And here we see it right now. The raiders are in their split rage just looking at Rigolon. What are your guys' kind of expectations for the 3 bosses we haven't seen yet now that we saw Lords of Dread? Kalamazi, what do you think about like Rigolon and Jailer that are yet to come?
Deaths. A lot of deaths. There's not even a pun in there with the Jailer. I mean, I'm expecting... So, like, I have this weird theory of, like, and I could totally be wrong here, where they also haven't collected my poll estimates for this raid tier.
Yeah, same.
I have this weird theory where, like, guilds are going to hit Anduin or hit it on Heroic. It's going to be that step up in difficulty. And you're going to see, like, Lords of Dread be, like, I don't know, 40, 50 polls maybe. Rigolon be, like, 100, and Jailer, like, 150. I don't know if we're going to see, like, a huge, like, 300-plus poll boss in the Jailer. I'm a little curious how that's going to go.
I really hope we do.
I really hope you're wrong.
I sort of do as well, honestly. But like, at the same time, these last 2 bosses haven't been tested, like we've said. So this is the first time we're actually seeing them. And if Rigolon's anything like Algalon was back in Oldawar, right? My boomer days, it's gonna be an awesome fight.
Yeah, well, the early pulls of Rigolon that I was watching from BDGG, it looks like a really neat fight. There are a lot of things going on that do kind of make me think of Algalon, which makes me really happy. I was hoping they were going to do something like that. So it looks like they are just the boys here at Liquid are just setting up the raid, kind of figuring out who they want in for this. Obviously, this is only Heroic. It's not real progression. It's just Heroic. They're mostly here to farm gear. So their main focus on this isn't necessarily learn the fight, kill it as quickly as possible. It's kill it with the right comp for gear so they get the tier they want.
But it's not only that, is it? It's also figuring out what can you do with what class. I mean, obviously, they've read the Dungeon Journal. We have a full stack team of analysts here that we got to meet, and they're going really crazy on all of these bosses based on just the Dungeon Journal. And obviously, like, sometimes there are mechanics where you're like, can I outplay this as, you know, a DK with AMS? Or can I immune this ability? And so on and so on. So I think a lot of that will be tested now throughout the Heroic polls just to see whether or not it works, to give them a kind of idea of what to expect of the mythic levels of the fight.
Yeah, very much so. I'm sure they have multiple strats planned out in case one works or one doesn't work, we go to this strat. I believe I heard Valor talking about Atlas saying how Lords of Dread and Anduin are like the DK fights of the tier, and then I woke up and saw him just cranking #1 with playing Frost as well with, I think, Breath Build, which is pretty wild. Those 2 stack targets at huge DK damage, plus AMZ still being, you know, not as relevant as 9.0, thanks, Max, but still, you know, more semi-relevant.
So true.
My heart.
It's not totally true. Okay, that was clarified a few weeks ago on Max's stream. It wasn't him, it was Preach. That was
thank you,
it was a little bit of both of them.
That works. But yeah, it's really cool. Like, I'm totally for Blizzard taking this kind of approach to these bosses. I'm curious to see how it goes. I don't think anybody wants a repeat of SLG from 9.0.
No.
But I would also assume that Blizzard put extra time into like preparing these bosses and making sure they're ready to go, release ready. Every so often you encounter a bug on bosses that are tested in the first place. So I hope we get just 3 solid bosses back to back.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting experiment, and I think there was a blue post about it yesterday from Blizzard kind of talking about where they're coming from with this experiment, that they really are just trying something new. They want to see what happens. They know that it's much higher risk than having these bosses tested rather than only having the final boss untested, but they thought that it could make for a really great experience for everybody, and you know, I've certainly been really excited for it.
Yeah, very much so.
I think all of us, right? It's just so exciting to get to a boss. I mean, we usually only have this with the final boss of a raid, where it's like, is there a mythic face on mythic? Are there any abilities that weren't given to us prior to like going into the raid?
But this time around, there's so many bosses. I mean, not even the last 3 only, but also like Halandras that got changed wildly from what we saw on the PTR, right? And I think the iteration they came out with now is so fun to play. Like when we did the PTR testing on Halandras, I was like, oh no, I hate this boss. But the version that we got now is so great. So I'm like really, really excited to see what they come up with here. And we are in the poll on Wrigglon here, and there's so much going on in this boss fight, and I'm already loving what I see. How comfortable are you guys with the new bosses and like their abilities?
I have no idea what's going on any.
Relatively comfortable. There's so much going on. This is the first poll I've actually seen. I did see a couple Dark Eclipses go out when the boss was first polled, which I actually don't know what these circles are here. I believe
I would assume these circles are what makes you
6?
safe.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
So you have to stand in one of those circles for when he casts Big Bang, and that sends you into this realm of Singularity.
Exactly.
Oh, it's the split realm, the Singularity realm,
So
right?
Yeah, but everyone has to soak one of those. If you don't, you die, and every circle can only be soaked by one person.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Okay.
So like the general idea of Wrigglon is that there's kind of like I've been calling them, for my own understanding, I've been calling them the light and the shadow realm.
That's probably a little better.
Like
That's fine.
Right on par for Shadowlands. So we are in the light realm generally, but then we have these kind of safe zone portals that put us into the shadow realm. And
like
every ability that appears in the light realm also happens in like the shadow realm. So we have like cosmic quasars, and then they appear in the shadow realm, and they have like, I think they're called unstable quasars or like something like that. And they do a similar thing, just a little bit meaner. Same with the cosmic cores, they become unstable cores, do something similar, just a little bit meaner. So it's like the Shadow Realm is kind of a place to suffer.
It
but
makes sense.
you need to go to both of them to finish that boss.
I actually learned how to pronounce that word a few days ago. It's quasar and not quasar, like I was saying for a few days.
Yeah,
that's
listen, like a
man.
real word, dude.
Okay, a real word. Yeah, when's the last time you said quasar before this boss?
I mean, it's like a physics thing.
I mean, I always say that word.
Right, yeah, okay, got
Like an
it. Well, for a
astrophysics
Florida
thing.
man, I've never heard the word in my life.
Yeah,
So
yep, there it is. There it is.
Just like daily talk, right? Do you know what's for
It
breakfast?
comes up in
I'm
passing.
having my quasars.
yeah, exactly. It actually sounds like that would work. That's really good.
So, yeah, I'm really excited for this boss. There are a lot of orbs, a lot of fun mechanics. There's a lot going on, and I think it's kind of one of the fights that's really fast-paced. So if you look at what we've been talking about, Halandras or Artificer Zymox, like all of them are like an ability is coming, you move through it, and so on. But with Wrigglon, I feel like it's bam, bam, bam. Everything's coming like at you in a matter of seconds. So you need to be really quick on your feet.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It looks really neat visually. When I was watching some of the pulls earlier from BDGG, when you're in the Singularity, there's those orbs or cores or whatever, like you had said. But according to the Dungeon Journal, when they die, they explode for like 400,000 damage. That can't be dodged, can't be mitigated.
Yeah.
And if nobody gets hit, the raid dies. So is that just a sack mechanic?
It's very interesting because if you let them explode in the light realm, exactly what you said happens. But if you let them explode in the shadow realm, there's a lot less damage going off. So the idea behind it is you get the players that get those kind of explosive debuffs on them, and you send them together to the shadow realm, and it goes off there. And that way they survive. Somebody gets hit by the mechanic, and it's a lot less damage. So, like, the general idea is there are orbs, you need to kill them, they leave a zone, people go into the zone, explode there, kill off all the little orbs around the arena, so they need to do all of that, and then once the little orbs are, like, dead, everybody can soak them and survive the Big Bang. That's kind of what I meant with there's a lot going on.
Yeah, that's a couple things going on.
Makes sense. Got it. I follow. So do we know how early the first time you can actually go into the Singularity or Shadow Realm is on this fight? Like, is there a visual indicator for it that we've seen? Or is it...
I mean, it is after you kill one of the cores, right? So let's just look at the fight as it is unfolding right now. There are some orbs around the arena already. They spawned at the very beginning. Here we're getting the Dark Eclipse. and
Those
these
are the
now need to get
Khazars.
killed. And I think that's a portal to the Shadow Realm. And you
Yep.
see the players with the bombs on the left side of your screen
Okay,
going
so you
into
put
that
the bomb
portal,
into the
and
Oof.
they go into the Shadow Realm. But
Oh.
they weren't quick enough, so you need to be really, really quick. And they should go down, ideally, explode there, and then they kill all the orbs.
Those Dark
Okay.
Eclipse debuffs come out really fast too. It appears to be only on 2 players from what I've seen on Twisted's UI in a 30-man raid, which is pretty surprising.
No, there were more.
But okay,
I think like
assume
4
there were
or
more.
5.
Is it staggered
that
in
I
actual
saw.
like waves, or does it come out all at once?
I think they're all at once because like they come out, and you need to be quick with killing the Eclipse orbs. So you actually have zones
Right.
for these players to go in.
Mhm.
So it should be as many debuffs as there are Eclipse zones, I think,
Mhm.
for players to go into, right?
Yeah, that would make sense. So
This
they
fight's a
are-
wild ride. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Barely
Yeah,
gets any
it's like
holes in
my
this fight.
favorite fight. I've been waiting for this just because like
can tell.
the cadence on the boss is so quick, right? It's bump, bump, bump. There's so much happening. It's making me very happy, very happy.
I feel like comparatively to other tiers, there's been a lot of like past fail mechanics, like on Anduin
Yes.
here, Lords of Dread. Even like if you don't find that, Among Us, whatever you want to call it thing, like you're basically just dead. There's been like this raid. I feel like mechanically compared to other raids has been a huge step up in difficulty, which is a lot of past fail mechanics, which I mean a lot of guilds struggle with, even trying to kill heroic Anduin last week. And
Yeah.
now next 2 bosses have essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
I think like you're very right about that. Like just taking the example of Anduin, the mechanics he has and as many pass or fail mechanics he has is very untypical for a heroic boss. I mean, having one like Blasphemy, where if somebody fails, it wipes like 2 people and then another 2 people because they can't clear. That is always a wipe, and I feel like that mechanic would have been enough. But then there's also the ads, and if one ad gets to cast through, not only does everybody get feared, like
it's over.
we knew from what was his name, Nyalotha, the football boss.
Dark Inquisitor, right? Xanish, I think.
Yeah,
Xanish,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
I got the full name down.
So,
I know this boss.
Oh yeah, there you go, flexing. So like with Xanish, you got feared, but you could tremor it, and the raid would still be fine. With Anduin, if it goes through, there is a buff on the whole raid, like a debuff, and you die. So it's
nice.
really not survivable, and I feel like that's very harsh for a heroic boss to have like so many pass or fail things. Then you have the shadow face on Anduin. If you don't manage to get his energy to 100,
Yeah.
you also die.
Yeah.
Like it, for a heroic
bit of
boss,
leeway
it's not
there,
even
but-
the end boss.
That's what I'm saying. That's what makes me think that this raid tier might be like a weird pull count comparatively to what we've seen in the past. I sort of hope it isn't, but I'm really curious if that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
So how do you think that level of pass-fail mechanic compares to like Tomb of Sargeras? Because that's gone down as one of the most difficult tiers ever, but also one of the least liked because of the implementation of the pass-fail mechanics.
Yeah, I'm gonna disappoint you. I didn't play a whole lot of Tomb of Sargeras. So I played some of the bosses, but not all of them. So like I had like a little WoW break back then.
Okay.
So I don't know how it compares. Really, it comes down to like how tough Rigolon, Lords of Dread, and Jailer will be. And I'm really curious for Jailer. We're gonna see that in just a little bit. Just a boss arena was already super, super exciting to me. So let's just look at that, and then we decide how hard it is. I think that's probably
fair.
the safest call. So until I haven't seen Jailer on at least Heroic, I don't dare say anything because it could be really, really hard.
That's fair. We really don't know all that much about that fight. I mean, we have the Dungeon Journal, but there really is only so much that you can get from that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious if they're going to pull the Jailer today. Because there's no tier gear from the Jailer. So, I mean, and the fact of the matter is, like, we haven't really seen a Mythic raid release in guilds opt to go back in for split runs day 1. It's typically hit the ground running in Mythic, which then allows Heroic trading, and then normal trading, which makes it even easier. But this time around, it's back into Heroic, that actual Jet UI. What is that? Oh,
It's a reload week aura.
Yeah, right. I heard about that. That's their. So they're actually updating add-ons in between every pull, trying to get timers down for the bosses. Correct, and that's what that is, more or less.
I think so.
That's
Yeah,
so
you know
awkward.
more
Yeah,
about that than
that's-
I do. I just got like very scared by those kind of W emote types of faces staring at me from the middle of a WoW screen.
Yeah, I believe they mentioned earlier that in between polls, they're actually having the analyst team push fixes to add-ons they're using for timers, weak auras, this and that, and just reloading in-game gets that for this next pull, which is pretty cool.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty sick what you can do.
Yeah, that's
I
that's
love
why they
it.
brought on that big of a team.
Oh.
Updated.
Ooh. Thank you for that, production.
How does Jet feel about that?
I'm sure he loves it.
It's so good.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, we go back in. Let's just have a look. We see the total eclipse coming down, and we need to damage those down really, really quickly for us to get those zones that you see there, those big blue zones. And then everybody that has a bomb on their hat should walk into that.
Yep. So you see someone running out right there. Looks like there's 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, more eclipses coming out here now
Yep,
as well.
here comes one.
Look at the area of the
Okay,
mount, too,
so
as
they
well.
are staggered a little bit coming out.
I guess it sort of makes sense because you have more quasars. I'm sorry, spawning now as well. Which
I can't stop thinking about quasars as some type of breakfast now. Like, you know, having some quasars with my milk. Like, it just, it's stuck in my hat now.
I would not recommend that.
Why not?
I can't see that ending well.
It's actually one of those words I don't know the German translation to. It's probably like quasar. Like, I don't even know what it
At
means.
this point, I can roll with that as well because I still don't know how to say it in the first place. So
Perfect.
That's really good.
All right, so they did have something go wrong there, and they all went splat. So they're going to get themselves rezzed up and make some kind of adjustment and see what they can do.
It looks like they didn't kill all the spheres fast enough to clear the actual bomb. I believe they had 1 or 2 alive when that explosion went off. I couldn't tell if it was one of the newer sets or one of the staggered ones or not.
Yeah, I think what's like kind of unfortunate with this boss is we only get to see one face, right?
Yeah.
So we never know if something in the Shadow Realm is going wrong or not. But we got a note here from our production, and I'm sharing this with you guys. There is a guild called Dino Nuggies, which is like the best guild name.
Dino Nuggies,
Please,
yeah.
like,
Syslax
please accept me.
Guild.
This is my official application, right? They pull Mythic Vigilant Guardian 18 times, and apparently it's very overtuned.
Interesting.
Oh, interesting.
There's
So
actually
like overtuned in kind of parenthesis, right? Because maybe it's just tuned for double legendary and tier pieces.
I mean,
That would be bad.
Yeah.
It's possible. Dino Nuggies is actually the remake of Blood Legion, which is very interesting. Yeah, all
They
lowercase letters
got
as well.
a lot cooler with that name change.
I agree. It sort of caught me off guard, but it's pretty cool. Interestingly enough, Vigilant Guardian is like it's a similar boss, but pretty different on Mythic. Like the main boss is active on pull. On that boss versus like just AFKing most of it trash wise, and on PTR the boss was like hitting really slowly, but it hit really hard, and tanks were just getting obliterated. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably one of the issues they're having right now is that there's just so much damage going out. That was the biggest issue we had. I tested with them on PTR and they complained about the same thing. So, yeah,
I'm not sure. I think I tested it on Mythic, but it
was
if
really
I
buggy.
remember correct, like it was bugged, right?
Yeah, you could just throw the bomb and kill it, and
Our boss wouldn't come out.
yeah.
When we were testing Vigilant Guardian, like we were expecting the boss to come out and it just didn't. So we were like waiting for him to roll out of his cave and it's just like
Has anybody
nothing
gotten
happening.
Didn't like you. He was scared.
Yeah.
You were
He
doing too
should
much
be.
damage. He was terrified.
You know, very strong demon hunter.
I mean,
so they are mid-pool again here.
Both of them just shaking their heads at me. Okay.
I mean, man, the damage there is actually wild. It appeared almost like that there were bombs coming out of the singularity there, but I wasn't sure if that's like the downstairs like bombs you can see visually upstairs. I couldn't really tell, but it looked like there were 2 explosions coming out of those singularities right after they killed them. It was really close and they wiped. I can't see.
They
what their
wiped
actual...
to the massive bang. So
Okay.
what I assume happened is they didn't kill
They didn't go
like
down
all
fast.
of the
Yeah.
little small orbs
Mhm.
quickly enough because you need to kill all of them
Right.
for all of your raid to be safe.
You can see them assigning actual markers here. I
Yeah.
would assume calling certain quadrants of the room to kill fast.
Exactly. Like you do yellow, I do green. That kind of stuff. Just
it does
for
seem
the
pretty,
small orbs.
pretty tightly tuned. One thing that's not surprising, though, if staring at that damage meter, a class that was assumed to be terrible ever since, Shadowlands Alpha and Beta, Boomkin, still #1. What a unsurprising
Can we get
surprise.
a Boomkin, please? just can we do something about
It seems like a good Boomkin fight for what it's worth.
It does. There's stuff all over
Starfall,
the place.
multiple targets.
Yeah.
It seems pretty good.
I feel like with this we should note that the Race to World first guilds are obviously kind of basing their comms not on double legendary spikes. So even if boomkins are really, really strong right now, it might be that in your raid they aren't, or they're rather on par with other damage dealers who just gain more from the double legendary.
Right.
So don't go kicking out all of your other range DPS, right? Just for a boomkin.
When does double legendary come live? Is that week 5?
Yes,
Should be,
week
yeah.
5 upon quest line
Okay.
completion. So, interestingly enough, now most people don't want to do Zereth Mortis, but week 5 with the quest line, I've done it. I think it's
that bad.
I'm 5k into Honored already. I'm good to go.
It's not
But-
that bad.
So-
I was just farming honor and I forgot to accept the quest before I did it.
Well,
nice.
you can't win them all. So,
Classic melee brain
double
moment.
legendaries do come online week 5. You get the legendary belt from the quest line, but interestingly enough, it's 265 item level. However, if you grind to Revered and get the actual pattern from the reputation vendor, you can make a 291 version of it on any slot. So theoretically, if you've been doing your quest, just keeping up with the zone for the most part, it is a bit of a power gain to grind Revered by that week. So 265 versus 291, and being able to allocate that legendary to a higher slot, like a chest piece, or a helm, or shoulders or legs, gives you even more main stat, secondary stat allocation. But the problem is you have your class legendary, and you have your tier set as well. So when people keep asking, where should I make a legendary this tier? It's like, dude, you got to see what you're
Wherever you have space
just
left, my friend.
Whatever Blizz tells you is okay.
Yeah. But I believe if you just do the actual quest line for Zereth Mortis and a few world quests, you will hit Revered about the same time. It's like a 3 to 4 day gap. So for the most part, I would assume the race is over at that point. By week 5, you give me the eyebrows.
Crazy
If we're
slide.
here in 3 weeks.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
By the way, it can be a decent power gain when that does come out. So we have about 2 weeks until that does take place.
Talking about Zereth Mortis, while the guys are still like doing their strats for how to deal with Rigalon, there was a tweet by Warcraft yesterday. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. And
Maybe.
Warcraft's at PSA. It's called Pokey O Pokey or Poke O Poke.
Poke.
Yeah, like what about that? Can we talk about
Well,
that?
I want to go back to the pokey. What? Wait, what?
I don't know.
Wait, what?
I'm just quoting, my friend. It's
Poke-a-poke.
Poke-a-poke.
No.
It's Poke-a-poke.
I mean,
Poke-a-poke. Can we get a vote on that in chat?
I mean,
Poke-a-poke.
Poke-a-poke.
They said it's Poke-a-poke.
I don't care what they said. It's
Oh,
Poke-a-poke.
okay. So they're wrong in what they named their own thing in their own game?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the model. We'll take it from here.
I mean, they didn't say his name in game, so theoretically they could be. It could be wrong, right? I mean,
Pogo-pog. I like that.
It is 100% not that nonsense
It
to WoW
is
account
100% Pogo-pog.
Pog.
Poke-a-poke.
Chad says poke for sure. Then poke.
Poke-a-poke.
Then I don't even know. Your name's close to poke, right?
Puck?
What do you? Yeah, Puck. What do you think?
Are you like associated
Puck-a-puck.
with the creature, Crazy?
No, not that I know of.
With the creature.
not as far as I'm concerned.
So yeah, that is still out for debate, but I want to look what's going on here. We have Massive Bang in like 35 seconds now. So players should be getting ready soonish to go in. Here we are. There are
see
some
them going down
zones.
right
They
now.
go in. And do we still see them?
We see more Quasar spawning here, so these should also need to be killed before it goes off in 20-ish seconds here, so they can fully clear every single bomb. I believe one of the
That's so many
Boomkin...
Quasars.
It is. I believe when the Boomkin has a bomb over his head, you can see it. It's the same indicator as, I believe, the soaks on Fate Scribe. The soaks. It's like the same like weird swirling tornado over their head, it looks like. They might meet this check super close.
Oh,
There's one in the
looking
back. Is it
good.
evading? Or
There are
that's
still
the matter.
No, that's
Okay,
the-
that's the
portals
matter.
open.
Right. Here comes the Massive Bang. Oh, is this downstairs,
Oh,
realm?
yes, that's downstairs.
I believe get the safety in 3, 2.
There are
They
the
should make this.
zones.
Okay, here are
Go
soaks.
in.
Every single soak needs to be covered. One in
Group
the front.
save. They made it? They
Yep.
made
I
it.
believe- yeah,
we
we're through.
survived the
Looks
Massive
like
Bang.
one
Yep.
down.
Dark
And now
Eclipse coming up
everybody's
again here.
downstairs in the Shadow Realm.
Yep, where they have to take care of this unstable core here.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's really interesting because the unstable cores, they do like a pulsing AoE. And you want players to go in because the damage taken by players from that AoE is reflected back onto the core. So the way to kill these cores is just stand in it without dying.
Interesting.
Seems easy enough,
Yeah,
right?
at the end there, you saw they lost a priest healer. They all gated away from it. So I think it does still do lethal damage when it explodes.
Yeah.
So do you just have to sacrifice someone every time?
I would assume the answer is no. Was he late on the gate? I couldn't really tell.
Why do you want to keep sacrificing people
I
crazy?
don't. I just... The pools that I had watched earlier and now seeing that, it doesn't look like there's a way to avoid... Oh,
close.
Oh, you hate to see that.
Yeah, well, we're still watching on Dryny's POV, but honestly, that's like...
Not much anymore.
Not much to go on from here.
So, the actual core, whenever it explodes or dies, essentially, it casts gravitational collapse, which it has an 8-yard radius. But if no players are struck by it, by the effect, it will deal damage to all players. So, I don't really know how you handle that. Is that some kind of like immunity? You can,
that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
It must actually be, which is interesting because like that might be more.
But immunities don't work. One of the last lines
The
there
damage
says this damage cannot be avoided. So that's why I think it's a sack ability. It has to do damage, does 400,000 damage.
But
you
it
can't
happens
immune
so
it.
often throughout the fight, like at
I
least
think
2 times. You
that
can't just sack someone every time.
Well, you might have to just be really good and not have to use battle reses for anything else.
It is physical damage though, which could be mitigated by tanks and things, possibly correct.
Is it physical?
Could
Which
you
I mean,
go in and like
just pop an external.
Yeah.
And just like I don't know.
How much damage is it?
400.
I believe around 400k, give or take. But I mean, if you're looking at, I don't even know what warriors or other classes rock mitigation-wise now.
Well,
50%? I don't know.
Flemma paints up on it.
Yeah,
or
with
maybe
an
a
external.
guardian angel.
Possibly.
So
Throw a
are-
sack on it. Watch your healer die.
Are like
How'd
tank
you kill a
armor
holy
and are tank armor and cooldowns and stuff additive or multiplicative?
I'm a warlock, man. I don't know.
I'm not doing math. That is my thing.
I would assume they are all additive. Multiplicative would probably be pretty excessive with large external scaling. I would assume. But I mean, for the most part, even if you mitigate 65% of that or so, that's what, 160,000 damage,
Yeah,
give or
that's
take?
still way more than your tank has.
Is it actually, though? I mean, you can get some tanks above 100k pretty easily now, right?
Okay, so
Like-
is 160 larger than 100?
Okay, dude. Listen, I'm thinking outside the box here, all right?
I know where
you
you're
put a
at,
blood
and I-
DK in there, hit a rune
that's-
tap, a vamp blood, you're chilling.
That's kind
right?
of my thought.
See, there you go. You see?
That's kind of my thought is that you just have to stack a ridiculous amount of cooldowns on the tank. Or you just say, someone dies, it's probably a shaman, they'll onk, and it's an onk fight.
It very well could be one of those things, too, where you can burn an Ankh at a certain point. Might have to get those summon stones to carry out the time going again, but it could be.
Do you guys know offhand the definition of the excessive damage thing for like Ancestral Protection Totem?
It's the same as Guardian. I don't know.
Is it like double your health?
I believe they changed the way Guardian Spirit works, where like the threshold where it won't bring you back in like 9.1, but I don't know the actual threshold.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that got touched at some point throughout Shadowlands.
Yeah.
But as like an ex-Holy Priest OTP, I didn't keep up. So very sorry to tell you that.
That's okay.
I mean, there is progression being made there, though, for sure. They made it past the actual bomb swing off. They made it essentially back up to the main realm for the most part.
From at least my understanding of the fight is once they complete that, once they do the Big Bang and then they go into the Singularity, complete that and come back out, they're just back at the start of the fight, and you just do that like 2 to 3 times until the boss dies. So that basically is the whole fight if they can figure out how to get through all of that.
Right. Like there's so much damage that needs to be dealt to specific enemies in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Plus a lot of movement. So that is kind of the trick that the boss has. But I'm like really stuck on figuring out how to deal with that explosion that we've been talking about. It's not shared damage, right? You can't just send everybody
there's
in
no
and,
fall
like,
off, there's no
stack
share
anything.
damage. I mean, they essentially dealt with it there. If they were planning on sacking that one person, they sacked that one person.
Yeah.
But that's not really like I would assume not the way they want to approach the fight, if possible.
Well,
yeah, like
I mean,
that's like a really mean mechanic if that's really that way.
Well, I mean,
Warcraft, we need to talk.
It's definitely mean, but I mean, it could be the way that it's intended. You have, 1 battle res per 5 minutes. You start with 1, you get your second, per 4 minutes. So 4 minutes into the fight, you have 2. That's through 2 big bangs, and there's your reses. That's how you fight it.
I feel like on Heroic, that's too much. Sort of similar to like Spike Wall on Painsmith. That'd be too much on Heroic with no gap in there.
I didn't say it wasn't too much.
Well, I mean,
I
then
mean,
again,
it
the
still
great
got released without it. though. You had to play the... Wasn't that in Heroic on Painsmith as well, that they didn't add the gap until like a week later?
Heroic had it.
Heroic had it?
Yeah, Heroic had it. It never had spike ball walls, and they removed.
It's been so long, like.
I know.
That was a
like
long time ago. That
nearly
was
a
still
year ago.
real tough week 1. Oop. And everyone that died didn't get to their own soak circle, so that's kind of a spicy moment there, right? You have to have the entire raid spread out, and each one has to soak one of those circles. The circles.
Yeah, like you need to put groups to certain marks so you know people are going there. But also, I don't think the zones are always at the same position. So sometimes there's like a cluster of 5 here, and then there's only 2 here, and then a cluster of 5 there. So it's kind of like a little like blasphemy, I might say, on Anduin, where you have to spread and look out for everybody else in the raid group, while also dealing with the mechanic itself.
Yeah, a lot of like individual responsibility this tier, like we were talking about. There's a lot. Like it's surprising. I feel like over the past few tiers, difficulty has ramped up, like legitimately, almost like more than any other expansion. Like looking at Nathria comparatively to like this, like SOD, and now this, it's pretty wild how these fights have gone. I'm a fan of it, but I'm also I do think like. It's interesting to see the power curve, how much it's spiked over the past couple raids.
I'm okay with it because the fights are fun too. I've been really enjoying this raid. Every fight is outside Guardian is pretty interesting. There's something enjoyable going on in almost every fight.
Outside Guardian.
Oh, Vigilant Guardian. Okay.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Wait, dude, wait till Mythic. 18 wipes. Dino Nuggies. Well, a fight.
I mean, if the boss comes out, I'm sure it's a great fight. I just didn't get
it was
to
much better.
experience that.
It was much better on Mythic. It was bugged, and we one-shot the boss again, but I mean, so.
So, we're just going to go in with this poll and listen to them with our Jersey mic listening. So, let's hear what the Raiders have to say.
It's a melee.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, boom bam, JPC first. Kill these.
That's how the orc works, right?
This is much better positioning, by the way. That's like infinitely better. Hey, news. This is Malarcus and Soup on the second 2.
I'll go across Malarcus.
Well, it's always to the right. Ooh, you guys swapped.
No, he was there already. So
okay, kill the last 2.
The orb is right on top of melee. The orb is
melee
right
are getting on. Spirit Link and melee
next
maybe.
to each other.
It's still right under the boss.
Yeah.
And then such is life. Kill the new 2 ones. This is Exile and Goop. Yeah, Exile and Goop. It's going to be kind of weird because we missed a soak, right?
Yeah.
That means we're
But
dead.
it's fine. No, it's fine.
No,
it's
it's
only
fine.
10.
We got new ones.
Okay, do not kill the ad yet. Kill these Quasars, and then Children and Atrocity, soak these. Kill. Good, and then we're swapping to this ad. Get the matter low. Do not kill it until Massive Bang starts. Okay, kill it now. Kill it now. Good, go to your spot. Just spread the fuck out. 2 seconds. You're getting sucked a little bit. Don't get pulled out. Nice. Stack on the... Just pick one. Someone.
Middle one or what?
The one we use.
Middle.
Yeah.
Tiny gate.
Dude.
I'll still take it.
Make sure you actually move out of this. Don't get hit. Tank soaks.
Take it.
The gate is so wet.
I'm
Tiny
pretty
gate.
sure the spawns of these are being baited. Because do you see them right off the pole? There's no way, right?
It's the ones that spawn like.
Going to like star, right?
Out of
We're going to
this.
star.
Yeah, we're going to star and pulling the boss over there. We
So
need
this
to
is
like...
where those things were.
We need to shit on boss damage, though. Okay, and then that just repeats. Dark Eclipses are out. Pull all the way to the wall. Not there. All the way. All the way. All the way. Same thing, Melee. Looking at the boss from his back, you always go to the right, Soaks. So it's Trill to the right. Kill these first Quasars. They have to be killed insta. Kill the Quasars. Kill them. Ba-boom, ba-bam. Get in the left one.
Yeah.
Good. And then kill the next 2. It's Rivens and Exile.
There's an orb in melee again.
We're just all getting Vil Rally.
Kill.
Soup Trap Darkness. Kill the last one. And then it's Birchon and Atlas. Okay, good. New Dark Eclipses are coming out. Kill all the Quasars now.
The orb is right behind the boss.
Just hard.
Oh, I think they won't.
Okay, so the orbs are being baited. Is there a ranged in...
I think there's like a spawn timer or something, because they're not spawning right off the bat, and then right when we move the boss, it just drops right under the boss. And the poles where we were starting in the middle.
We need it. We need it in range for sure. We need to figure out how to get it in range. We need to figure out who it's spawning on.
Hit the matter.
It's at the time, I think. Because the poles that we started early when the boss was in the middle, it was spawning in the middle.
They spawn.
Yoink.
Sorry.
The boss has to cast Manifest Cosmos, and that's when the orb spawns.
I think the orb's dying knocks you back, by the way. So
What's
being
the
on
time
edge
in
is
between
kinda-
these phases here?
I suppose-
Because we have no cooldowns.
If the orb dies when you're on top of it, it knocks you.
It's looked like a minute and a half.
Oh my
We're
god.
3:15 in right now.
So we can bait.
So you need to. We need to
We
do.
like save an Ashen and like a
Yeah, we need to
hand.
do 2 sets of cooldowns then.
There's also void zones on the sides.
Yeah.
Little circles in the singularity.
So is a melee. If the orb's on melee, we just gotta get the fuck out, I guess.
You just can't be there when they die.
No. I'm talking
No,
about
they're
the-
shooting us and cleaving all
the
of
shooting
melee
ones.
over and over again.
I don't think we can start at the wall. Is the thing. Or if we start at the wall, then If we you have to just, pivot you just to the need to other side of move the when antimatter. the orb.
Yeah, I think that's what I think we need. So we need to start, like, for example, like how we normally, I don't know, I'm kind of turned around right now, but do we normally start from like triangle and diamond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like if we're doing that, then like we have the boss spawn the first one in the middle, not the middle, but like, you know, in the middle of those 2 markers, and then it spawns, and then we go to the edge. Also, do we want to like arrange baiting it?
Like soaking it?
Yeah.
They have to rotate people, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even if it's spawned in melee, honestly, if you all moved to one side of the boss and that person just stood on top of it and you just never got in that circle, wouldn't that also work?
You could do that, yeah.
Discord works now, right?
You said there's a cast
Yes.
time, right?
Manifest
Do I want to
Cosmos.
just stream this?
It's Manifest Cosmos.
Can we get
16
alert
seconds
for
and
Manifest
41
Cosmos?
seconds.
What do you want, Bubba?
Visual to go with it, like raid plan or something.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
If there's a cast for Manifest Cosmos, can we get like a week over for it? So we
There
know
is.
that? Yeah, can we get a
It's,
week over that? Something like orb spawning move or something?
It's at 16 seconds, 41 seconds.
Do I have time
I
to...
was in the middle of making a diagram.
do
I don't think
do
they're in the right spot though.
Can I go switch my covenant? I can't press my button.
Yeah, I would like to swap my
Can I see
covenant
the...
too for this.
Yeah, that's fine. Swap
Just
covenants.
go quick. Drop
Are
a
there,
stone.
Girthy, do you know if there's, sorry, Nerf, do you know if there's 2
Can-
orbs at once? Or is it just the one?
No,
Can I
it
see the
disappears.
markers for my diagram?
It's one each
Right.
cast. It's one each cast and it disappears through the next one spawns.
Okay.
Just double check. I don't remember where the matter spawn. It's hard to see from outside the raid. So someone can probably tell you exactly.
Diamond Star Square, I think.
Oh, there's only 3. So take
Reset.
out. take out
Reset,
circle.
reset.
Wrong side.
Wrong.
Just don't attack it, and it'll definitely come to me.
Did you the thing I sent you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Can't come to the entrance.
Just delete the circle matter. And I think that's right.
Okay, let me stream my PV.
What the hell? What the hell?
Nice.
This is a big
Looking
green
good.
screen.
Yeah,
me,
I
James?
just put the 2 times in
Yeah, I'm
the
trying
chat.
to. No
Healers.
one's clicking on it.
Those are the massive bang start times.
Okay.
So be 306 to go down.
Right here, so the boss is like here, right?
Join Discord, guys.
Yeah, join Discord for sure. And like generally speaking, the melee are just here, and this is like what we've been doing is ranged are like here, right? It's like we're pulling the boss, and then when we kill diamond, melee soaks here, range soaks here. It's like these are the soaks, right? That's not exactly where you're standing for them, but I think we do this. The first orb spawns, melee just move here. I think you just move the boss and one ranged comes in to just like bait these on them. I don't think it even really needs to be like split between 2 people. It can be like we can have like Eric and fired up like bounce back and forth or something, but it's not the like here. Let me give you an idea, and it might need a backup because of the things. But like it's spawning a circle right here, right? Like it's spawning a circle and then it's shooting people near it upstairs, and it looks exactly like the soaks for Massive Bang. That's like the reticle. It'll just go on a player. It's shooting them and it cleaves everyone around them. So we're going to spawn this here, and then we just need like a couple range to bounce it back and forth. It'll shoot a circle on you, you back up, or he moves in, and it just shoots to the closest person.
How do we bait it?
You just be the closest person to it, and it'll be shooting you.
Or like the spawn? Is it just always there?
We assume it's on players. It spawned like twice on the boss on that pull, and we assume it just spawned on melee people. That's why I needed to know, was there any range to melee? Because the fact that it spawns on melee is like fucking bad. But I don't know. We could figure that out. But
I was
like,
on melee for sure. I also saw.
Yeah, Moonkin was standing in melee.
I bet it was. Can we just try? I think ranged might be able to bait it. Let's just bring the boss here again and just see if ranged end up baiting it. And just ranged never be in melee of the boss. And just again for soaks, just make sure you're always killing these two. You basically want to like hard kill these two and hard kill the second ones. It's just the third ones you want to wait, except on the second wave because there's only 10. So you can actually hard kill all of the last set of ads. Yeah, that's it.
So Moonkins don't really starfall the first set then because you're going to be in the middle of the room, right? Yeah.
Yep. Okay, let's go.
Does the turret thing expire, by the way? The shit we're talking about baiting and stuff. Does it expire on Massive Bang or something?
It has 2 casts in the first phase. There's 2 casts every phase. It's like 12 seconds.
No,
and
he's
42
asking if it
seconds.
stops shooting eventually. I think it does.
I think it does, yeah.
Someone said 20 soaks. I don't know. That could be.
So
made
just
up.
pull the boss. Keep it in the wild spirits now. Yeah.
Range get away.
Triangle will need more help. Diamond's gonna get 2 wild spirits. Yeah, range. Do not be anywhere near fucking melee. Let's see where it goes. Do we have a timer for when it comes out? Next
I
to
think I
blue,
see it.
blue
Just came
mango
out.
birch
It's in the
on. Blue
middle.
mango
It's in
birch
the
on.
middle.
Okay, good.
I'm getting the first stack.
Okay, wait on these last 2, and that's fine.
Let me
They
know
can
when
die
I
now.
come in, maybe.
Pull the boss a little farther to the edge.
Taking it.
Goop and lip soak. Goop, go down.
No, mine. It went away.
Okay, it's
You take the next one.
Cast again soon.
On the right goop.
On diamond.
Kill,
I
kill,
took range.
so
Okay,
get,
good.
he did nice.
Whatever.
Saying
I
you're gonna
guess
have
I
to
get the
get one of the
next
next ones. It's fine. Kill Claystars, guys. Kill Claystars. Kill Claystars. Saying that thing hitting Sang is the orb, by the way. That's what we were talking about. Soak Sang.
Sang,
Soak.
get in.
Soak. There's 2 in melee.
Yeah,
Sang,
yeah,
please.
it is
Sang.
I got it.
Okay, and then
Where'd you go,
Kevin.
Nori?
And start getting the thing low. Start getting the thing low. It needs to
I don't
die in
know.
3, 2, 1, now.
I got knocked off
Nice.
by
Soak.
something.
It's
Says
the,
you're
it's
still
the orb
alive.
spawning. The orb spawning knocks you.
It's when they die.
Are you alive, Nor? Or are you dead?
I'm dead.
Okay, and get on the balls, guys.
Do we always just go middle, guys?
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. There's always a gate.
Are you just like falling forever or something?
No, I'm at the bottom.
Exactly,
It's like
This
no.
one's fired up.
whatever the
Fired
fuck
up?
this is.
I don't know what happened to fired up.
I would just messed up.
Move
You
out
stood
of
in
this.
the orb.
Yeah, I thought I
Move
had
out of
a
this.
blink.
Get out, 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 get out.
We're rotating to star.
Yeah, rotating to star.
His range is on like moonside here. for
We
the
don't have as
season.
many CDs here,
No.
so we don't have as many
Split up.
CDs here, so the ads are gonna need more damage.
I think we both use Sarah.
Try relogging, Nor, because we need your cooldowns.
Kill
for
the
next one.
Quasars, kill the Quasars.
My body is not reachable.
Childrill and Soupy or Childrill and JPC, soak.
I'm
Soak.
dead.
Nice. Kill the next 2, kill them. Kill all the Quasars, kill them.
It's
Kill them.
on Scott.
Good. Baboomba Bam and Vil, soak.
Orbs in melee.
Oh, we're dead. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
we need to see where that spawned and need to find out if it
It's
spawned on our
Wait,
right
so
under
if,
the
even if it
boss.
spawns in melee, can't they just do the tech where one melee walks out, soaks it, and you just switch? Like, you don't need.
It cleaves, so it's just shredding.
Yeah,
it.
but you just
Well,
walk
yeah,
out. Like
well,
one person
no,
walks
it's
out
not.
and takes
It's not
If it's
one
on
person
boss, we
walk.
can't hit
It's
boss.
not. It's not
Oh.
one person walks out. You would need to like bait it on the left side of the boss melee. We just need a timer for it. Do we have a timer for it?
I think reload.
I'm pushing one right now.
Yeah. If we have a timer for that thing spawning, we can have the melee be on the left side of the boss, and then all the other after it spawns, all melee go to the right, and then there's the one person goes over there.
So we are back after our Jersey Mike listening. What are your guys' thoughts on what we just heard from the Raiders?
I have no idea how they're surviving those orbs.
Barely. It does indeed appear they were actually able to get through like the downstairs orb with the huge mitigation we were talking about before. Fired Up did go down, but that wasn't on purpose. He just thought he had a blink and he didn't. So you can see even gods make mistakes at times. But they didn't. It didn't appear they lost anybody besides him. So they obviously found some way to mitigate that mechanic, which is pretty interesting. I didn't really catch how they did it, but yeah, it looks like they're making progress in that area at least.
It does, and it's very, very interesting, I think, something that we spotted with all the orbs around the arena that you have to go in to be safe for the Big Bang. There is more safe spaces than there are raiders. So it's not necessarily that there are only 20 if you're 20 raiders, but there are like some extras everywhere. So it's a lot easier to actually be safe, but you still can't share them. So everybody needs to get their own one, right?
Yeah, and one other change they made as well, they moved the boss where they were tanking him central more towards like a corner. So those quasars like funnel in a bit more. You heard them still running out of like time to clear them down at the very end there, but it seems they mentioned that worked a lot better for them, having a way to funnel them all in. And
if the quasars reach the boss, they explode, right?
I believe so.
Because I think that's what happened there at the end of that pool is one more or less spawned on the boss and just exploded and blew up the raid. And you could hear them talking. They're trying to figure out how to prevent that from happening because they waited for some of them to spawn, then moved the boss, and another one spawned on the boss anyway.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how to deal with the soaks, right? Max was explaining that if you go close to the course, they will shoot you. So ideally what you want to do is have kind of like a soak rotation, but it's really difficult for them. So right now with the orbs spawning everywhere, people obviously need to be very quick and you need to go in and soak, but you can't predict where they're spawning. So that's kind of a mess, right?
Yeah, this fight.
Mess is a good way to put it.
There is a lot going on in this fight for a non-end boss heroic boss.
Yeah,
really,
for
really
sure.
fun looking.
They definitely are getting it down though. We've seen their best percent go from like 70 to 60 to 52 here, and I mean, even though like mechanically there are some overlaps they're trying to get through still, they are making progress, and they're definitely getting more consistent at certain points in the fight too, for the most part. Barring letting one quasar slip in here every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to look at it once again, right? After we heard all of those calls in there, you really need to be super quick on the quasars because you need those portals to go in to help everybody. We're seeing them go into the safe spaces, and as we talked about, there are some free, but that doesn't mean players are going to die. That's just the extra kind of spaces you have, so it's easier to find one for yourself. Now, we have the unstable core. And the last time we saw it, Twisted dropped really, really low, but
let's see if
somehow
we can catch who
survived
drops
it.
very low here. AMZ does come down 6%. Is anybody?
Yeah. So they kill it, and then it casts, and then everyone gets out except for one person.
We did lose 100. Bucket Bill dropped super low, but I don't believe that he was in there soaking. I don't think we lost anybody there. I can't see every raid frame behind Goops UI, but I don't believe we lost anybody there. So they obviously found some way to mitigate that actual unstable cores explosion, which is a big progression step.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like on that second one, a hunter did definitely die. So I don't know if that was intentional or not. Now we're going to go to THD's point of view, get a little bit more full view of the raid frames, although the bottom group there is still a little
There we are.
There's fired up. We can see everyone. So now
Our
the next time
savior.
they go down in the singularity, we'll be able to have a really good idea if they're sacrificing someone or if someone's dying just accidentally or something.
Look at the raid damage here, just massive. Half the raid just spiking up and down so fast with these quasars coming in.
Yeah, they did lose 3 people there. There's a lot going on. There's those lines that you have to dodge. There's
And
those...
we're on 6 healers already, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
that raid damage is
ooh.
not for funsies.
Yeah, they just want splat.
It's wild.
They just want splat.
Do you have
Like
a
a
better word
bug.
for it?
Oh,
About
gosh.
3 seconds, the raid was dead. They want splat.
This fight's no joke, man. This is good. This is good. And this is what I was hoping for with these final few bosses, too. Like, a fight that's tightly tuned. But, I mean, the question remains, like, we haven't really seen any guilds do this before, going in, like, okay, so typically, day 1 Mythic, guilds go right into Mythic and start pulling bosses for gear trading, we talked about. But we haven't really ever seen guilds go in and do splits off the bat. I'm curious to see how Mythic bosses are tuned, if they are tuned around 4-piece or double legendaries, or how difficult they actually are. A question from chat, though, people are asking, why are they doing heroic before normal? Crazy, do you want to take this one here? Or?
Yes, because for some classes, getting a 4-piece bonus is like a 20 to 30% DPS increase, which is just absolutely wild. So the gear from bosses 9 and 10 on heroic is actually more valuable than the early mythic gear. So really it just comes down to that. The last 3 bosses weren't released heroic week. They didn't have access to 4 pieces whatsoever during heroic week. So they're just trying to farm as many of them as they can now, get that gear, get as many tier sets as possible, because that will increase your chances of success come mythic.
Yep, and at the same time, if, for example, let's say Fired Up loots a piece of Mage tier on Heroic, he can then also, if he's in for normal, which he will be at a certain point, trade that piece of tier, which is not just Mage, it's 3 classes. So it opens up a lot of possibilities for making your 4-piece, because for the most part, with all the splits that have been run, you can pretty much guarantee 3 pieces of tier from the first 8 bosses that were open this week in this week's split reclears. But these last 2, it's very dependent on who gets what, which is why we're trying to min-max tier gear as much as possible here.
Yeah, exactly. So normally you'd always want to go like 1 difficulty above to then trade the 1 below, right? Difference being you can't go mythic with like split rates because that's kind of defeating the point. So normally we go heroic and then we go normal. So we have traders that can give us the tier pieces. And I think these guys also still have their Volt as an option. They didn't take something from there yet.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Because you can like get the loot now and then have in mind what you have in your vault for trade options.
Right. How were y'all's vaults today? Good? Decent?
I play on Europe, so.
Oh, crazy. Do you have a vault, Crazy?
I do. I am playing the game again.
Okay.
Didn't get much useful. Got a chest piece that I don't know if I want to take because, I may or may not end up with tier there.
Is it tier?
It's not.
It's not. Okay.
It's
right.
not. Otherwise, I would have taken it.
Have you guys got like at least 1
I have
tier piece
gloves.
yet?
I got 2-piece Wednesday night.
Oh wow!
So yeah,
I suddenly feel
so you're
lot
feeling pretty
worse
good.
on this stats. Thanks, guys.
I mean, it's just life. Sometimes you get got. I don't know what to tell you.
You get got. Wow, dude.
You get got. Yeah. Thank you for that. I feel
just like the raid right there.
Yeah,
they got got.
The raid just got got.
I've only looted 2 items though, for what it's worth, and it was heroic Laundress tier and then normal Lehuvim gloves.
So you looted 2 items and both of them were tier.
Yes.
Do you want to
hate
keep on
you.
flexing or?
Okay, I did open a 2-handed mythic staff from my vault today too, but I haven't taken it yet. And people who watch my stream are gonna be pissed I didn't open it on stream. So
fair enough.
I can't get too mad because my 2 pieces I've gotten so far are the tier gloves and a heroic weapon. So I at least got something useful.
There you go.
It's a little bit. It's something. Still playing Marksman Hunter though, so could really use a little bit more help.
But I think like Hunter is actually going to be decent, especially at this boss.
That's actually interesting. I feel like Hunter is one of the few classes I really didn't test with much on PTR. And they went through a handful of changes with their BM set, I believe.
So many
I'm
tier
definitely not
sets were
playing
bugged,
BM.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely not playing BM. I know that's a little bugged. I know Survival's super bugged. Marksman is like going to be amazing for AoE and cleave, and especially burst cleave. But single target's going to be a little bit low because our 4-piece doesn't really do all that much for single target. It's almost entirely AoE focused. I'm still excited to have it because it changes up the way you play and it completely changes your legendary setup and whatnot. So it'll feel a lot different than it has all expansion, but not really much of a benefit on single target.
But like as a Hunter main, looking at this fight with all of the quasars and the orbs and like everything that's going on, it's a lot of AoE. Isn't Hunter really good here?
So for Marksman, for me to activate my AoE, I have to hit at least 3 targets with multi-shot. And if they're spread, it won't hit all of them.
Oh, okay.
So watching those quasars just stay like 6-7 yards apart means they're just far enough apart I won't be able to hit 3 of them. So I'm just going to stand here and watch everyone else get the AoE and not be able to activate
The
mine.
boomkins, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool.
All
as long
right.
as we're clear there.
So you excited to be on the bench or?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think they could bench me though because I'm supposed to be the raid leader.
Oh.
So
interesting.
I
What do
think
you mean
that
they can't bench you? Wouldn't you decide that too if you're the raid
no.
leader?
So a group of my friends recruited me into this and told me that all I have to do is lead in game. I don't have to be involved in any of the other like raid leader aspects or guild management aspects. I'm just in charge of the
You're just a person
kill boss.
like being kind of the audio for bigwigs.
Yeah, I tell people what to do, and I don't have to do
Perfect.
anything past that. So someone else makes all the rest of like the roster decisions, so I don't have to.
But who makes the decisions on like how to play the bosses?
Me.
Yeah, you.
I do all the strat stuff, but I don't necessarily
lot of
have
work,
full
too.
control over rosters.
Okay.
So in theory, Zoe could set me.
But how does that add up, Crazy? Like, if you want to play a boss with like, let's say 3 hunters, because that's your strat, but somebody else makes the setup and decides to not
Yeah, I
put
can
any
lose.
hunters in.
I can lose.
What do you mean you can?
I can be overruled. It's a really weird setup, but it means I have to do less work, so I'm okay with it.
Okay,
Just
I'm
don't worry
just
about it.
not
It's
gonna
working.
go any further and
It's
accept
working.
that
I'm
it doesn't
happy.
make any sense. But
It's fine.
fair.
It doesn't need to make sense.
Okay.
We're not trying to make sense here. We're just trying to have fun.
Fair enough. I mean, for all it matters, I haven't looted tier piece yet, so I think I'm the unluckiest person on this class. So you can still make fun of me for that.
You win some, you lose some. It's all right.
You
It's
get
okay.
caught.
Yeah, you got got. It's okay.
So we are mid-pool here. The boss is at about half, and we're watching Mavy's point of view so we can kind of see where everyone is. Looks like we're going into our second singularity here. Everyone's running out to their to their circles. They're going to soak. That's
What was that?
almost a dead chicken.
Just walking in, hugging him, and then
I guess
going
the chicken
out of
didn't
it.
feel like Mavy counted as a person. So they are down here now. We do have another one of these unstable cores that they need to deal with. And this is the real dangerous thing that we keep talking about, where someone seems to have to soak the explosion, but it deals lethal damage. So let's see how they handle that.
Twisted takes a lot of damage there. Twisted got chunked. I mean, even with his stagger being a bit interesting, he took a lot. Both him and Scott took a lot there.
Yeah, so is that what they're doing, is having Twisted
I'm not
soak
sure.
it?
I don't really know. I would assume there's some kind of like tank active mitigation external thing going on there, but
Okay.
it's sort of hard to tell completely.
Okay, well, it looks like they did successfully get through that, and the boss is now at 40%. And now they just do
New
this
best?
upstairs phase, this light... What'd you call it?
New
Light
best.
realm?
Oh yeah, the light realm.
The light realm
Yeah.
phase, where they kind of know what's going on. So let's see how much further they're able to get. I think they do still need to do one more singularity. I don't think they'll kill the boss.
They should
before
have
the
one
third.
more. Oof, unfortunately, I would think a Quasar hit there. I
Probably,
believe it
yeah.
looked like it. Yeah, but
They tried to move the boss away, but
it looks like the boss will die in that final upstairs phase. Roughly, I would assume they come up somewhere around like 15ish%. The boss is what 34% there, give or take. That was a pretty good
Yeah,
pull.
that was a
Yeah.
fantastic
Substantially better.
pull.
so
Definitely
the idea
making
is
some good prog.
you are upstairs, you go down, you play the whole downstairs phase, you come up, you go down again, and once you're up again
Yeah.
for the third time
Yep.
is where you kill the boss.
Yeah, rinse and repeat for the most part, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ramping difficulty in a sense, raid CDs being strained a pretty good bit, running on fumes, but yeah, mostly rinse and repeat.
Yeah. So really interesting fight. Really interesting. A lot going on. Certainly seems to be, at least a little bit difficult for a heroic boss.
I
Anytime
still feel like it's not so much that they're wiping because they can't beat it, but because they're testing out stuff, right?
Very much so.
We saw this on Lords of Dread as well, where BDGG took world first on it, on Heroic, and Liquid was like testing stuff, figuring it out, wiping the boss on purpose on certain polls, just to make sure they know how to deal with mechanics. Because it doesn't make sense to kill it now just for the ranking, and then go back in later to test mechanics. That would be really besides the point. So they're doing it now. They're figuring out how can we do with like the gravitational collapse? How can we deal with the quasars? Where do we need to move the boss? How are we dealing with damage kind of, like spread and all of that. So it's not so much that this boss is incredibly hard and needs 25 polls to be killed on Heroic. It's not Anduin, right? But it is an intense boss for not being the end boss on a Heroic raid, I'd say.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, they are spending some time trying to probably pre-plan a little bit for what it's going to look like on Mythic, but there are 15 pulls into a heroic boss.
Yeah.
It is still only a heroic boss. Outside of end bosses, you don't usually see these guys take that many pulls. So some of it's testing, some of it actually, it might just be kind of hard for heroic.
I mean, it's the first time we see the boss.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen it, right? This is a really interesting POV because Liquid doesn't stream their raid testing, obviously, right? They have all their analysts working through footage, but this is not streamed, so you get the actual perspective of Max, of the analysts, of the raid team, seeing this fight for the first time, how they look at mechanical overlaps, how they approach certain things, their thought process. This is really, really cool and something you really don't ever see. And this is one of the cool things of them not testing the final three bosses, is you get to see that firsthand, which really just hasn't been seen in the past, It's really cool.
Yeah, I actually really hope Blizzard keeps doing stuff like this. Keep finding a way to have, the 1 or 2 or 3 bosses other than the end boss not be available on testing, not be available heroic week. Because everyone loves getting to learn a new boss completely from scratch, especially, the world first competitors. They
Right.
absolutely love this kind of stuff. They love mythic only phases. They love new bosses. They want to be able to learn stuff on the fly and prove why they're the best in the world.
Exactly. So it really comes down to that. But just like a quick reminder to everybody, we are donating money to a charity and we're collecting for that charity. It's Girls Who Code, who have done a lot for the gaming community and women in the gaming community. And if you donate to Girls Who Code on our event, there are charity incentives, and I just saw one of them in our bottom scrolling text. It will disappear now. It says at $2,000, casters will get temporary Team Liquid tattoos. So who of you is getting it on like the forehead?
Oh, I'll do it.
Will you?
Yeah.
Okay, there we
Wow,
have
man.
it.
I'll get it on my neck.
Clip it and ship it.
Well, wait, how big?
No, well, all of your forehead, obviously. Like Team
Well,
Liquid across your forehead.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So if you want to see that, donate to the charity. We'd love that.
What about permanent? No, because that would hurt.
Man up. Come on.
Yeah, man up.
What are you doing here? Come on.
You could take a temporary Team Liquid tattoo on your forehead.
Yeah, a temporary one, yeah. A permanent one, not so much.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be a
English
close
language
gate.
hard.
That was super close. They barely gated out in time from that second collapse there. So this is the second downstairs phase. Once they actually finish off this in about, I think, like 10-ish seconds here, we should see them going back up to phase 1, spreading for that transition back up again. And this should be where they wiped last time, roughly. The boss is at 40%. Yeah, 40.2, 39% now. This could very well be one of the best pulls. They have to make it through this next wave of Quasars, and we should see that downstairs phase once again.
Yeah, just deal with the Quasars now. Don't let them explode into the boss. Make sure you're not getting hit by anything. Here
they're
come
super
the
close.
bombs. You need to carry them
Oh, that one made like
downstairs.
20%. Oh, my gosh.
That was so close. Bombs are going to go down. I think we managed to have all of them. There are still
Rally
two more
comes up.
portals. Baboom Bam has an orb on his head. He
That
needs to get
spawn is so
into a
close.
portal. That was really, really close there.
All right, we should be okay here for the most part. I believe we have one more wave coming in.
One
Boss
more
approaching
bomb.
30, almost sub 30% here,
More of these bombs
28%.
coming in. Blow up the Quasars. There's, 2 left, 1 left. Good
Literally
job.
dragging the boss
All
away.
right.
They're so close. Just so strained on resources here. This is a new best pull here, and we should see a downstairs phase pretty soon. But boss approaching 90 energy roughly here.
Yeah, so about 8 more seconds.
25%.
Yep, here's the
Massive
soak.
bang.
Here we go.
Here's
Be
the
safe
soak.
now.
So-
And I think at this point you really want to sack someone to the collapse, right? Everybody's
Possibly.
looking so healthy.
I
No
mean,
risk now.
How
possibly.
many is there? 2?
If they figured out the collapse and don't have any issues with tanks soaking it, I think it's fine to do it like this. But they very well might call for the actual sack just to make sure the raid's clear.
Gonna gate
Sub
into
20%.
it in just
Yep.
a second.
Yep.
4 dice
Here's
here,
first
gating
one.
out.
There
Now
we
it's a
are.
short gate too. Ooh, that 8-yard rate. That's super
Ooh.
close. Everybody lives though. I don't think we lost anybody.
I think
Plus
so.
THD.
Oh yeah.
17% on boss. You're dropping
Oh, no, he
super
was
low.
dead.
Yep.
Okay, here's the second explosion. Everyone's going to
Okay,
get
another
out.
one.
And then after that explosion, they're going to get pulled into the main phase. Looks like
Scott's
they did
was
lose a
soaking it.
few to that. They did lose several people
Okay,
there.
this
They
is gonna-
could still
oof.
play it.
This is going to be close.
If
People
they
are
want
dropping
to.
really. This is going to be really close. So you have to almost commit boss here because Quasars are going to reach the boss, and you have 14%. There's no shot. You have to kill Quasars, right? But you don't
Yeah,
have
you have
people
to kill the
alive.
Quasars.
You just don't have them alive though. Like there's
Well,
no chance.
They've
They'll
got
be
to figure it out.
fine.
They'll be fine. All right, sure.
They still have 2 boomkins. There's
Oh, you
Oh.
jinxed it.
Caster
Look at
curse.
that. But
I
that
just
is
wanted to
that
see
is
still
another
have to
fight.
be
serious
you know?
progress. 13% on pull 16. Solid 20% shaved off the boss there.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really exciting, and it's exactly the way that we called it. It will be the final kind of upstairs phase for them.
With not having an entire raid alive there, they probably go up about, I would assume, like 12-ish%, give or take. You most likely do still have to kill that final wave.
Oh
of
yeah, you
Quasars.
definitely do.
I love that.
But once they do, I don't think you'll get a downstairs phase for the most part. It's going to be close. This is a crazy boss. For being a rinse and repeat style boss, it's really, really cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Really intense the whole way through. There's no
It's like high tempo, right? That's
yeah,
so fun.
there's no downtime. There's no sitting there waiting for a mechanic to come at you or anything. You're just moving the whole time.
I mean, compare this with Sanctum, where we had so many bosses that were just, hands off the keyboard, damage stop to get ideal timings. I am a little scared. There are some timings here that can be manipulated with just waiting on damage. Like, I'm not sure how many of these mechanics are kind of HP based. So you just want to wait until like Massive Bang goes up or something. But I feel like it's all very kind of queued up. So once that happens, this happens. You have that many seconds to do it. So you just run through the motions, and there's no way it should go into that direction of what we've seen on Kel'Thuzad, for example.
Thank God.
That
Good Lord.
boss damaged me.
I feel like Blizzard's made an active effort to sort of forego those stop-start DPS checks this year. There really wasn't a whole lot in testing, barring initial Halandris, which was a complete... It was a mess. But I will say this new version of Halandris is really good.
Yeah.
It's much, much better than how it was initially in testing.
Exactly.
Just get to play goalie for 5 minutes. It's the whole flight. You just play goalie.
Goalie. Nothing can reach the boss.
And this just in as well. I believe Sonic's Imperatives also killed Lords of Dread. So we now have 3 bosses, 3 guilds in the race for, I guess, world first heroic Rygolon here. Interesting.
And this seems like a reset, right?
Yeah, that's a reset.
Yeah.
I love it when bosses can be reset so easily.
Yeah, it's always
that
a
was
bummer when
also
they
a Sanctum thing.
It's a real bummer when they can't, especially if you have to if the trash is terrible on the way there, and you have to use cooldowns on the trash because it's not supposed to be skippable anymore.
Can we talk about trash? What is going on with
It's so
trash
bad.
in
There's
Sepulcher?
so much of it.
Why are people making us want to play this trash
You
now
just
with
death
the
run it.
invis detection? Just get the soul stones on the healers and run for it at this point.
Yeah,
you
you just
your
have
rocket
to
boots
death
on?
run it.
Yeah, I mean
See,
we do that.
I feel like there's a good medium we need to find with as a player base and as Blizzard, because worst case scenario, Blizzard just links the trash to the boss, and then we're all in trouble, right? There's got to be a common middle ground here, guys. Come on, right? There has to be. It's literally
Can
over
you
an hour
please
saved.
not say that
I'm-
on broadcast?
listen,
I just saw
I'm-
Ken on Twitter saying they're watching the raids together with
Oh,
the other devs.
no.
Don't give them any ideas, Colin.
I'm giving them tips on what not to do. Okay.
Okay.
So the
Right.
moment you engage Jailer, any trash mobs you haven't
Oh.
killed immediately spawn on you.
That's crazy
Imagine.
for what it's worth.
That
not
would
me.
be the worst.
The amount of trash in this raid is really excessive compared to other raids, especially when you're in the desert kind of wing with Halandris, Zymox, and it's wild. It's probably over an hour of trash, give or take, if you clear it out versus skipping it. At a certain point, it becomes excessive to the point where it's this is almost, it's too much, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with a little bit of trash. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of it throughout the raid and having to do, a little bit of those kind of pulls. It's relaxing, it's nice, it's AoE, it's amusing, you get to mess around with your guildies, but when it gets to the point where it's just this ridiculous slog that takes 20, 30, 40 minutes to get through from one boss to another, it's not great.
Yeah, exactly. So just have a look at this poll because I think they're ready to kill it with all the testing they've done. Last poll was 12%, and we're going to go in and see what they do now.
They didn't put the thing up. They didn't put the Jersey Mike thing up.
So I think we're going to go down into the Shadow Realm now. Let's have a look at what is happening here. We have the unstable core that will now explode. We're getting out from this one into the next one. Nobody's going to die here. Everybody is very safe. We have the same thing happening as soon as this core is dead, essentially. The tanks will stay in it, or rather one tank with defensive sub.
Scott taking a lot of damage
Scott,
there. So
in
low.
that case, with the SLT.
Goodness. But they have learned how to mitigate the mechanic.
Yeah.
Easily, which is really cool to see. Back in phase 1 here, Dark Eclipses do indeed come out. Should have a set of Quasars spawning here. And for the most part, this is like we said, rinse and repeat. This should be pretty trivial for them for the most part. I don't want to jinx anything.
I don't know
here.
about trivial.
I mean, there's a lot of raid damage coming out for what it's worth, but we've been here before.
Yep, they've seen this part multiple times now. You do have some Quasars. They're getting close. Looks like one does reach the boss, and the raid goes splat.
That was my trivial jinx right there.
There you go.
Good
Now
job,
Crazy
Gala.
gets to have one, and then we can have the kill.
Oh, so I have to jinx one now?
Yeah, I mean, everybody
Okay.
gets to jinx one.
Okay, we'll work on it.
Great.
One of these pools will do that.
So yeah, I think they're ready. I think they tested for the most part, and now it's just like coming down to how to execute it right.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And like it might seem like all these polls, like these early wipes, are wasted here. And for the most part, I'm sure at this point they want to kill the boss. But there is still relevant data they can grab from these, whether it's in logs or the actual POV of different players. I'm sure every single poll the analysts are scouring in them for tweaks and things that can make timing-wise. What do you guys think? Do we see any jailer polls here? If and when this boss dies?
I wish we would, but I don't think we will. Crazy, what's your take?
Probably not. Jailer doesn't drop tier.
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole point of what they're doing right now is trying to get themselves set up for as much tier and as many 4 pieces as possible.
Mhm.
There's no benefit to committing the time into working on learning the Jailer on Heroic right now when their main focus is trying to get the gear they need to start working on Mythic.
Yeah. At the same time, the Jailer does have a lot of really interesting gear. Like, not tier, but like he has Scars of Eternal Strife as trinket. I believe there's a 2-handed mace that's unique, I think Jet was saying. There's the Heart of Azeroth neck. A lot of really like unique items that they might want to allocate to people that have their 4-piece bonus and not waste them in a sense on classes that might not be used, because it is indeed a higher eye level comparatively to every other boss, barring these last 2. So.
But having said that, they could just go back and get it after they see the boss at like another guild.
That's also true.
Attempt. So let's say 2 guilds are now also at Rigalon, right? We talked about this. Imperative and BDGG are also at Rigalon.
Yep.
Both of them down Lords of Dread. And what Liquid might do, just assuming here, is they wait for them to go to Jailer so they get a better understanding of what is going on there. Because essentially, what happens at Jailer really determines who you want to gear in the long run, right? Normally, gearing is always, what do you bring for the end boss? And then maybe there's like 3 or 4 classes you gear for certain bosses, where it's like really great to have that person with that set bonus or something, just because the damage pattern matches up. So, oops. Gonna go down here.
I believe they're calling a wipe, maybe?
It looked like it just kind of jumped
off.
off.
It might be a wipe from the jump, but it's a wipe nonetheless.
So I think that might be kind of the idea for them here, that they wait for somebody else to do Jailer. They have their analyst team back there figuring out what to do, and then based on what they see, they decide on what else to gear and when they want to do Jailer. Because it's also a tuning question, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we have no idea what that's going to end up looking like. And we're already hearing that at least the first boss in Mythic seems to be tuned pretty difficult.
At the same time, though, you know, Dino Nuggies, Old Blood Legion, I'm sure they've put in a lot of work, and I'm sure they're awesome. But have they done as many splits as, you know, Liquid and the other guilds who are competing for? I would say,
probably not.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So we'll see. Interesting. It's also really killing me seeing Trill on a Shaman, for what it's worth. I'm looking for that Windwalker. I'm like, oh, he's on a Shaman. It's actually killing me. It's eating me alive.
Oh, no. Sorry to hear that.
What is he playing? Is he playing Enhance?
I would assume so.
Who,
Because he's
Trill?
in a
Yeah,
group
he's
with
playing
like
Windfury.
a Demon
I believe
Hunter,
so.
a Rogue, and a Warrior. So he's probably on Enhance.
Yeah, that sounds like Windfury.
Putting Trill on an Ellie Shaman? Come on. What? That's like a cardinal
Ellie
sin
Shaman
almost.
is like interestingly
It's
still
not
a good
bad.
class, right?
Yeah, after the
Even
machine gun
after
nerf.
the nerf.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like with the 4-piece. I had to talk to Kana when the PTR testing began. And he's obviously like a shaman enjoyer, right? So everything people who like nerd out one class say about that class needs to be taken in with like a grain of salt. But
well, Warlock's bad. I just want to put that out there for you. But
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. So
So
They're Warlocks to the
yeah,
ground.
really curious that there are now 2 shaman specs that are not healer that are really good at this point in the patch. It's very interesting, and we haven't had that for a long time.
they are a big 4-piece, like all-in class, right?
Yeah.
There
Ellie
are,
Shaman,
yeah.
for sure.
There are some specs like Destro Lock's sort of up there too. When you get your 4-piece, you're much better than what you are at 2-piece or 0. Interesting.
So that's just another one of those make or break. Either you have 4-piece or you sit the bench.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like with all the splits that have been done, you can guarantee 3 pieces of tier, barring like something terrible happening. You can guarantee 3 pieces of tier pretty much on somebody, whether it's normal or heroic. That's something in itself. But the 4th piece from this boss and from Lords of Dread, those are the pieces that you need to see who gets them, so you can allocate gear to those other people in other split runs, right? So it's gonna be wild to see. Yeah, I remember THE wasn't very happy yesterday about his tier situation, but I don't know what's going on with that today so far.
Really, like, okay.
I'm happy.
I was gonna say, like, who's really happy about their tier situation?
Kalamazoo.
Except for the people who already have like 2-piece.
Yeah.
Did you hear from Method, who have like one player that looted 8 tier pieces throughout all of the splits?
I saw that on Twitter.
I saw it on Twitter too. It's like so devastating for a guild that does split runs for one player to actually like loot 8 tier pieces.
I saw Now's Bear had 3, like on Thursday night or something. I was like, what's going on?
Did you see JPC's answer though?
No.
I think it was Twisted's Monk that has 3 or 2 tier pieces. I don't exactly remember, and he said above it, "You versus the guy he cheated."
Oh, I did see that.
It's like, JPC, come on.
So cursed.
I have to admit, like, JPC is the most friendly person I've ever met in my entire life, too.
He's so nice.
Like, he is. He is.
He has, like, that golden retriever energy.
What? You know, Aya called me a golden retriever last race. So, you know, I take being... I'll take that, actually. So JPC and I are one and the same. I mean, we are both ripped, obviously. Right, there is that. But...
Just keep telling yourself that.
JPC's diet is consistent of nothing but meat, too, from what I've seen. Like, from here also. It's great. He's a good dude.
I'm just remembering the ribs plate.
All right, so back to the video game we're here to talk about.
Yes.
We are down in the second singularity, so you're going to see everyone move over to this first unstable core. They're going to kill it off, then they're all going to gate over to that second one and let the assigned people try to not die.
Yes, good technique. Not have people dying.
First gate here. We don't see anybody go down. Rate pretty low. We're actually okay. Scott not taking much damage here at all either compared to the last time. Second core should die within a matter of a few seconds here. We spread out, and then we should be back in phase 1. Interestingly enough, boss is about 4% lower than he was. Is this... Actually, what are we at here? I can't see percentages. 30. Okay, 38%. Right. I believe he was 40-ish going up last time. I believe he's a little bit lower this time.
Yeah, so now they just pretty much rinse and repeat. They'll probably, well, they definitely will get one more of those singularities
so close.
low. Ooh, kill that off. That was really, really scary.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's like not fun with the Quasar spawning at random places. I wonder if there's like a place that they figured out where they want to tank it on Mythic that they're now not showing.
That could very
well be
a thing.
Which could be a safe space.
That's absolutely something they would do.
Yeah, like if they figured out there's a safe space, they will not show it on this
There's
ball.
no reason to. This boss can die like this.
Exactly. But I would assume there's a place for you to tank this boss on that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
And they're probably not showing it.
I'm sure they've been trying to figure something like that out just to make it safer.
Ooh, a lot of ray damage coming in here. Norgif Twisted super low, sitting at 10% with Mass Stagger. We're back up. Okay, Scott did himself. Dude, the ray damage is so wild this fight at certain points.
Bang, gonna go off in 5 seconds.
This is phase 2.
Be
Everyone's
safe.
safe zones. Massive bang coming now.
You get like dragged a little bit.
A
So
little
you
bit,
see
yeah.
them do all these little stutter steps.
This should be the final phase 3 downstairs we have, killing the first unstable core here, gating to the second after this. As long as everybody lives here, this could very well be a kill. Boss is sub 19%, 18% already. This is wild. They went up at 17 last time. This boss is, as long as they don't mess this up here, this boss is probably pretty dead. I'm not going to jinx it, though. Maybe I just did.
The boss
Maybe.
is
They're
probably
certainly
dead.
blasting.
Would count as a jinx.
Second
Kalamazi.
core dying here. This is
Gonna
one of the
move
times you can
out.
lose somebody.
Tanks need to die. We see him in there with wings up. Scott being super safe.
All right.
Yep, we should be this boss. 12% here, so you have to kill these Quasars. At least the first 2 sets of
on a better
Quasars here.
track than the best try we saw because they had a lot more HP on the boss the last time around. But now it's just keeping the boss away from
it's
these
so close.
Quasars.
Sub 8% here.
Every person in that raid has to switch onto the Quasars as soon as they get like too close to the boss. You see the melees tagging away here, making sure
6%.
nothing comes to that boss as
They've
we're
got
on
one more coming in here.
5.5%. But there's so much rate damage coming
There's
in
so
as well,
much.
right? You still need to play all of these explosions. You still need to step into the AoE zones that are getting dropped by the Quasars and the Eclipse. Like, there is so much to do at the same time. Gonna go down for...
Sub 2%. As long as these
Fired
Quasars
up
don't reach, it should
here,
be it. Drag the
come
boss and kill
back up.
boss. Drag boss and kill boss, and this is over. Sub 1%. 0.5. 0.1. Boss is dead.
And boom.
There we go.
Is that world first? It might be.
It
Might
was.
be.
First heroic?
It was,
It'd
yeah.
be close. Who? Okay, this is big. Is there?
I hear people
THD
yelling.
lock B.
Twisted?
Birch. I think I couldn't
This
tell.
could be Twisted's 4-piece.
THD.
THD got one.
The heroic
Nice.
tier.
Nice.
Okay.
See, I think it's Twisted 4-piece. Because he has 3, if I remember correctly. So
Interesting.
that could be very good.
Okay. That's solid. How good is that for him? Do we actually know?
I'm
I'm
not
pretty
a
sure.
tank enjoyer, but I do
I'm not
think,
really
like,
either.
So when I tank, it's probably the moment where you want to run. But I think it's still very good. Like, whatever
yeah.
class you have, if you're like able to get a 4-piece on a tank, that just means Monk will be super safe. And they do a lot of damage, if I remember correctly, with the 4-piece.
I'm pretty sure
I think
Monk
it's a
4-piece
damage
is pretty
thing.
big.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's interesting because at times you don't like always gear your tanks over others, but at the
Yeah.
same time, like depending what you want, DPS checks or HPS checks or just raw throughput checks, it might be a bit worthwhile. And also, you can't really allocate who gets tier on this boss, but
Yeah.
completing a force that's big, regardless,
For
nonetheless.
sure.
He
you
looks
know,
happy.
the
He looks
next
happy.
time-
very
the
happy
next
right
time
now.
we're figuring out if a tier piece is strong, we're just gonna go like, chat, if it's 4-piece is big on Brewmaster tank, just press 1. And then we wait. And then we,
That's good.
I trust chat on this one.
I like
Chat
it.
probably knows what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, he is leather wearer with that monk, and it means everything that goes onto him can now be traded to Boomkins. So that's very good.
That is true.
It's also super helpful here as they do, as they eventually go into normal splits for this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very
And
much
it seems
so.
like we're not going to go to jailer, right? That's also an answer that
It
we're
doesn't
getting
look
now.
like it. I would assume we're seeing a couple of people swap the different classes here. I would guess we're probably going back to Lords of Dread Heroic for that second split run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would make sense.
How many
I
of
mean,
those do you
now
think
that we
they're gonna
know how
do?
everything goes.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. There's a lot
Ooh,
of
the
options. Oh yeah, we have some Great Vault opening now actually, which is pretty interesting here too. Let's see what Shaqi pulls here. I don't know what he has tier wise. Let's see. Oh, interesting. This is one of the. No, here we go.
There we go.
No tier, unfortunately. First sigil. First sigil is pretty interesting though. Especially
Is that a good? trinket?
It's
Is it
the massive versatility 5-minute trinket, the unused one from
Ooh.
Prototype Pantheon. That's really interesting. So it's like 30% verse, I'm pretty sure, which is massive damage throughput and massive survivability. But it's a 5-minute cooldown, which is really awkward. Like in Prog, most fights I would assume last longer than 5 minutes in a Prog-based setting. If a fight's dying at 4:30, it sort of sucks. You get one
Yeah.
use. 5:30, you get 2. But if you're looking to allocate certain points of damage in a fight that you need a lot, that could be a really strong Prog trinket, depending what you're doing. Not a bad open. Unfortunately, no tier, though. He doesn't look very happy.
Actually,
But-
chat is fact-checking me, and I have to admit and agree. Monks do actually not share tier pieces.
I was going
with
to ask that.
Boomkins.
Okay, I was going to ask that.
I just kept thinking about the class armor type, which is leather, but they share it with rogues and warriors, which is just as good. So warrior 4-piece is very, very good.
This just in. What we've seen, THD Lock B, I thought he alluded his 2 set, but both his characters are cursed. And he has 1 piece of tier, being
Oh, no.
heroic.
Oh,
running
poor
along.
THD.
Birch has 3 set, and Twisted has 4 set. And yes, this is very, very big for Brewmaster, which is what I
Yeah.
thought. So, not bad, not bad. Not too bad. I guess we need to get THD Lock B into some more runs and see where that goes. Fired Up's a vault
THD got
tier.
a tier piece in his vault. Is that true?
I'm not sure. We haven't seen it actually. Fired Up. I don't see anything from Fired Up's
Make sure you're ready to soak.
Yeah, me just get the first.
Dwarven, drop your Dwarven.
Right behind melee.
Okay, nice. Okay. Kill these next two as well. Choice honor. Watch the one that's close to melee. Good. And then Earth Azuna get these. Good, we're ahead now. Okay, cool.
Next soak is Maple. Should be soon.
Just don't walk over these. This is Sham.
Pour is up. Got it.
Just get to your spots.
Range run red.
Yep, range get a red. Roar. Get there quick. Eric, you can VE during this. Smack shout. Hellstone, health pot if you need to do this. This is the most dangerous one by far. Use any personals you have during this one, okay?
No AMZ for 20. We're not going to get it during this phase.
Yeah, you won't get it during this phase, it's fine.
You want me to chain rally?
Yep.
Second potion.
I'll take melee. I will take melee.
Make sure you health potion if you have it during this. Hellstone health pot.
True all has immunity
Stack back up now. Stack back up.
I do.
We just kill it. Honor do
Yeah,
first
we just
one.
kill it.
Holy Paladins have it too. during this.
Still gotta kill cases.
Remember. If Holy Paladins have it,
Hey, fast on.
Chill.
Fast on, guys. Everyone just
calm down. Calm down. First two Quasars have to die really fast, okay? Make sure we kill these first two Quasars. Venti can get the first immunity whenever it is. Just kill these first two. This is Asuna Dazer. Make sure you both clear.
First core, near melee-ish.
Kill these
Ventio.
next two as well. Venti will be on it. Venti's on it. Kill these Quasars. Kill another one. It's Earth Bobby. Make sure you both get clears. Good. And then these last two, onesie smacked, and now we're ahead. Both of you clear here. Onesie, clear?
There's no clear.
Kill Quasar. Onesie,
Left one.
I got it.
Okay.
Fine.
Where's the right?
Just finish boss out.
I've got it.
We're good. Easy.
Let's go.
Good
Fucking
job.
go, dude.
Really
I
good.
want you guys to chew the fuck out. Holy shit.
Yeah, everybody get the last
Look, man, people keep talking and then we miss important things like the fucking killing the things fest. Like, I don't know, that's a reminder and we're just speaking about other things. Like, someone has to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with Tune calling Salty and Maple, whatever, but there's so much fucking noise happening from everyone.
Yeah, it's alright. Just take a breath here. Alright. Let's go split two. That's it. Let's go split two now. Who got the tier there? That was
Me.
Sweet choice.
Minatozaki.
Oh my god, Choice got tier.
Sorry, Choice, you'll be trading this too.
I've always hated that guy.
Okay. I even thought about it. I was like, is it better to have Choice out of the raid and have the 90% chance of tier, or is it better to have him in? And technically, it's a higher chance for someone else to get tier if he's in the raid, I'm pretty sure. But
isn't that 3-piece on that priest?
Yep.
Epic.
Let's fucking go, dude.
What are these natty 3-pieces?
It's
Must be fucking nice.
Well, one of his was from PvP, so.
Yeah.
And then Sludikins, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
There's no point to Hearth, right? Just log out.
Oh, okay.
True.
Alright, split two. Let's go. Switch gears.
I have a question.
Answer.
If I have tier gloves, pants, and a mythic weapon in my vault, what should I take?
I'm gonna go ahead and say the weapon, unless you you already have tier gloves or no?
I don't think I have any tier on this guy yet.
Is this going to be an alt?
I don't know.
Probably just wait then, man.
Okay.
Fuck, I already hearth him in reverse. Fuck, I hearth my character not thinking about it. Taigu, you need to get on and start the group again on your Demon Hunter as a reminder.
Okay.
So
I like it. I do like it. Is he PvE guy? I can't tell in the meters there. I would assume so.
Probably.
Maybe. I don't see meters right now. I just see a giant bag in the way.
This should be good then. This should be an easy
What
one
are we
shot
buying? Lex? BOEs?
So yeah. So this is
the
actually
262.
these are the 262 BOEs, which are really interesting. So you can buy like raid effects on them. Like one increases your secondary stat whenever you kill a mob or an enemy, and one gives you like an int proc if you collect an orb. But they're both garbage. They're not good because it has to be your killing blow on that mob. which doesn't happen. And the in orb is impossible to see. Like the avoidance ones and the speed ones are OP. It's like 90 avoidance, which is like
that's
6%.
Like a lot.
Yeah.
If you put it on a chest or a ring, and if it's speed on chest or ring, it's like 6.5% speed increase. It's pretty wild. Chests and rings give you higher like tertiary stats, like avoidance or speed. So they might allocate certain BOEs to like legs or some other slot. It's like higher main stat, secondary stat wise. But I would assume they pick up mostly avoidance or speed, because like 6% avoidance is a lot in a raid setting.
Yeah.
Like especially in prog, that's a lot of damage mitigated for sure.
Especially prog when you're doing stuff like this and you're going in under gear.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That trash mob looks intense. I
was gonna say,
isn't
that
that
avoidance coming
already
in.
the boss? Contessa is like one of the 2 Lords of Dread. No?
You might fight her along the way. I'm actually not sure.
So she's on the way, and then we fight her in the arena again. So we need to play that trash, right? It's the first time for me to see this trash.
Interestingly enough, these are some boss mechanics here. So these 2 large purple circles, you'll see them over the course of the fight as well. You have to drag the smaller like green debuffs into them when we get to the boss to actually clear the green, I guess, debuff. I think it's called like, I forgot what it's called. We'll see it when we get there. But what Blizzard's been doing over the past few... What's it called?
Carrion Swarm?
Yeah, it might be Carrion Swarm. What Blizzard's been doing over the past few raids is like sort of mirroring boss mechanics on trash leading up to the bosses, which is really, really cool. And we do see it a bit here as well.
Yeah, teach you a little bit on your way in. That way you know exactly what's going on and you can one-shot it, right?
Exactly. Like, who needs guys?
Oof.
Just go in and kill it.
I mean, yeah, just get good. Don't get got.
True. True.
I mean, it's really easy. Just kill the boss.
Yeah, just
not
don't
hard.
die.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's the easy strat. Just don't die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just for everybody that is right now tuning in, a little explanation, right? Let's catch them up, because I think like we're at a point where some people are coming back from work in NA, just making sure everybody is understanding what is happening right now. Today in America, Mythic Raid opened. Some guilds are trying to kill bosses. I'm not sure, probably not, because we would see it in our top 10 standings. So right now, no guild has killed yet. We got notice earlier that the Vigilant Guardian seems to be really, really hard in terms of tuning. And right now, what the top guilds are doing is split runs, getting in on the heroic bosses, Lords of Dread and Rigolon, as there's tier from these bosses. So we want to kill them to be able to trade the loot on the normal split runs. So right now, Liquid has killed Lords of Dread and Rigolon. They skipped the jailer as there's no tier loot there. Might go back to it later, but we are on our second split and should be pulling the boss soon-ishly, and we're hoping this goes over quickly, right? I don't think there's a lot that should still be tested here.
No, I think they did enough testing the first time through, and now they just probably want to optimize for time, blast everything as quickly as possible, get this and however other many heroic splits done that they want to do, and then go get all their normal splits done, get as many of these 4 pieces as possible, and then probably turn to start blasting some mythic bosses.
Yeah. Do you think we will see mythic bosses today from Liquid?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
You think they'll spend that much time in splits?
I would assume you'll see like.
Don't say that, Kalamazi. We want people to stay here.
I do as well, but at the same time, like you gotta realize, like, I mean, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't want to go into mythic, like just guns blazing, ready to go now. In previous raids, you go in and try and kill as many mythic bosses, then go in heroic to trade gear, and then to normal if need be for certain items like Old Warrior Soul or whatever. But like this time around, there's really not a reason not to go in with tier bonuses, because some classes gain so much power from them. There's really no reason not to. I would assume, I don't know how many heroic runs they're going to do. I would assume you see this one, maybe a couple more. I don't know the roster size for heroic. And then you see the actual normal runs.
Yeah.
And a lot of the actual, like, people who were in yesterday and the day before for Anduin kills being brought back in to trade tier.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I'm going to say no. Crazy? What do you think?
You have to say yes.
I think they'll see at least a couple pulls on Vigilant Guardian. I don't know that... I just don't know that they have that many splits to do today.
Okay, fair.
Because
All right.
I don't think they have more than maybe 2 more heroic splits that they're going to do on this, because these bosses aren't exactly just falling over. They do need some level of gear to be able to take these 2 out. So they're limited to how many characters they have available for that. normal, they'll take a while, but they're probably only going to do the tier bosses on normal. That will be some of like the crowdsourced stuff though, with bringing in as many traders as possible. But even then, they probably only have what 5 or 6 runs that they can do.
Yeah, and at the same time, they do have multiple lockouts shared across like people in the raid that can go into any boss.
Right.
So there's a possibility.
I think they'll get through that relatively quickly, honestly, because they can just go to every single boss, knock them all out very, very quickly on normal, get those splits done very fast.
Yep.
And I think by later this evening,
Possible.
we might be able to see them be done with splits and just start trying to nuke down some heroic bosses.
I don't know.
mythic
I
bosses.
have no idea how many splits we're actually doing, to be honest. Like,
Too many.
I would figure...
Too many.
I would figure we're doing 3 heroic splits.
Mhm.
That's kind of what I expect. And then we're probably doing a lot of normal ones.
I mean, the question also is, though, do you go into heroic for tier gear? Like, do you go to heroic bosses for tier as well? Do you need to? Because they've skipped right to Lords of Dread and Rygalon both times as well.
Yeah.
And they have all those bosses previously available, right?
So then for normal splits, do you think that they do Lords of Dread and Rygalon first for all their normal splits?
I would,
and
yeah, for
then
sure.
figure out what they're going to do for the lower end bosses?
Yeah, I would. I mean, why not? You'll have 4 pieces. Why not? You know, maybe it helps you carry heroic Anduin a bit more with more traders. Maybe it just makes the raid faster. I would, but I don't know. If there's some way to min-max it, I'm sure they thought about it and figured it out.
I mean, they have a team that's like there to figure that stuff out, right?
Yeah.
And I think we saw one of the analysts on Twitter saying that like planning splits is really crazy right now.
Yeah,
with all of
Telegon's-
the tier situations. Was it Telegon?
Telegon's not a happy camper.
Really? Somebody get him a milkshake.
Yo, we don't have anyone bringing us milkshakes. What's THD going to do?
Pizza.
He'll find someone, I'm sure.
THE and I have consumed copious amounts of pizza in the last few days, so it's okay.
It's funny because I was talking to Andrew, our social media. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to leak it, but I'll do it regardless. So I was talking to Andrew, and we have a place here where you can actually order pizza, and they have really good salads as well. So he talked to the people from the venue, and he was asking if at the end of the race he could have the number of pizzas ordered over the whole race, and just for fun also have the number of salads.
Okay.
So I'm really curious to see what that number is ramping up to, and I feel like we should make it a little competition to guess where it'll end up.
It's going to be over 1,000.
To guess which one's higher, or
No, that.
Okay.
Come on, crazy. But like to guess where the number will be after the race. I mean, it's obviously influenced by how long the race goes on, but
How many
just
of
in
us are there?
general, like how many pizzas will be eaten
73,
over like
5 salads,
2
73
weeks.
pizzas from chat. I'm pretty sure.
We already had that in the last day.
You
How
can
many
take
people
that
do we have
73
here?
and multiply it by 5, and that's what it was like 4 days ago, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm not kidding.
It's higher
no
than
cap,
that.
dude.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be a small number. What is it, 70 people we have here?
We have 70 people, yeah.
70
roughly.
people, so if each of us averages 1 pizza a day for 2 weeks.
I can't do it much anymore. Like I'm pizzaed out, man. I gotta get some healthy food in me or something like that.
Pizza out
Eat a
is
salad,
not a
then
thing.
have another
I'm
pizza.
sorry to tell you.
Wait, what?
That's not a thing.
Healthy food?
Pizza out? That doesn't make
I mean,
any sense.
I eat chicken and rice like 4 times a day at home. I haven't had
So
pizza
are you
in probably
ever
months.
chickened and riced
No,
out?
no. But I eat not because I want to eat. I eat because I don't eat for like flavor. I gotta eat because I'm hungry. And like, no, I don't want to eat pizza for 3 more weeks. So I'm getting it.
No,
No, I can't
don't
do it.
understand that.
It's
can't
okay, it's
do it.
good for you. If it tastes good,
So-
it's healthy.
Speaking of it already, I think I was talking to Zyro and Jet earlier about it. What do you think will be kind of the total amount of days of the race this time around? So seeing that we have 3 bosses that weren't tested before, seeing as we have a really big damage spike that is supposed to come in like after 2 weeks, so like 5 weeks after the patch, that will probably not be affecting the race. So bosses are probably tuned a little bit harder for that. What is your expectation? How long will the race take?
11
11?
11 days.
I think 12 or 13. I think it'll be next weekend.
Next weekend? I'm very
11 is
curious.
this weekend.
Because there are so many
11 is
factors
next
this
Friday.
time around.
weekend.
Like even if you base it on kind of past expansions, like let's say Ashara, where the tuning was so hard it wasn't doable, or bosses that were just really bugged. I don't think Sylvanas was once on Mythic. She was very bugged on Heroic. But like in general, there were some bugs that needed to be fixed.
Yeah.
And if Blizzard is really quick with these fixes, then I think the race will be a lot quicker. But if we have to wait for, let's say, a Rigolon fix for 2 days...
Oh, that'd be bad.
That would be really bad.
That'd be really bad.
I don't think we'll have that, though. I think those Fed Devour days are gone.
I think they're very much on their feet
with the
at
race
this
being the way it
point.
is now, I think that's gone.
I mean, there's been so many hot fixes coming in. I'm very, very happy to see that.
They literally despawned the Zoth mid-pull in
Yeah.
Niloka when we were killing it that night.
Yeah.
So, like, I think they're more on point with it at this point, with the race being the way that it is.
They're watching, and they've said as much in, like, blue posts and you know, stuff on Twitter and whatnot. They're just watching the race. They
are.
actively enjoy this.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, fair.
Like, even my mom enjoys it.
That's
Do
pretty
your
neat.
parents watch the race? No?
Not really, no.
So my
a little
mom,
bit, yeah.
I'm not sure if
but-
she's watching right now because for anybody that doesn't know, I've been casting the German race for like a version in the past 2 tiers, and my mom doesn't speak English very well. So she's been watching that, and she was a huge fan, cheering for them, like following up with all my casts. And after I came home, I think it was after Castle Nathria, I came home and visited my parents, and she was like complimenting me, saying she enjoyed it so much and it was so nice. And then she was like, Moira, I need to ask you something. And I was like, oh God, what's coming now, right? Like, where is this going? And she looked me straight into the eye and said, what is a D-spell? And it was so cute, and I love it.
Trying so hard, I love
she's always watching all of my casts, and also like getting my grandma to watch. So yeah, I'm a very happy camper about that. So if
That's
you're
so cool.
watching, Mom, hi.
That's so cool. My parents usually tune in like the first day just to say hi and say, hey, this is cool, and they have no idea what's going on, and then they never turn it back on.
That's fair.
My dad is like that too, so fair enough. Yeah, I have like another story about my mom and the race that I'll tell at some point. It's very adorable.
Okay. Okay, we do see them getting into a pull here on Lords of Dread. They have killed this once already with some of their other characters, so this is just a gear split that they're doing. So it shouldn't take that many pulls. Granted, I don't know how many people are different rather than just different, you know, characters from the same person. So there might be a little bit of relearning going on, but these shouldn't take too terribly long.
Here, these actual green like carrion clouds, the debuffs you see around the players there, they can be cleared in these large purple circles here. You see the actual purple circles expiring. It's a fear circle, but if you stand in it with your green carrion cloud debuff, it will clear them. So that's like one of the main mechanics of Mal'Ganis. Now, when one of the bosses reaches 100 energy, they will do their like signature mechanic. So Mal'Ganis, I believe it's Mal'Ganis, will cause both bosses to turn like a carrion kind of swarm thing, which takes
right now.
Right now.
Right here, Swarm of Decay. They take 100% increased damage from AoE-based effects. So you see the actual blizzards going down here. If there was a Frost Decay and you see some Breath of Sindragosa here, most likely, they cast this for a decent bit, I believe like 20 seconds. A decent bit of raid damage comes out here too. Link goes down, Rallying Cry out here as well. And we're back into phase, I guess, 1.5 essentially here, waiting for the next boss to hit 100 energy, which will and then be Contessa at 60 right now, roughly.
Yeah, and just like the general baseline of these bosses, they're not doing their mechanics at the same time.
Yep.
So bosses will always start with a difference in their energy, starting with Mal'Ganis. So he will always be the first one to go into intermission, and then Contessa will follow after his intermission. There's a small amount of time, and then she goes into intermission. And we will see her go into
Clear
it
coming
in
out now.
just a little bit. 91% now, and her intermission is like the Among Us game,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So you have to. What we saw the Raiders doing previously was like turning off their UI. You could just see like literal character nameplates, and that's it.
Yeah.
I believe there's like right here. I believe there's a small dreadlord above a player you need to find, and when you find it, you essentially kill that player. And there's 2 of them. And when you kill them successfully, the raid gets knocked back. So you'll see a knockback come maybe twice. They kill both here. And they have to do it in an allotted amount of time. If they don't, there's a debuff on the raid, and it basically kills us. Among Us over. There you go. So you saw the knockback there as well. You have carrion clouds coming out again here, spreading out. And I believe, yeah, that was both of them, I think, right?
Yep, that was
cool.
both of them.
Yep, there we go. So,
I'm still like so very lost in that Among Us phase because I keep like trying to find out.
I know
how you see the person.
I believe there's like a cloud or like a dreadlord above
Yeah.
the person's head, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen it myself yet.
Because like everybody turns hostile.
Yeah.
And I think it even changes names. Like
I
I
don't
saw
know.
some nameplates just saying cat there. So I'm just very confused.
That'd be really troll if that's how that works. But yeah, I think you can see a little like mini kind of dreadlord like behind the person, but you have to be within a certain distance or you can't. So that's why they're all kind of running around there trying to stay close to each other a little bit.
Yep.
Figure out which ones there are. And apparently there's some that are fake.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to get to that.
Lost fake pop.
Yeah,
like there is in that intermission. I'm not sure if it's mythic only, so I wanted to ask you guys about it. But there is a mechanic that gives some players a hint, but the players that are like the imposter, they're getting a hint too, and that hint is fake.
It's fake. I'm
so
actually
it's
not
like,
sure.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's got to be a weak ore for this somewhere at a certain
for
point.
sure.
But
yeah, there definitely will
Looking at you, Relo.
There definitely will be at some point.
Oh, and one thing we forgot to mention as well, when those green circle, the carrion swarm debuffs are essentially dispelled by the fear bomb coming out here, you'll notice these green pools of like, I think Aya called them vomit last session. Yeah, but right here.
Fair.
So
we
getting
go.
hit by that reapplies the actual green debuff, I'm pretty sure. Yep, right there. I don't know if they got hit or not, but there's the debuff. So you don't want to get hit by them. You don't want to cleave somebody with your debuff or it'll spread to them as well. So it can get out of hand pretty quickly.
Relo's looking right back at us. I see you.
Alright, we should see Contessa pushing here again. This should be the Among Us phase one more time.
Yep.
The UI does not go... it sort of does, or maybe. He doesn't really have nameplates either way. So can you see a Dreadlord here is the question.
Still don't
I feel like
see one here.
person has a purple cloud around them, right in front of maybe? Is that it? I can't really tell. It's...
Yeah.
There's the
Yeah,
knockback,
no
though.
idea.
They got it either way through. I'm sure they know more than us.
They know
we're
more
back
than us.
through.
I need to like enlarge this
I
on
know.
like a big computer screen and like glue my nose to it to find out what's going on there.
Could we
So-
get like a 55-inch TV like directly in front of our faces for this?
Nobody needs to see our faces anyways.
So
Exactly.
the actual shadow ad spawned in the back here as well, and I don't know. So they're actually just letting the Ravenous Hunger cast go off, which can be kicked. If it goes off multiple times though, the ad gets a DR on it, which takes 50% reduced damage. I can't really tell if they have a kick order assigned to it or not.
I think you have to let it
They
heal
probably
up,
do.
right?
There's a weak aura on top of that frame.
It looked like it was broken though.
That should be a weak aura for kicking.
Okay, he might just not be assigned to it there. What were you saying, Crazy?
I think you have to let it heal itself up by getting some casts off, because once it hits full health, it can't die until it's healed itself all the way
Got
up to
it.
full health, and then you kill it down.
Okay.
So you have to let some casts go off so it heals itself, and then you start your interrupt rotation.
Mass AoE coming out here. This is the Mal'Ganis 100% energy phase, Swarm of Decay. Big raid damage here as well. I believe it's a rally. Rally's been popped here. A Link committed towards the very end. This basically is over now. We only have one person dead, too, being Birch. They're making pretty good prog in this fight with this new comp. This is second pull. This is sub 30%, essentially. They have already committed Lust.
King Fly goes down. Unfortunate.
It's a hunter. We don't need it. It's fine.
Watch it, buddy.
Toxic.
Watch it, buddy.
Just like this sludge.
But you can see the huge area of denial here with these purple pools that are left for the whole course of the fight. The longer it goes, which this fight had, I believe, a 10-minute enrage we saw earlier. There's
We can
not been a return to
see
move.
on the right side of the frame the ad just casting through,
Yeah.
healing up, doing a little bit of rate damage, not too much. And now
there
that
it
it's
is.
fully
Yep.
healed, they're starting to kick.
Got it.
Yep,
So
now they'll kick and drag it in and nuke it down.
it's quite possible the DR's on it before it heals to full. That might be it then. Interesting. Okay. So cool. It has to heal to full, and then you start the actual kick rotation on it.
Yep, so that thing will fall over pretty quickly. We're going into an Among Us phase here, so let's see if we can figure anything out from Fired Up's point of view.
Oh, yeah, see the
But they
Dreadlord?
get to
See
keep
the
their
Dreadlord?
names,
Yeah, there's
right?
a Dreadlord in the
He's
back.
hovered over. You see him left side?
Yeah.
With the wings.
Flappy.
Happy boy.
Flappy boy.
So, was that a knock?
But
There's,
it doesn't
yep, there
have
we go.
like a nameplate, right? So how do you
No.
disable it?
I don't
think
know.
you have to just see it, honestly, right?
What do you mean you see it? We saw it.
Well, he disables nameplates. That's what I'm saying. He disables nameplates, right? So you just see the actual mob.
Oh, but we could see some nameplates there, like the Healing Tide Totem had nameplates
Oh, I'm not
on.
sure then.
He's just disabling his UI. He's not disabling the nameplates.
It might be like
So-
minions that he has disabled or enabled, maybe. I'm not sure
Ah,
for
maybe.
nameplates.
Interesting.
Either way, the phase is done. 18% in the boss here. Coming up on literally the 8-minute mark in this fight. For Heroic Boss, this is pretty long.
Pretty long here. We are about 15 or so seconds away from Melganis' AoE thing, so you're going to see them starting to stack here in the next few seconds.
A Fear Bomb and Melee.
Yeah, probably don't get hit by that.
Here we go.
All right,
players
looks like
getting
they're
feared.
good. Here comes Swarm. You're going to see some healer cooldowns and every
Yeah,
AoE
big ray
ability
damage
they
are coming out.
possibly can.
So, one thing, when the bosses do their main ability, they gain a stacking damage increase buff, making every swarm, every single Among Us phase more and more damaging, including their actual melee as well. So they heal more with their Leeching Claws effect and the tanks. It becomes really wild towards the end of the fight here.
And if you kill one of the bosses, right? Because like with double bosses, it's always like what's happening when you kill one first. Often we've seen mechanics where the other one heals back up.
Yeah.
Unless they have like a shared HP pool. And for this one, it's actually very interesting because the remaining Dreadlord will turn into a swarm that does like ticking damage per second.
Very
Why
cool.
are you
Oh,
looking
that's
at me
evil.
like that? So, if you kill Morganis first here, right, then
does he get here?
Contessa will
Blink?
turn into a swarm, and that just does a lot of damage very, very shortly. So you need to kill them roughly at the same time. I think you can probably live the swarm for like 10 seconds at most, and that is the end rage, kind of.
Yeah, looks like we are probably going to get one more Among Us phase. I don't think
It's
they're
going
going
to
to
be really
beat it.
close here. They might be able to beat this.
Boss is
Sub
at
1%.
1%.
It might just like forego the actual phase if you're that
Oh,
low.
really?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
'cause
you
that's
probably
the
would have
end of
gone
it.
there at
They're
that
dead.
point. All right, who loots tier? Let's see it. Come on, THD lock. All right, Atlas, Sang, and Atlas and Sang. I think.
Yeah.
Is that it?
That's all I saw.
Dude, TK is rising. I mean,
I don't know about that.
I think we're on his face.
I am not so sure about that.
Look at that big Warlock damage in 14th there. You see that?
Yeah.
Literally half the damage to the Warriors. Like I said, do buff
14th
Warlock.
out
man.
of like 30.
No.
You're
That's
good.
not,
Yeah,
that's not how that
sounds
works.
fine to me.
That's not how that
Sounds
works.
fine to
That
me.
sounds like about where you're
You
supposed
chose
to be.
to play a hunter. You chose your fate. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, I hate it here.
Dude, I mean, oh my gosh, it's like the same person.
It is.
That's so good. It's literally like the gamer stance, man. It's so good.
They've been doing that for like the whole time too. It's like
You can join in. I mean,
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
still
look
like
as
this.
cool as you guys doing this, so.
No, you have like really cool ink on your arm. You look better.
And I'm not as buff.
well, if we do reach our donation goal, you could have crazy ink on your arm as well. Crazy. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can.
That's
yeah, I
true.
Give
could.
you a full sleeve. That'd be so fun. Like a full Team Liquid sleeve.
Maybe. Have to see it.
That's cool. I like that.
Great.
All right. Well, it's Raglan time again. What are we thinking here, pull
Yeah.
count wise, with this comp?
Not more than 5.
All right.
16.
Boy.
Sounds good.
16?
No, I'm
16?
kidding,
What is wrong?
kidding.
Come on.
Dude.
No shot. I don't know, like 4 or 5.
Fair. Okay.
What are
if
you saying, Kalamazi?
3. I like
Okay.
the number 3.
Okay, I like it. Speaking of like pull count, what do you think will be like the final pull count on, just for funsies, Rigalon and Jailer and Anduin? 3 bosses.
Anduin.
Mythic.
Anduin 120, Rygolon 85, Jailer 150.
I think
Crazy.
Anduin about 150, right?
and then attempt Jailer, or do you think they'll be jumping right into Mythic Prog?
I think they were jumping right into Mythic. I was honestly surprised that they didn't go first 3 Mythic and then go this, because normally the first 3 Mythic just fall over. But from my understanding is like a lot of guilds are using this to see like who gets tier to choose their mains, who to take to Mythic. So I think they're going to go straight into Mythic. I've heard some things that people don't know if Heroic Jailer is going to be possible right now, and I don't exactly know the lore on it. That's just like kind of what I've been hearing, so I'm not sure they're going to be going to Heroic Jailer, unless I'm completely wrong about that. But yeah, I think they're just going to do splits on these, and then they're basically going to pick their mains based on who has the most tier, and then that's who's going to get to go into Mythic. So yeah, it kind of sucks. It kind of feels a little bit like last year, where it's just like, oh, you didn't get your unholy shards, you don't get to play, it doesn't matter if you're a good player. I mean, like, obviously it matters if you're a good player or not, but like they're picking who's going into Mythic based on gear again, it seems like, and that's what they're using this for.
Yeah, at least it's a little bit better, right? Like the whole shard system in Sanctum Domination, you weren't allowed to trade shards, right? So even if you got a shard that was completely useless, maybe it was good for another class to help them complete their set. That wasn't something that wasn't possible. So those kind of people kind of, got left in the dust and couldn't really Mythic Prog. Something that's a little bit different with tier is that at least when somebody gets the tier, at least on like a heroic level, they can trade either the heroic on the next week or normal on that same week, right? So it helps people build that set, and you won't have as much of issue. And then the more splits that they do, just the more chances they are to get tier, right? So across all the different players, if they have like 5 to 6, 7 different alts, especially I think I was looking at Onezie's character, and the whole week I would see him, okay, he's on Onesie.
Hope breakers, star signs, everything. It's like, oh yeah, here's Gorfiend too. Just have fun.
Oh, cool.
It's wild.
And on top of that, remember what we talked about, the blasphemy, where like half the raid gets like a black orb, and the other half gets like a light orb.
You said this yesterday.
On heroic right now, it's just don't touch anybody that has the same color as you, and you're fine. On Mythic,
yeah, I forgot
if
this.
you touch anybody, boom, raid stat.
Yeah.
So like, you have to clear your debuff without coming in contact with any other player in the raid. And there are like only 2 ways you can go about it. One is clear your debuff, and whoever is cleared goes in the middle, so the area around it is free. The other one is if you clear your debuff, you go outside, so the middle is free.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I prefer the first one, because if the middle is free, there's just going to be a lot of crisscrossing. So yeah, there's not a lot of time that you have. And right now on Heroic, a lot of players are just like zooming through the cleared middle. And that won't work on Mythic. So it's really intense.
During the first Heroic testing of Anduin, they actually had that mechanic like that. And they changed it to Mythic later on. It was a disaster. Like, it was a complete
crazy.
mess. It was so good, though. That fight's going to be wild. I'm really excited for it.
Way too much for Heroic. Yeah, that'll be real fun on Mythic, though.
I feel like we said that a lot this tier,
I'm so
though.
excited for that boss, though.
Yeah.
I feel like Anduin Heroic has been really, really fun. And I really love Halandras as well. I think out of the raid so far, I mean, we obviously haven't seen Jailer yet, but like Regolon, Halandras, and Anduin would be my 3 favorites. What do you
All
guys
very
say?
cool bosses.
Halandras is great. I love the changes to that fight. It's really good. We haven't seen the Mythic mechanic on that fight at all, because they changed it. And like the first version of it on PTR was not good. So I'm glad that's gone. I like Rygolon a lot. I would assume Jailer is one of them. Follow up about
Hopefully.
What's that?
I said hopefully Jailer
Yeah,
is one of
hopefully
them.
Jailer.
Hopefully he's good.
I like Lords of Dread a lot. And then it's either Rygolon or Halandras probably, but Anduin's really good too. That's the thing.
A lot of really good raid bosses.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like this raid, comparatively to other raids, like the initial impressions have been much better.
Yeah.
But raids, they've all been good. But I mean, well, maybe.
Except for Vigilant Guardian.
And SOD for 10 months, but it's okay. No.
I
there's
think
been
we're
some
just
not
like
great raids
we're
lately.
just drained from like 8 months of Sanctum.
I
It's
agree.
like, oh,
Answer
a new
question.
boss,
Okay,
everything
so
is
this
great.
Is a 4v4
That could be
with
part of it.
all
The bosses
heroes
are just
ranging
fun to
from
play
low
through,
level
though.
to high level.
They are.
So
I'm really
it's
enjoying
balanced
it.
with an average.
I really
hero
love
of
a lot of the mechanics that we've gotten. It's just, it feels like a lot of thought has gone into many of these mechanics, and also the cadence in which we're getting them. So it's just very fun.
Yeah. Now we are back into Rygolon. This is them going for their second kill. these quasars that are kind of floating over towards the boss, if they reach him, the raid dies. So you see everyone really focusing on making sure that those things get killed off, before they reach the boss. We are getting close to the first big bang here, so they're going to blow up that orb in the front, and then they get these soak circles. Everyone
Safe
has
spots,
to get
right?
in one. Yep, they are the safe spots. Not all of them have to be soaked, but each one can only save one person, so that's why you see them all spread out. And now we're down into the shadow phase.
Yep, we have these unstable cores here. There's 2. So whenever one blows up in an 8-yard radius, it does a tremendous amount of physical damage. So when this one dies here, the raid's going to gate out right here to the next one. And they leave what looks like Scott or their tanks behind to mitigate the actual damage. If no one's hit, it kills the entire raid. So they kill one core, gate over, kill number 2. See Link coming down here. Maybe an AMZ, maybe not, probably moving out. This one dies. And for the most part, you get a little bit of a forbidden milk damage in here, and you can go back upstairs to phase 1.
You can't just skip over that. What did you call this?
You're not aware of the forbidden milk?
No.
Okay.
That was from Sylvanas.
That was Painsmith with tank hammers. So during Painsmith Prog, if you would run a tank of pull
okay,
to the
I
corner,
get what you're referring to.
the boss would run across the arena,
Yeah.
and they started it. They're
Okay.
like, the forbidden milk. Because you can milk the boss for more damage. It was the forbidden milk, yeah.
That meme just went past my head.
Well, now
and
you know.
I know a lot of people who will love it, so... yeah, speaking of which.
I didn't jinx that. But hey, the first pull, 56%.
Yeah.
Not
We're on
bad.
track for a
Not a
3-pull
bad first pull. But yeah, one of those quasars did manage to reach the boss there, and everyone goes splat. You really like
keep saying
that.
Yeah, because it sounds like a bug that is getting squished.
Basically.
But-
Boss is just going, no.
Yeah. Like bonk them on the head.
Yeah, pretty much.
So.
Question from chat: has not one guild killed any mythic boss yet? The answer, from what we can see on the Raider.io live tracker, is no.
No.
We got reports a couple hours ago from Dino Nuggies that were pulling the first boss, being Vigilant Guardian.
I
that it
wonder
was
where
tremendously
they're
overtuned.
at right now. Like, maybe we can get an update on Dino Nuggies and their pull count.
Do they have anyone streaming?
But
yeah, I'm not really sure. I would assume at a certain point, like if they weren't making any progress on it and it might need to be nerfed, they probably just go do splits potentially. I mean, most everyone's doing it anyways. This is a weird tier. Like people are doing splits off the bat, which, to be fair, like it's day one. Casting splits normally isn't as much fun as casting the main race, but like looking at how they
this
can
time around is
it's
just
really cool.
Yeah,
because we haven't seen these bosses, and you can also get tier from them. This is cool.
Thank you for that, Warcraft.
It's not as splitty splits as they normally are.
Exactly. They're actually working to spice up split runs. On the contrary.
There was like an interaction between the devs and like a lot of the top guild people on Twitter, I think like 2 or 3 months ago, where they were like, we hate that we have the split situation on hand. What do we do about it? And I feel like this time around, yes, obviously splits are like more important than ever, but somehow they don't feel as like terrible as they did before. Yeah, because it's fun to see like these new bosses.
Later tonight when they're killing Lahuvum 16 times, it'll feel a little worse.
Relo's in chat. Relo, how do splits feel this tier? Let's ask him.
He probably won't want to comment on that.
Yeah.
Someone check on Telegon, see how he's doing.
Get him a milkshake. I'm keep saying that.
For you. See, for you, Omega Lol. Exactly. See, I got you, big dog. I got you covered. Don't worry. I got you.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So
I mean, I would assume that planning all of this has been a chore, so I'm not trying to diminish that.
Questions from chat. What are split runs? Do you want to take this crazy, or anybody who wants to field this one? I can field it.
So it's when you do multiple runs with only some of your mains and then a bunch of other filler characters like alts or other community members and whatnot, with the intent of funneling as much of that gear into those mains as possible. In this context, they're just trying to get some tier on whatever players they can, and then they'll go do normal splits. They'll split the raid into multiple different groups, kill the same bosses on normal, which is lower item level, and then anyone who got the stuff on heroic can trade it to the right people that they actually want.
Yep, exactly.
And
Thank you
it's
for
mostly
that
miserable.
explanation.
They're very
Yeah.
important this tier as well.
They
even more so
are.
than previous tiers.
It feels really bad. So like, do you know, like I think all of us right? So
Yeah.
my guild, we have like a one character policy, you could say, so no alts.
Nice.
which also means no splits.
Nice. Perfect.
Which is really terrible this tier. I mean, for one, we don't have to plan splits. But on the other hand, we're gonna get all of our like 4 pieces very late compared to guilds who are doing splits.
Well, I mean, it depends on how much you're pushing. Are you just trying to kill the bosses for fun, or are you going for a rank?
Well,
I
I think like in general, unless you're competing in the race like to world first, I think putting a rank on like your goal list is usually not very helpful.
It's like Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
It's like World First versus Hall of
There
Fame.
are some guilds that are like Hall of Fame or like bust, but I still feel like there are so many factors in rating that could affect that. So for me, it's always like try to get to your best. And if we get to Hall of Fame, I'm more than happy. If we land at like 120 and just right outside of Hall of Fame, I'm still
That'll
happy
feel bad,
because
but yeah.
we'll be fine and we did the best we could within our limits, right?
Yep.
Question from chat. Can you explain the value of tier and what it is?
Tier is very important.
Mr. Warlock with
I mean,
tier.
We haven't seen tier gear. Tier is essentially like a set bonus on pieces of gear. It goes on your helm, shoulders, chest, gloves, and legs. There's a 2 set and a 4 set you can get. So, and typically the 4 set is the more important, the more powerful set of it. So it's very important to try and funnel those pieces of gear, of tier gear, to main raiders on, you know, their main character, so you can bring as much power into the raid as possible. The actual power level will vary based on what spec you're playing and things. It's a substantial DPS increase acquiring the 2-piece and then the 4-piece, which is why you see them doing so many split runs. Just so many splits, even compared to previous tiers. And also, for what it's worth, there's 2 meanings of tier there.
Yeah.
Tier gear and tiers in like a previous raid. They're both called the same thing, so it might get a little
The English
confusing
language
there.
is funny like that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay.
You never know what you're talking about in this language.
Basically, you want to complete your set as fast as possible for like a substantial power gain, which is why they're doing so many runs before going into Mythic.
Yeah, and with that question, we can also answer another question that's coming up in chat right now, which is, why aren't they going for Jailer? And the answer is, Jailer doesn't drop tier.
Loot sucks. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Sorry, what?
There's actually good loot on the Jailer.
There might be another kind of angle to it, which is like a strat angle that we talked about earlier, which is just, if they don't go to Jailer now, they can use their time effectively to like continue doing heroic, like Rigolon, Lord of Drats, and normal splits, and see Jailer from another guild later on.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to take certain parts of their strategy and turn it into theirs and just make it a faster kill overall.
Yeah. Now, turning to this pool, they are actually on the 3rd shadow phase here, 3rd singularity phase, killing the last of the orbs here. Coming out of this, they pretty much just have to nuke the boss and make sure none of the Quasars reach him. As long as everyone survives this explosion, they're pretty much in a good spot here to, you know, take this boss down and be able to move on to their next run.
Yep, boss being dragged to the corner here to funnel in the Quasars.
No, it's only killing Quasars and make sure the boss is not hit by them.
Yeah, just do the mechanics at this point. Make sure to kill the Quasars. If one hits the boss, it will spell disaster. The entire raid will die. But for the most part, they have 3 DPS. Scott's down. They have 3 people dead, but this still should be a pretty easy kill as long as none hit the boss here.
Ooh, they're
super
close.
Super close.
Okay.
They should be able to.
My lord.
8%.
Got 2 more coming
they
in.
might have to kill. Oh no! The one hit.
No, yeah.
It seemed like one spawned in the boss.
Yeah. So awkward.
There were none being pulled in close. I guess one did spawn.
That's unfortunate. They have been dragging the boss over to a certain corner to like make funneling of them a bit easier. But if there are random spawns like that, that's unfortunate, number one, and probably needs to be looked at somehow strategy-wise at a certain point too.
Well, I said this before, what I think is happening is they have figured out a better spot for it. They're not using it to not leak it. That's, I mean, chat is going to call Hopium on that as well, but I think they have a better spot for it and they're not utilizing it because they know they can kill the boss with like the suboptimal one and that way not leak it.
Jack.
Oh, that's good. Does that count as my curse?
It could be.
Well, this next
Did you
poll is
say
mine.
they're going to kill?
Yeah, I said it's nice and easy from here on out.
Oh, yeah.
No,
So that was your jinx.
So,
Rip.
This is my poll coming up. And for what it's worth,
Oh yeah, this is the 3rd one,
I
right?
did predict Nazoth poll count wise, like day 1 to an actual T. I predicted the exact number.
Really?
I said like 362 or something, and it was that exact pull that killed it.
Interesting.
Yep.
Nice.
This is it. Watch. This is it. Pull 3.
So, like, you can see the future?
Depends.
Can
What are
you
the
use
Powerball
that
numbers?
power for
I have
us?
to be in Florida, though. I
Oh.
can't do it out of state.
Oh. Okay.
So, what I need you to do is fly back to Florida and tell me the Powerball numbers.
It's Florida man powers. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
I am not sure I am ready for Florida manpowers.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are. That's just what the news is for. See what the Florida man is doing today.
So, we're going to go back in. Third poll. Maybe Kalamazi speaks the truth here, or maybe we're just right.
Starting off from the Warlock POV here, too. This has got to be the kill, right?
They're doing this just for you, Kalamazi.
I love this fight, like the visuals on this fight, too. The ground effects, like it's so cool. I love the split raid singularity stuff. It's a really cool fight. It's just awesome.
Yeah, really neat looking fight, really intense. There's not really any downtime. There's not really any time just waiting for something to happen. Seems like a really enjoyable penultimate fight.
Question from chat, how can I watch the Pally POV stream? So everybody that is streaming, you'll be able to find by scrolling down in the channel description here under the Liquid Stream Team by clicking that actual link, and it should bring you to every POV that is going.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kalamazi. I was reacting to something. Chat will see at some point in the future. So right now we are going down into the Shadow Realm for the first time on this boss. Gonna play these cores here.
I'm gonna be honest, like this
Interesting.
downstairs phase feels a tiny bit not underwhelming, but just
Are we
like
disabling UI?
he's just used to it. I don't know.
That's just THD doing THD things. You
He's
don't
smiling,
ask
shaking his
questions.
head. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing either. The downstairs phase, I don't want to use the word underwhelming, but it's like it feels like super rinse and repeat. It just kill the core.
I expected a little bit more from it, to be honest. But I think it will be more on Mythic. So remember, this is a heroic boss that we're seeing right now. And thinking of the first pulse on this boss, where we were like, there's so much going on. What is happening? Everything's happening so quickly. I feel like, okay, we found a spot where it's actually like you get a breather.
For what it's worth, that Destro lock damage in 21st. Yeah, I don't. There's 6 healers in the raid, 2 tanks. That's basically dead last.
Quick maths.
Yeah, basically dead last. Yeah. But hey, anyways, so back in phase 1 again.
Is that below the tanks?
It's right above them.
Okay.
And the healers.
So that's about where Warlocks deserve.
Destro is one of the specs gains a lot of power with 4-piece. Like it's like a 40% DPS.
How are
gain.
the other 2 Warlock specs doing?
Demo's
that
good in
rest
single
respect?
target.
Kill that case.
But like with the tier piece, how are tier pieces on Warlock?
Demo 2-piece is like 10%, and the 4-piece is like 10 more %.
Okay.
Affliction was buffed a couple days ago. Actually, today in the patch. But Affliction, the spec, is just way undertuned, and the tier set is like good in certain spots, but it probably could have been changed in a couple ways to make it a little more competitive. You don't play Affliction. Boring Pantheon. Just put it that way. So save you an hour of debate. They could buff it though. There's that.
They could buff it. They could also buff DK.
That's true. Sure. I'm down for that.
Hey.
Is it good on Pantheon just because the last phase with the 4 target?
It's good on Pantheon because you can play a talent that's never been really played anywhere else with like a Covenant ability that cleaves it.
Okay.
And it's like the best council-based cleave fight we've seen since Covenant of Shivara. It's like the Aflock fight. You get him once every 3 years, and Blizzard's like, oh yeah, we shouldn't do this anymore. And they forget and do it again 3 years later. It's literally it. Like, it's actually is it. Remember Covenant of Shivara?
Yeah.
With their kill, it's all Warlocks and Shadow Priests. Yeah. That's how it'll be this time, probably.
Yeah, I remember that.
If it's hard. Boomkins too, sure. Maybe a DK, but
maybe a DK.
I don't think it'll be
Just
needed.
maybe.
But that fight is interesting. So
it's a neat fight.
Yeah.
It feels completely different when you are undergeared versus overgeared.
Yeah.
Because when you're undergeared, like, you don't make certain push timings, and you just get blown up.
That's true.
That's where, unfortunately, my little 2-night guild ran into issues. Most of us haven't played this expansion, so we're all really undergeared.
Oh, no.
And the DPS just wasn't there, so we weren't beating certain timings, and that fight ended up being ridiculously difficult for us.
That's my vote for sleeper mid-tier fight. It
Yeah.
takes more pulls than you think, barring Anduin, obviously. That's when the things ramp up.
I can see
my
that.
vote.
Depending how that is on Mythic, I definitely
Yeah.
see them. There's a way for them to make that extremely difficult.
All right, this should indeed be the final singularity
oh,
phase here.
Nori
THE
and
dancing around
Ravens.
the edge. THE flirting with death on the very edge here, going down
It's
sub
fine.
20%.
Are you moving out? Or no, are you moving out?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
there we
moving
go.
out.
This massive Destro lock cleave damage coming in here with these cores up, just pumping in 18th place.
Yeah, he's making his
Hey,
way
look
up.
at those cannons flying. The
He went
catapults
up.
coming down. Look at this. The core exploding, moving out. Tank soaking the actual explosion. Once this core dies, we should be back up in the first phase. Boss at 14%. This is pretty low. I think this is the lowest
they're
push they've had.
blasting.
Yeah, this is pretty low. They will still indeed have to deal with the Quasars, but for the
Scott,
tipping super
looking
low.
a
Veil super
little
low here
bit
as well. Atrocity going
unhealthy
low. I think the
there.
LH comes in.
Just
Super
pally
low.
things.
Just probably things.
Sub 10%. Okay, this is pull 3. Not jinxing it. Kill the Quasars, and we're chilling, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to leave the boss
They
here.
juiced up downstairs for sub 10%. We're good to go. This is it.
Going to kill the Khazars as they start to get close to the boss. Make sure none of them actually reach him.
That
and
massive lock cleave coming in.
Oh, they're so healthy.
They are.
They're getting
And
close.
these are pretty
We'll
far
see if
back,
any
too.
new ones spawn
Braun
on the
Ooh,
boss because
Cena.
we do
Ah,
think that's something
Was
that
that
happens.
Braun that knocked the
I think it did.
Quasar?
Braun knocked it in.
Wow. Oh, that was
You
really
just-
close.
I think he.
Here's the next set
God
coming on
forbid
in.
You have to kill-
Braun
you have to
on
kill
this
this, right?
fight for my Raiders.
Yeah.
Probably the first two,
All right, just kite boss. Just
and
kite boss
then
kill.
commit.
Yep, that's it.
There we
Yeah,
go.
All
just
right, let's
commit.
see the tier.
Yep, and
You
3,
were
2,
right,
boom.
Kalamazi.
I told you. Maybe my powers are past Florida at this point. I don't know.
Maybe.
All right,
All right,
tier.
what do we get for tier?
Floor, Mop, Nick, and Vil. Floor. I don't even know who's playing Floor, Mops.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
who that is.
Nick and Vil got it.
What'd you call
So-
it? A bucket char?
A bucket.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So Vil Warrior, Nick got it, and a mage. So yeah, there we go. I don't know their actual current tier allocation or how much they have. If it's
We're
like
gonna
2 piece,
figure
4
that
piece
out.
completion. We're gonna figure it out pretty soon here. Yeah.
Yep, someone will tell us.
Indeed.
That's what production's
That
for.
was much faster than the last run too. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
I would
now the
hope so.
question is, one more, right? At least.
I think they do
I'd
one
assume
more.
so.
I think they have enough characters for one more.
Mm-hmm. I would
Let's
assume
see.
so. I mean, and they
right? But you do end
Yeah.
up like trying to hold it so that it's always lining up with your CA. But it definitely just depends, right? Like, because
Ooh.
Evoke is that big burst within like that 5-10 seconds, whereas Ventier is about like over like a 30 second to like 1 minute damage cycle. But if anything happens in that cycle, they're just screwed, right?
Yeah, well, they're playing like Arcanic Pulsar with Convoke, so they don't have to hold it for their CA. They can just like get like their CA proc with their by using their Arcanic Pulsar stacks when they do it that way. So they're still getting like as many CAs as they can, like doing it on CD. They're not like having to like hold it for every single CA. Basically, I don't know if I did a good job of saying that out loud.
This fight is just crazy to me. I'm just staring at Undead's POV right now, and this is like the Arms Warrior's dream. You literally have 2 targets the entire time. Sweeping Strike comes out. Every time Sweeping Strikes comes out, you throw on a Rend. Right before it falls off, you just do Rend again, and you just have perma Rend on the targets. This is like the Arms Warrior dream fight right here, and like and it's a dream fight, and we're still getting blasted by Windwalker. I'm like having issues here. How is that possible?
I know they're doing the Wind Fury Totem in here, and they're still getting owned. This is so
Yeah,
messed
buff
up.
Warrior, man, because like Enhanced Shaman is supposed to be pushing the Warrior even further, and Enhanced, like the Monk is not even getting buffed by the Enhance. They're
No,
just
it's not.
just owning.
Yeah,
That's like so unfair.
Walker's just like buffing the warriors themselves with the Mystic Touch, not using the Wind Fury Totem, and still just owning the rest of
Oh my god, I'm muting every Windwalker that complains now from now on. I'm just gonna show them this VOD.
Yeah.
BDGG is doing doing criminal things with their Windwalker right now.
Is that smacked? I wonder,
Yeah, smacked.
I'm wondering how much tier he has compared to the Warriors, if that's like contributing at all, or if this is actually just like Windwalker is that much better. Because I was not expecting that based on the amount of complaining I was seeing.
Well, I mean, even so, right? Like, even if they do have tier, none of them should have force set at the moment, right? Because this is their split for the next two pieces of tier that they're missing. So there's no way he has force set right now. But if he's doing that much damage difference, that's nutty, man. I can imagine you wanting to run multiple Windwalkers. Everybody better be gearing up their Windwalkers to do some progression tonight. All the Windwalkers, can get off the bench, dust yourself off, because they're just going to own on this fight.
Okay, so the Windwalker does have 2 set. Thank you for letting us know. So, okay, let's say
2k damage. That makes sense.
So let's say that when the 4 set from Windwalker doesn't add that much damage. Do you think the 4 set on the Warriors is going to make them surpass the Windwalker? Because that's the main thing I understand, is that the 4 set for Windwalker is just not very good.
I mean, for Arms Warrior, right? The 4 set is very strong, but just like in general for most classes. Whenever you get 4 set, there's like a huge power boost, whereas in 2 set you just have like a little bit minor, or it's like a build-up precursor, so your 4 set works very, very well, right? And I think Arms Warrior will get quite a bit of damage. Oh, you just see 2, 3, 4 people going down. Looks like all their 2 of their boomkins go down. I wonder if they were in their cooldowns.
Are those the 2 Venthyr?
1 Venthyr, 1 Knife A, okay? So
okay.
It's even. It's just Boomkin brain.
All right. Yeah.
We love our new apartment.
Great kitchen, open floor plan.
But there's not much privacy.
What happened to your wall?
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Does save us a ton. What's on this chicken?
Paprika.
I made it at home.
It's my catchphrase.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
If you thought my tiny tacos were tasty before, you're right. And now that they have nacho cheese flavor in every bite, you're even right. Get my nacho tiny tacos for $3.50 or try them bacon loaded for $4.50.
Maybe like 10 people alive. Our Paladin's Ashen went in the ceiling, so we didn't have it. So it's like really, really sketchy. But yeah, the DPS checks on some of these are pretty crazy. I think Halandris gets like, I'm super excited to watch Halandris prog. That fight is like so much fun to do, and it's so much fun to watch just because there's so much movement and just so much going on. It's like so appealing to the eye. But yeah, a lot of these DPS checks are really good. Also, I know Pantheon's like an early boss, but I feel like that DPS check to try and get those before the ads come down is also pretty fun to watch. Pretty good. And it's gonna make for like really interesting trying to like balance like healing and damage on both of these fights, because I think both those fights I just mentioned also need quite a bit of throughput to get through.
To be honest, I love multi-boss fights, like fights like Paragons, like fights like in Black Temple with the Council, like any with like multiple boss movements and boss abilities are all happening at the same time. It feels so interactive and feels so interesting, right? It's not just like a take and spank, bring it to the corner, like kill it, move it, kill it. There's like so many things going on with Pantheon. So actually, it's one of like the most exciting like fights for me. I'm actually a little bit sad that Pantheon isn't a tier boss, because when we kill it, I'm so happy and I'm excited because I was like, oh, this is such a fun fight. There's a healer job, there's a DPS job. The tanks are very interactive with swapping back and forth. At the end of the day, and then you just get like bad loot. It's not like, oh yes, we killed it, and then you go and fight like the boss right after him, like right lift of him, and it's like, okay, this fight is not as cool as Pantheon fight, but I get loot, so that's all that matters.
Yeah. Let's try and address this question, chat. How exactly do splits work? So the way splits work is that most people in these guilds have multiple characters. Like I'd say like BDG, they probably each have like 4, I want to say. Maybe I'm wrong. Some of them just do like mirror alt. So like you look at like 2Z, like Asuna, I know those 2 people are people that just like have like 4 mages, 4 boomkins, and then they go to like each run, and then they try to like stack them with like similar armor types. So like one stack will be like mostly leather wearers, one stack will be like some cloth and plate wearers, and then some will be like some mail and leather wearers is normally how they like do the splits. Does that make sense? Do you have anything you want to add, Pika?
Well, I mean, yeah. Usually it's about funneling gear, right? And being just making the comp optimal enough so that you're able to kill all the bosses while like funneling certain loot to certain main characters. So usually what you'll find is that in past tiers was that there's a couple of like 4 or 5 main raiders on their main characters, and everybody else is just the same armor type as them, so they could funnel. But this is the days of master loot, right? Now that personal loot is a thing, it's a lot harder for them to be able to do that. So now you see that the splits are all about just making the same character like 6-7 times and running like that same comp in the raid multiple times and just seeing whatever comes with the best loot and whatever characters all have the best RNG. They throw all those characters and funnel them into one like ultimate raid group, which is what they use for progression. But at this moment, though, I just want to shout out to our huge sponsors again for FTX for sponsoring this Race the World First, alongside with Raider.io, Warcraft Logs, and Wowhead.
Yeah. So basically just the name of the game is to try and get tier, mostly this time, or like any other piece, like at that same eye level, so you can trade it to your main characters, even if it's just like on your ult that you don't really care about. And then you basically just choose your main based on whichever character from the 4 runs or 5 runs, however many they're doing, gets the most gear. That's how splits work for the most part. But yeah, bring back master loot. That would be much, much better.
Actually, as a tank main right now, because I used to be a DPS main, and I was like all for master loot, especially as the arms were, we're always like pretty strong every tier. So I was like, oh, master loot is great. I get a 4 set, I get a 2 set. It's great. But now that I'm a tank, I'm like, you know what? I'm fine with no master loot. I get to keep my tier. I get to experience the season even faster. Yeah, Blizzard, good job.
Oh yeah, Sloth. So they don't do splits for Mythic. They only do it for Heroic, and since you don't get like locked to like any lockout in Normal and Heroic, that only works that way for Mythic. Splits only ever apply to like Heroic and Normal during progression. Later on, like during like Farm, they'll do Mythic splits for the next year. But yeah, right now they're not going to do anything like that. Just for Heroic and Normal. So they'll like switch people out like per boss depending on who needs gear and who can trade gear.
Which works out better gear in the end. Yeah, so like whatever, all their top 20, top 24 characters that come from the splits, they shove all those characters into like one super raid, so that they've kind of like accumulated the luck of between like 6 or 7 different splits, and put all that luck into like one major, fighting team in order to combat like the hardest mythic bosses.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're getting into another poll here. I have high hopes for this one. They definitely deserve it.
I wonder what they need to do that makes that's causing them to not be able to do it so well, because like I think right now we're approaching like the 6th, I think the 6th pull, which is what they killed it on last time, and what they need to change. Right now you see the tank mechanic go off, the claw just went off.
It might just be that they have like a lot of people that aren't necessarily like, they might have just went in with like a stronger group to begin with in the first one. Because I know there's a few people here that I see that like aren't like on their main character, if that makes sense. So they might just be struggling a little bit more with that. I think it just seems a little bit weaker overall.
What do you mean? 1Z should be just as strong as 2Z and 3Z.
Maybe.
Or Azuna with Azuna Pilot. Man, I'm guessing that all of them had a rough time naming all their alts eventually past the first or second one, because eventually you can only add so many little things to the end of it to make it unique. Here you go. You have the Among Us thing again. You're looking for the imposters. So if this mechanic kind of reminds you of the Skitra mechanic in Nyalotha, right, where half the raid can see the walls and the other half cannot, right? So it's like you need to work together in order to mark that specific thing. But I remember back then in Pugs, it was kind of hard, right? Because you would throw a marker down to show where, like, in order to communicate where it was safe, right? But you can't really do that here in this fight. I don't know if you throw a marker down the character and hopefully everyone reacts in time. I think the kind of nerfs that they'll do to this fight is maybe give the Among Us mechanic a much longer period of time, or to make it more exaggerated so you can pinpoint that person a lot easier.
Looks like we do have a few people down here. Looks like they're getting up pokey, but yeah, it looks like I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I know going into that phase that their Mistweaver did have a circle on them. I'm not sure if that contributed to them dying there or not. It looks like they are already down 2 DPS, including 2Z.
Yeah, this fight is just like the Lithium fight. They really like to deal with these like tank split mechanics in this raid, where the tanks need to not be right on top of each other in order to avoid conal tank buster or tank swap mechanics. And then as soon as that happens, they like swap it. So it seems to be a really interactive, like, or trying to be a more interactive raid for tanks, as opposed to, just like, oh, let's tank swap on 3. Wow, that is a credible amount of damage right there.
Yeah.
That's I don't even know how they're going through it. Like, you can see so many people go down there. You
Yeah.
see Angel form on one of the priests. Man, this is a crazy healer check of a fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of healing that needs to go out right here. I'm not exactly sure how they can deal with it.
But this favors Shaman, right? Because they all seem to be stacked during that time when the major damage is happening out.
I mean, kind of, a little bit. Like, Shaman is not like a burst healing class. It is like there's constant damage going out, because like our only healing CD is Healing Tide and Spirit Link, of course. But like as far as like a large throughput CD to like get through something like that, Shaman is not very strong, which is why you don't see them doing as much healing as the other 4 right now. Like, they're much more of like the triage healers that are like keeping people like topped in between than they are like outside of like Spirit Link being like a really good raid CD for like keeping people alive. As far as like actual like throughput during like really high intense like ticking damage like that, they're not that great. Like the Holy Priest are gonna be better, the Ashen's gonna be better. Yeah, for sure.
Wait, Ashen is strong too? I
Oh,
heard
yeah,
that was
Ashen's
nerfed
tough.
too.
Does not matter. It's so good. It doesn't matter. Like, if there's an Ashen down and you're standing in it, you're probably not dying.
Wow.
That's just how
Wow.
it goes. How do you feel about
Twitter
the
is
tank
just
meta
lies
right
to me.
now?
The tank meta? I mean, the tank meta has kind of always been what it currently is, right? Like, Blood Decay has always been a super strong progression tank, right? It is a tank that you don't have to worry about their self-sustain. They can do a lot of their self-healing. They have a lot of different cooldowns available to them. And they have grip, right? Grip is almost like universally useful in some fight in a tier, right? And it's almost
Yes.
like imperative that you can't kill it. I don't know if you tried Heroic Anduin last week, and if you didn't have a Blood Decay, but having a Blood Decay and not having a Blood Decay made like a huge difference. You could do the same thing with like, as long as you had 2 different DPS DKs, but without grip, it is such a more difficult fight than when you have it, right? So Blood Decay is always on the top of the list of a progression tank. Then after that, that's when you can kind of throw it up a little bit, but you can only throw it up like a little bit more after that. So your next tank kind of determines on, do you have a monk in your raid that's not the tank, right? So do you have a Windwalker? Because Windwalker can be historically really bad or really good in a raid. Right now, people are considering them pretty bad in single target, but they're still looking very strong in AoE fights, right? But a lot of bosses are, yeah, a lot of us like us are AoE, but the single target ones can be really tough for guilds, right? So Windwalker may not always have a spot. And then traditionally Mistweaver also, unless there's something inherently very broken about them, they don't always make it into the raid. And because Mistweaver and Windwalker have so-called not been super strong in this tier, what a lot of people have said, Brewmaster is where you're gonna get that Mystic Touch debuff from, right? Especially if the groups have to be split for whatever reason, like in Anduin where one group goes down and the other group goes down. Like, you want to have that monk debuff on all the ads. In order to do that, you need at least probably like 2 monks if possible. So there goes your Brewmaster, right? If you want Brewmaster, but if you don't need that Brewmaster debuff because you have Windwalker or because you have Mistweaver, then Paladin is super strong, right? Because of that Ashen being able to carry a lot of that healing on the most difficult points, or just in general their damage. But also Paladin can do a lot of the cheesy stuff, right? From anything from using their bubble to immune, like a one-shot mechanic, to immune off any of the tank buster mechanics. But also in some cases in previous tiers, they've been able to solo tank bosses because they have an immune, and no other tank has that immune, right? So Paladin is also like a super strong tank. Other than that, then you go into like the Venge Demon Hunter druids, which are like subpar versions of the other tanks, which aren't as strong, but still can kind of bring that utility kit to it. And then finally, you have Prot Warrior, which is not the best progression tank. Okay, Prot Warrior is very strong as a progression tank in terms of physical damage. If the boss does physical damage, there's like no better tank for that progression. But if any of the bosses have magic damage, which typically the last few bosses, the last 2 bosses of any raid typically kind of lead on like bleed damage or magic damage, Prot Warrior needs a lot of help and a lot of like focus from the healers, which you don't really have when you're progression rating, right? Because the healers are already doing so much. They either A, have to push out the damage because the damage checks are just so tight, or B, they need to be focusing on the raid and all the raid damage that's going out, and they don't have as much time to deal with the tanks. So because Prot Pally, Blood DK, and Monk are all very self-sufficient tanks, they really bring a lot to the table, and they don't need to be watched by the healers as much. They make it so that those 3 tanks you'll see a lot in the Race to World First.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with all those points. Like, it's very comp dependent. Grip is really good, and I really like the utility that Prot Paladin brings. Like, even at the beginning of that, you saw like Sloot for like the first like 40 seconds was just on top of the healing meter, just letting like the healers DPS and stuff is really, really valuable, like you said.
Yeah, it's kind of insane too, because like the skill ceiling for like a Prot Pally is so high. Like if you're a Prot Pally and you just like wog yourself whenever you're low and you're just doing your basic rotation, you can get through a lot of the raid. But the key difference between like a player like Sloot and like the average person you just find in the LFG is that you can see how they use things like their freedom, their bop, their sack, right? These are all like externals they can give to any member of their raid to either deal with any mechanics, give them DR to help them survive that no other tank really has, right? So other tanks, you can throw like an AMZ on the group and you don't really have to worry about it. Paladins have to individually choose, who they want to heal, who they want to help. And the skill ceiling can go so high. So in the hands of a player like, like an Echo or like Now or like Sloot, it's like a major difference than what you see somebody in like the lower tiers, because they just don't think to use their utility the way that they do.
So they have a lot of damage going on right now. They do have one of the links going out. See if they can make it through this one. It looks like it's almost over. They seem like a lot healthier and safer on this one than some of the others, for sure. Seems like they have this one down. It's just some of the others. What do they commit there? 1 Tide, 1 Link. They didn't commit Revival. They did use Dragon from the Mistweaver, which is also really good when you're stacked up, by the way. That's like another one of like the CDs. It's like you kind of like need to be stacked for and stuff like that. Things like that. They're like where I think Resto Druid is going to pull a bit ahead of like Mistweaver and Resto Shaman on like fights like Hollandis where you're like spread out so much, because like all of their CDs don't care as much about you being spread out as far as like throughput goes. But yeah, a really good CD when you're stacked up like that.
Interesting thing to see there. That's the Swarm of Decay mechanic and the Swarm of Darkness mechanic. So interesting between Mal'Ganis and Contessa is that during that time, they actually take 100% more damage from AoE abilities. So that's like one of the times where you need to stack up and blast all your healing CDs. But at the same time, that's an amazing time for defense to really push the damage on the bosses to make any of the DPS checks and to kill the boss faster.
Is that why the Windwalker's doing so well, getting his spinning crane kick?
Yeah, it's because like during that time, like I'm not sure if like every one of the monk's abilities is being taken into consideration as an AoE effect, because I think in general, like what Fist of Fury and all their spinning crane kick procs, right, can do a big chunk of damage in this 20-second period, because this ability happens within 20 seconds, right? So as long as the monk has all their cooldowns in that time, you can just see the amount of blaster damage. Whereas something like Arms Warrior is more of consistent damage constantly, as opposed to big chunk blast AoE damage within 20 seconds. So even though that this is a perfect fight for Arms Warrior, the monk is able to cheese it and like just destroy within those 20 seconds.
Yeah, we see also the Warlocks doing quite a bit of damage there. We see, yeah, even the Enhancement Shaman is like pretty close up there. Like outside of the Warlocks, this is like mostly looking like just like a melee dream here. It doesn't seem like there's that much anti-melee here. It looks like the circles are only going out on the range as far as I can see, though I did see a Mistweaver get it earlier, so I guess it can go on the melee. I just haven't had noticed them having to like stand out as much.
Yeah, you can see the Windwalker just taking off right here. The spin to win constantly, and they soar the DPS meter every time this Swarm of Darkness, the Swarm of Decay happen. This fight definitely seems a lot more melee friendly than Rygolon, right? Because Rygolon, there's a lot of you gotta move out mechanics, and you have to go and like be in these circles, as opposed to this fight where you just blast the entire time, and like hopefully your healers will be able to heal you through it, and your tanks don't face the frontal at you. And it seems like a pretty simple fight for melee.
Are you excited that this tier seems to have more pressure on tanks, as far as I can tell, as far as like the frontals, like you mentioned the Illumum tank mechanics, and this one, or if you mess up, you're gonna heal the boss?
It depends on the fights. This is my first tier I'll actually be like fully main tanking. All previous tiers I always DPS'd in raid as DPS warrior, because I thought raid tanking was like, can be a little bit sleeper, a little bit boring, right? I don't know if like you talk.
How did? Oh, well. It's still worth a free new Samsung Galaxy S22.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
My sourdough patty melt has 100% beef, 2 melty cheeses, and grilled onions, all between 2 slices of my famous toasted sourdough bread. It's pretty much the greatest thing since itself. My sourdough patty melt combo, starting at $5.49. Order on the Jack app today.
Do a lot of spreading in this fight, but they're also like getting a lot of blaster blaster damage. They don't have to do too much, but you can see like the effectiveness right there of the Monk Ring of Peace to bring the add in with the grip. These are like pivotal roles where you will always see this kind of utility used, which makes them so good for progression rating.
Yeah, coming up on the spot right here. This is where they usually have trouble keeping everyone alive, is right here. It looks like we're back on that spot. We see the Link coming out again.
This is the last one, though. This is the last Swarm of Decay.
Yeah,
if they can just push through this, this is
Looks
the
like
kill.
Okay, one priest down. Meow's down. Please, Petite down again. Right down. Okay, Theun is down. Theun has an Onk, though. He never died. He's fine.
Looks like they have enough people up. I mean, there's only like about 6% left on the boss. They have 75% of the raid alive. This could be their second kill.
I hope so. I would like to see them get to Agalon.
Yeah, hopefully they get some Falu, but like, oh my gosh. Yeah, you can see like the damage really ramps down. Like you don't have much of the damage after the dance. And I believe this is going to be the kill, Corey.
Woo! Awesome, my first kill today.
As long as they can dodge these green circles.
Here we go. They can't lose now. They have Ashen down.
True, you can't lose. Ashen wins it all. Oh my gosh. Here they go. The last little bit of percent. Throw the kitchen sink at them. You see the Link go down, everything going down. Everybody's just trying to survive, and they are blasting this boss. This is the execute phase. The Monk is still top damage, but we're not complaining. Oh wait, Arms Warrior pulls a little bit ahead.
But execute.
Woo! Easy loot. And there they get their beautiful prize of 150 Cosmic Flux.
I didn't see who got the tier there. It went by too fast.
I think I saw a Demon Hunter get some tier, but thank gosh, man. They must be so ecstatic with that Cosmic Flux. Now you'll see the best thing about the raid is how do you get to the next boss with pulling the least amount of trash possible?
Who is the healer that you trust with the Soul Stone in this situation?
you don't trust the Paladin. They have Bubble. Like you gotta go with the Paladin, right? But it's crazy, like the amount of trash they put in this dungeon. Like I don't know how to think about it, to be honest. Like as a developer, I can see like you want to make this like feel like a whole different world, right? A whole different space. You make up all this time. You put like hundreds and hundreds of hours in developing like this beautiful space with a lot of trash and different mechanics.
It is really nice looking.
And then on the first day of the release, people just death skip. They just run all the way through it, shot through everything, and just like damn. I put hundreds of hours into this, and people just skipped it.
These rooms especially that they're in right now are much better, like aesthetically, as far as like trash rooms compared to the ones before. I'll have to say, like I really like the little lanterns on the side and stuff like that, and the little swirly you see up there. Totally
Yeah,
nice.
I
Okay.
love the look of the raid. It's so aesthetically pleasing as I get knocked off or running for my life to the next boss every single time. But yeah, you can see them right here. They're just getting through, pushing.
Ooh.
Doesn't look like there's that much trash between the bosses, maybe? Oh, wait, there's like some like jumping. It's almost like a jumping
Yeah,
puzzle.
little
What is
hack.
this? That is crazy. No, I bet
It's
you a
also this
Demon
part
Hunter
where, like,
figured that out.
If you only have one warlock and like your healer takes their soulstone during the fight and you have to like get back, this raid is just so painful. Whenever that happens, you have to figure out how to get back and get the res on everyone.
All right, Corey, let's break down the Rygalon fight for everybody. What is this fight about? What do you know about it so far?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that much because we didn't get to see that much of it. Like, for the most part, like, what I understand is... I don't know if you take this one. like I do understand this fight, like the mechanics, but just like I don't understand the flow very much, if that makes sense, because I haven't actually gotten to sit down and watch it. Like the most I've done, like as a healer, is I go through and I look at the debuffs, and I just like add them into my thing in my arsenal, and then I go back later and I study it. And I know that you said earlier that you were actually getting to watch some of it.
Yeah, well, okay, well, I mean, I've only saw a little bit of this. BDG killed us in about 20 pulls earlier today in their first split. And so it does seem like a lot harder fight than the Lords of Dredge. But the major mechanic around this boss, there's two major things. One is the massive bang mechanic. Basically, the boss does this big AoE that just kills everybody unless you're in these little circles on the ground. And the little circles on the ground are called unstable matter fields. And as long as there's these little spheres on each one of the consoles, 4 consoles around the room, and if they're able to kill the little unstable matter spheres or whatever, they'll drop all these little spaces on the floor, and every player can stand in one of these fields. If multiple players try to stand in the fields, then one of them will just die. So this is like the way that you immune the mechanic and stay alive. Other than that, there's this other mechanic. I believe it's Celestial Collapse. Has something to do with like these little quasars is what they're called, I believe. And they run towards the boss, and you have to kill them in time, or else it's I believe it's a wipe. Every time I've seen it, like where they weren't able to kill the quasars in time, they reach the boss, increase the damage done by 30%, and inflict about 12k cosmic damage to all players every time. So whenever that happens, whenever a little quasar makes it to the boss, they just die. But you can see the progression duration right now on the screen by encounter. Anduin by far is taking the most amount of time. And all the other bosses are nowhere near that. But Rygalon is, a little bit longer than Lords of Dredge.
Yeah, hopefully, because last time they were able to kill the Lords of Dread in the same amount of pulls they did in the second split. So I'm wondering if Rygalon is going to also take them just as many pulls in the second split, since it seems like, I don't know, maybe this comp is a little bit better suited for this fight than that one was, but it seems like they were struggling a bit more with the second group than they were with the first group. Like this may be like a bit more of their B team.
Yeah, I believe there's also like a little unstable cores. They cast like this thing called Gravitational Collapse, and it's something kind of like the last boss in the Mythic plus Tazavest Gambit, where it creates that rift, right? And you have to run into the Gravitational Collapse, and every time you run into it, it does like a little burst of damage. But if it's not taken, then it does like a big AoE damage that kind of kills everybody. So if they don't deal with that mechanic, then it's just like a complete wipe, right? So there is multiple raid wiping mechanics in this fight, and there's a lot of more mechanics in this fight. So there's, again, this huge amount of mechanical difference between Lords of Dredge and Rygalon. And again, like it's because Lords of Dredge was supposed to be earlier in the next raid tier, and Rygalon's more of the mid, that wall, like kind of like Gorfiend was in Legion.
Yeah,
right now it looks like they're splitting up their splits.
Oh, they're...
No, like they're setting up all their cooldowns for this split for this boss. It looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. But it looks like they are keeping the same the comp for this split. Not that they're changing up too much. You don't see much warriors as it was in their first split. Their first split actually had, I think, 4 or 5 warriors, and I think other guilds are doing something the same. Just because of the power of Enhancement Shaman with that Arms Warrior damage, It's just really good for pushing any of the boss DPS checks that are needed. So Arms Warriors stonk this tier are going way up. So everybody, if you have any friends, right now it's time to recruit your warriors, get them off. Well, like I said, they haven't really been on the bench. It's kind of a very sought after class. But right after Ryglan, I wonder if they are going to go towards Heroic Jailer or they're going to do Mythic Prog. Heroic Jailer is what we heard that there's a pretty difficult fight. I think some people were already able to clear the normal version of the Jailer, which is why everyone's been watching the Jailer cinematics, where there's like the precursor or the aftermath. And it's very interesting to see that the Jailer is a robot as well. Some things I did not know, chat. Maybe you guys knew better than I. But hopefully they are able to kill this boss fast, because I don't know about you, I am dying to see some of these mythic bosses in play. And dying to see, who are their best spoiler. Oh no. Never mind. The Jailer is actually he's a Void Lord. He's a Void Lord. I thought everybody saw it. It's on Wowhead. Whenever that goes on, everyone instantly sees it. It's not my fault. But speaking of which, thank you so much to Wowhead for being one of our fantastic sponsors. You guys can check up the race and see what's going on with WoW at any time by checking out all the information on Wowhead. Also, a shout out to our major sponsor FTX, along in partnerships with Radar.io and Warcraft Logs as well.
It was originally I think early November, but it got pushed to early December. I'm pretty sure. It wasn't ready at that point. It didn't push. It was not ready at all.
Yeah.
So.
Correct.
Oh yeah, those. Okay, I
feel like most of the PTR cycles are about, beta cycles are about 6 months. You have like a month of alpha and like 5 months of beta, more or less.
Yep.
Which, I mean, to be fair, like, hey, if it did come out in May, you can still make it this year. So.
And like even with like Shadowlands, they had to push back the release date, right? Do you remember? So
they did. Yeah.
It wasn't even. We got beta in like what you said, March, April, and then the original release was gonna be in October.
April, May. But yeah, was
May?
it maybe?
I'm not. I think it was around
somewhere
April.
around there. Yeah,
anyway.
It was like that.
And then it got pushed back to like November, December. So it was even longer than the original 6 months. So again, we might not know what they've been working on. I think there are tons of theories on like them originally having 9.3 as well and meshing it in with this raid and so on and so on. It's all like speculation, so I don't really want to go there. But it might be an option that they had a dev team working on the new expansion all along. That's not the same dev team as has been working on 9.2, right? So it could be a lot more finished than we expect it to be.
It could be. Yeah, gonna be interesting. Fair. Was it April 19th is the announcement?
Yeah.
And then, did I read that right? They're also announcing a Warcraft mobile game?
Yeah.
Is that just going to be pet battles?
I have no idea what this is about.
That's got to just be pet battles.
I thought
Possibly.
it was like not based on World of Warcraft, but like the Warcraft series?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll find out soon enough.
I just saw Warcraft Universe.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. There's been a lot in the Warcraft universe at this point.
That's true.
Very
been around
true.
a while.
Like Rygolon.
Like Rygolon. Bringing us back to our fight, Mavi. Thank you. Very nice.
We actually didn't take predictions for this boss. And when I say that, Lip dies. But are we one-shotting this boss?
Lip has a rest, so I'm just going to go with yes.
Sure. All right, there we go.
I think there are a lot of chars in here that already killed, so...
Probably.
Got a massive bang in 40 seconds, and yeah, almost everyone, if not everyone's killed it twice.
I'm actually really curious to see who's loot locked and who's not in here. I'm probably not a great way
how
to
much
tell.
loot is actually dropping out of this?
We got 3 pieces from the previous boss, 1 tier and 2 non-tier pieces. So I would assume like
that's like half,
like a third of the raid's locked, maybe like 40%, give or take, a bit less, but interesting nonetheless that they opted to go this route. But I guess that 2-piece for Goop is hopefully relevant. Hopefully he doesn't have 2 characters with 2 piece on, 'cause that would be sort of miserable.
That'd be sad.
Oh no.
That'd be really sad. We have a massive bang coming here in about 3 seconds, so you're going to see them finish off that unstable matter, get their little soak circles
guys.
down on the ground. They got it.
That was really close.
We're okay.
Plenty of time, not even close.
T
Had it
taking
the
scenic
whole
route
way.
back to his soak here. Living life on the edge here as well. He's got a timer. He's good. That level of min-maxing, unparalleled. Boss
Gotta
is
milk
incredibly
it.
low here, too. This is easily the lowest push they had down here. It's 14% they just went down. This boss is, like, just actually melting. Unsurprisingly, but there's 4 druids at the top of the actual damage meters again here.
I think we need the buff.
Warriors now catching up as it is an execute
phase.
coming up.
We're going to come out sub 10% here, give or take. This boss is actually just melting. Yeah,
Yep,
they've
gonna finish
definitely-
off the core, gonna get out, run out of the circle, then everyone's gonna get pulled up to the
Ooh,
top.
Scott's
and
so
boss is
low
at
from that explosion. Holy cow.
7% coming out of that third massive bang.
Yeah, this boss is dead. You can probably just kite here almost. Maybe the first Quasars come out, but you can probably just kite for the most part. Let's see here.
That's a bit dangerous.
Well, we have a bit of a delay till they spawn. There's 2 in melee. You probably killed this set and just kite the rest. They're super close, too.
Yeah, you definitely kill those.
You just hardcore ban Braun in this fight, like we were talking about earlier, too.
Yeah.
I saw the
that
knock happen.
Braun can knock
Yeah.
these Quasars is no fun.
It happened earlier as well, and I think they might have wiped 2 because
Yeah.
I noticed one got
Ooh.
knocked, but I didn't know how.
For sure. There we go.
That's all right. Who got tier? Let's see. The bucket and Drying. 2 pieces. Wait, 3 pieces. No. Drying got.
The
Okay,
bucket
that's a
and
conduit.
Rivens.
Rivens in the bucket then. It's conduits, dude. All right.
Is Rivens on his main?
I've
I think
no
that's
idea
his
who
main,
those are.
no?
And JP excited about his boots. There we go.
Should be his main character.
All right.
I'm not sure how many pieces of tier he has
There
on
we
it
go.
already. And like he's normally a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest not looking too strong, so might
They're
be
still
on
decent in single
healer
target though,
this
right?
tier.
And they're not like they're amazing, but they're okay in single target.
Yep. But like, if you have the option to bring amazing, why would you bring okay?
You got me.
So yeah, it's true. Like a lot of classes are decent-ish, but
Yep.
For these guilds, it's be bonkers or bench, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Shadow Priest would do good on Pantheon, I'm sure, being a dot-based fight. But I mean, hey, that could be one of the wall fights too, as well, depending on how tuning is. But
Definitely can. So
now I'm curious to see if there are any more heroic split runs we do here, or if we jump to the normal and or start looking for traders at a certain point, because I would assume that's going to happen relatively soon here. We are reaching the midday mark, 5:15 here, give or take. We haven't even jumped into normal or any kind of heroic, barring that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Oh,
it was
great
the
ball here.
first day, so servers came up a little late, right? We couldn't start at the very beginning of the day. At least they gave us servers rather
Gloves.
soon.
Mythic gloves, dude. Look at him. He already has
Ooh.
gloves. No shot.
does he really?
I think he has normal
Wow.
gloves on both characters, I'm pretty sure. Elegy's not horrendous, but he has one too. It's probably... I couldn't really tell. He
Wow.
probably wants to wait to see if he gets a main hand weapon, because he has an offhand in there. But he has gloves, I'm pretty sure, as well. That character is bricked, dude. Say goodnight.
He's not happy either.
Nah, I can
Oh,
tell.
man, that sucks.
Yeah. I think he might have 2 pieces on one character now, but it is a pretty big eye level difference, looting mythic versus normal Legion gloves. Does he have them? I can't tell. It's hard to see.
Yeah, it's too quick.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll see in a second.
It's unfortunate though.
We will see if they continue to do like one more heroic or if they go into normal. We're assuming it will be normal, but
Probably find out pretty soon here.
should be finding out soon, exactly.
It's also pretty unfortunate that most of the trinkets this raid here are really underwhelming. Yeah, so interestingly enough, we see them stepping right in front of Rygalon here once again, skipping over Lords of Dread, most likely trying to allocate a certain piece of tier to one player.
I would assume so.
They should have multiple lockouts saved, like a lockout saved to every boss,
Yeah.
essentially here. But yeah, there might just be one character they're trying to get that piece of tier 2, just to guarantee that, or just I guess to clarify if they're going to have that option for that player's 4-piece going in the normal runs.
Mhm.
Probably what we're seeing here.
I think Telegon has 3 characters in this raid right now.
Oh, he doesn't even have.
Yeah, he does. He had before as well. I think his characters are the characters that have the lockouts. Because Telegon is one of our analysts, and
Yeah.
he's like structuring, obviously one of the people structuring the split, right? So it would make sense for him to be like the person in charge of where is which lockout. So we keep seeing him on all of those characters in a raid, and I think he's getting moved to like Group 8 after they're done with it.
After they start getting everyone inside.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he didn't even have tier gloves on, actually, so it might be an okay vault for him. But if that's the case, I think he has 0 pieces of tier. So
that feels bad, man.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part is I don't know how you really combat these kind of runs with tier gear being a thing, unless you brought like guild master loot back. But at the same time, like I don't that really do much anyways because you still run the same amount.
They're just degenerate in a different way.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be like the only way would be like one universal lockout for like a character, any difficulty. That's all you do. But that would be like a huge retuning of everything, and
that'd also be terrible for the rest of the community.
Maybe
you can't play alts.
Well, I mean per character, not like per like account, right? You know.
Oh, I see
mean,
what you mean.
I don't know a better way they could like do it unless they like separated different raids. Like these 5 bosses have 1 difficulty and these 5 are harder. I don't know how they actually do it. It's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what's happening here because we're getting back into the raid with a lot of the chars that already had cleared, but also some new chars. We are seeing Atlas Chi in there.
Yeah, this
like
is actually
his monk.
This is a bunch of different. This is different.
Scott on his
Warlock
DK
from
here as well.
THD.
But we're at Rigalon.
We are.
Yeah, maybe they're
I would assume it has to be a tier piece they're trying to go after that somebody hasn't gotten. Somebody might have like 3 piece, and they're trying to get that 4th piece to see if they want to sit them for the actual like normal runs or try and get a 3rd piece. It has to be. I don't know what else they want to grab from this boss at this point. I don't think Atrocity's been in on his Demon Hunter either. I don't believe until this point.
So maybe this is just like their last run with all of their available characters that haven't done anything yet.
Possibly. It might be that they just don't need any Lords of Dread loot on these characters. They opt just to go here. Or maybe save Lords of Dread, but potentially. There's so many ways you can take this optimization-wise. Maybe this tier slot's better for that one person than Lords of Dread is. There's so many questions that still we just don't really have the answers to.
Yeah,
like, the more split runs we're seeing, the more I get scared for the mental health of our analysts.
That's fair.
It's like, what are these guys up to with like only doing Rigalon with like 30% of the rate locked, and like the amount of like energy and analytic thought that has gone into structuring this. Wow.
Has anyone checked on Telegon lately?
We should check
like,
on him.
Is he okay
I'm
back
worried.
there? Production, can someone go check on Telegon?
I'm sure he's good. He's okay. I'm sure he's good.
Oh my god. Poor guy.
Oh.
Yeah, just worried about him.
Yeah, so they are getting everyone kind of summoned in here, ready to go for what will be their 4th Rigalon kill here already. And it really does look like this is mostly characters that haven't been in.
Yeah, it's a lot of new characters, right?
So all the same people, just different characters, try to spread some more tier around. And I guess this would be the last one then? And then they go into their normal
I would
splits?
assume so. It is the 4th split, even if they're only doing Rigalon and not Lords of Dread. Maybe going back to Lords of Dread later, like you said, for more trading options or whatever. I don't know. But I don't think we're going to do a 5th heroic split.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many more characters they'll have left.
I don't know. It's so hard to track how many characters they have because they've had like ultra buckets that they might use but might not use.
And additionally, they brought characters that were already locked into some of the splits.
Yeah,
so we don't know what remains.
It's so hard to tell.
It could be that they're doing like another one of only Rigalon. I don't know.
Well, Rigalon drops tier chest and Lords of Dread is shoulders. I mean, like I believe chest has a bit more like main set on it comparatively to shoulders, but it could just be some weird like sequencing they want to do for a different reason. I'm not sure. 2 big tier pieces either way. And they are also a higher eye level than the other 3 tier pieces, which is super weird as well. I'm not a fan of that. They initially had all a tier. So the final 3 bosses drop higher eye level loot. I believe 285 versus 278, I think. And they had the tier on Rigalon and Lords of Dread being 278 up until the final PTR build when they made them also a higher eye level. Yeah. It's sort of weird. I thought they'd just go with the universal 278 eye level. I don't like it. I guess I don't really know why though. It just seems a bit off.
To be fair, seems a little weird. You don't like that like the end bosses have higher item level?
I like that part. I think it's weird for the tier.
Yeah, it's a tier more so because like it sort of locks you into those two pieces unless they're just that bad for you stat-wise, right?
I'd almost prefer if all of the tier was a 285. If all mythic tier was 285,
That's fair.
that's just
That would be really
this
nice.
is your high end
That would
reward.
be
It's
cool
your
too.
tier.
That
We
would
know
be
you're not
really
replacing
nice.
it.
Yeah, not having the
Looking
equal eye
at you,
level.
Warcraft
Yeah.
decks.
Yeah.
So I agree. That would be really nice. It would also make tier feel like something special, right? Because it is something special just because of the set bonus, but
Yeah.
it would be like, oh, you got like a 285 gear from one of the
Yeah.
first bosses. It's like,
Yeah, exactly. It'd be cool.
wow.
Yeah.
Be really, really nice to get. And it would not lock you into tier pieces that are like non-ideal for your class. So I agree with that. I do think in general, the later bosses having higher item level for like non-tier pieces or generally is a nice thing because it feels like more rewarding to kill the later bosses, right?
Yeah.
They're assumed to be stronger or like harder or, you know, better, faster. So it makes sense to have like a bigger reward at the end of the loot box, but with tier, it's just a little bit unfortunate.
Well, that was always the thing you did back in the day was you killed like a new end boss. You know, as soon as your guild was able to do it, you got a big fat juicy weapon off like the last boss, then you went into battlegrounds, just annihilated people.
Yeah.
That was
I
just
can't
the
for
thing
days,
to
but
do.
it sounds cool.
Torch of the Damned from Reliquary of Souls. These enhanced shaman just one-shotting people with Wind Fury.
Oof.
In TVC, just walk up and you just smash you into the ground. Yeah, I'm a boomer. I get it.
Yeah. Those were the days.
I'm just sitting here nodding, you know. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Those were the days.
Yeah, this might not be the best combo. We got two boomers up here, like, just reminiscing on old times. Most of the chat doesn't even get it.
I've been playing this game too long.
Is there really such a thing as playing this game for too long?
Yes.
You were supposed to say no, crazy.
Have you ever, like, tried to calculate what percentage of hours you
you
spent
can
in
like
the game?
exclamation point playtime.
Yeah, have you ever figured out
Or like slash.
what like the ratio is of how much time you spent in game versus out of game since you started?
Wait, what's the difference between in game and like out of game? It's
Yeah,
like
like-
at a game.
You mean like which is more? Okay.
Well, I would
Well,
hope I know
what-
which is more.
I mean, for some of these guys, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
I haven't done like I think after the first year of Legion and the first year of Shadowlands, I had looked it up, but I don't remember anymore. It was like a big chunk.
I remember
I think like over a quarter.
That's pretty bad. At the end of Legion,
What do you mean bad?
At the end of Legion, I had spent something like 18% of all time that had passed logged into WoW, from vanilla to Legion.
Just calling it now. That's weak.
How many days do you
Those
have
are
played?
rookie numbers. Get them up.
A bit.
What does that mean? I don't know what
I
bit
don't know,
means.
500 or 600.
It's our rookie numbers, but
I
I
Gracie
think
just now realizing he's not as nerdy as the rest of us.
I think THG
Well, to
has
be
it
fair,
the
I'm
same as
also not
me.
a streamer.
I've actually.
That helps on your end.
I think THG has about the same as me, but he also started playing in WAD and not TVC, so that's scary. I have like 800 something, but like he started like 6-7 years after me. That's the
Yeah.
same.
Oh
That's
dear.
the scary part.
Nice.
Oh
I like
dear.
it.
That's a lot of hours.
Yeah. Well, you know.
I like when people are like nerding out that stuff. I think it's always a little bit scary, but also impressive. So
Yeah, scary is a good way to put it. What is this transmog, by the way, on this character? Oh, we saw it for a second there. Some old Scarlet Crusade throwback. Good lord.
are you guys into transmog?
No.
My hunters looked the same for almost 10 years.
I have tier 3. I just wear that everywhere. Or the Mage Tower stuff, and that's it. I don't really change anything.
I'm wearing all dark and then a red hat.
Great. All right. I'll leave you with that thought, chat of crazy with like all black and a red hat. And we're going to go into our Jersey Mike listen-in and listen to what the players are doing here as they go into their fourth Rigalon heroic kill.
3.
I'm just
Wow.
switching. I'm
This
just switching
Raidon's
fucking trinkets like
no
that.
shot that Boston give hold there, man.
3, 2.
Yo, whoever's in group 2,
One.
we hate all of you.
What the hell?
Fuck me. It's meant. It's meant.
Yeah, fuck group 2. No, group 2 can suck on me.
Yo, by the way, a lot of you group 1 people, I think, are becoming group 2 people because you guys just have all the tier.
And there's where you got it wrong. No, you're wrong. That's why you don't take our splits.
I am group 1
Bucket Bill and Impact. So good. Or it's Driny, I think. Driny.
Yeah.
It's out. Thank you.
Good
Okay. Next balls. I'm just calling them balls, by the way.
Ball gang.
Yep. Flappy Birch, soak that. Kill the balls. Okay, new core spawning. This should be Impex Cloak or a
Really
Hunter
far,
Turtle.
really far, really
Hunter
far.
Turtle. It's Bucket Bill. It's Bucket
I don't know if I can ash in these.
Johnny,
I'm not ashing the one by green, so go to that one first.
Kill the matter.
Yeah, Eric Strud in exile.
The wrong one.
Kill the unstable matter now, guys.
Fucking ripping ass right now. Okay.
Soak.
Good call, Matt.
Big call, right?
That was not JPC.
I did that.
A little close for cover.
Why didn't we go to the other one here?
Hey! 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 You guys got a different bind for
somewhere early.
That was lit.
Zubang rallying out.
And my AMZ.
How many tranks freezing here? 0?
0, yeah.
You double tranking the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, Nora.
We are good.
We're alive.
It's a
fine.
vibe.
I'm close.
Never close in my world.
Oh, wrong
I mean,
side.
Domi's in.
Nesta up and Ben. Blast these ones. Blast them. Blast them. One's really close too.
A Warlock weakness the bosses.
Okay. Nesta up. Soak. Sang Helios and Zubang next. Kill these balls. Who's got the orb immune? So we're on star. And mage can be anyone.
I'll get that mana.
Nesta up. You can get block anyway.
I'll get it.
Okay, I use it.
Okay, this is rally bent, or we're just gonna die to damage. Kill the ads, yeah. New core. This can be no hunter. It has to be Goop M needs to block on this core. Goop M block on this.
Nick.
It's just not going on him.
Bring that circle into melee.
Dude, they changed the fight, I think.
No,
if you immune too early, it will not.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what
you
it
have
is.
to get
Okay.
hit by the first
You
tick.
need the circle. You have to let it fixate on you, then.
My
Okay,
bad then.
That's fine. A
Take
lot of random
damage,
deaths. Do we need maybe a little more throughput in the actual in-between phase?
My death was just fucking up.
That was just
Not
the orb
you.
hitting people there.